be astonished.
Well, I don't know about astonished, but prepare to be educated. Prepare to be tradertainmented. Prepare to be excited about having me and John here first thing in the morning. I mean, getting our old asses out of bed. I mean, that's astonishing to me, But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals, welcome to TopstepTV. See this TopstepTV. We've saved you a front row seat, so come on in, have a seat, sit down, and we're going to have a lot of good educators here today. I was looking at them today, and I'm like, boy, we got a lot going on here today. I think the Mohammed Manfred is going to be a great segment today. That's one of the things I saw. I'm like, oh, this is going to be something different. So anyway, welcome to TopstepTV. He's Orville. I'm Wilbur. We're the Wright brothers, and you can't go wrong with that. TopstepTV, the biggest and best internet show that traders like you have sort of come to love. And of course, we love you also. So each day we're going to be bringing you informative information, trading, education. I mentioned tradertainment. So let's get ready and please participate. You're in the chat. We have a lot of great people in this community. So participate, make some friends, do something like that. But anyway, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, your neighbor, and your biggest fan. And yes, that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, in real life, there is no such thing as algebra. That's completely true. Learned that in high school. And John, have you ever used algebra out of high school?
I don't know, but I have a feeling it's helped with my decision-making processes.
All right.
Problem solving. That's it.
Problem solving. Okay. Be a detective then. All right. Let's say hello to everybody's good friend, trading mentor, man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hogue, Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday, September the 17th. Remember, on the opening call, our real idea here is to seek accurate context in these markets. Always think about risk management and remain patient in our trading. I can't see who's at the very tip top of the chat today, but good morning, Yabbersmack. Good morning, Nick Nichols, Pete, John Jones, Dan Trader, Walter, Theo, always here in the morning. Great to see you, Theo Suleiman, Kilted Scotsman, and our good man, John Doherty, in the chat early this morning. It's great to see everybody. Great to be with all of you.
Great. Yeah. And I'd like to say hello to Timothy Tuttle's son, who said, "Tell Santa I said hi." Merry Christmas. And freak him out. All right. How you doing, little guy? All right, let's get up to snuff here with the news here. Today we did see the U.S. stock futures trading a little bit higher as investors are preparing, yes, for that weekly anticipated, yearly anticipated, lifetime anticipated Federal Reserve interest rate decision. Dow's down. Yeah, we are. Let's see here. We are down. No, we're up today. Up 0.26%. S&P's up 0.35 and the NASDAQ up 0.54. The benchmark 500 yesterday ended the prior session slightly higher with a dip in the technology names that dragged the NASDAQ composite lower, halting that 5-day streak of positive gains. Apple was particularly sort of laggard, shedding 2.8 following the warning that analysts at TF International Securities that demand the latest iPhone 16 models were more tepid than estimated. So not really much to expect. They were a little disappointed regarding that. The note in turn weighs on shares of chip makers like NVIDIA and Broadcom. Fed officials are set to begin the crucial I'm reading what it says. Crucial 2-day gathering. Today it starts. Yes, they get breakfast. Everybody's lining up right now in the cafeteria. It's likely to conclude with an eagerly awaited and heavily debated reduction in interest rates. But by what? We shall find out. With the cut priced in by markets, much of the conversation has centered around the scope of September's decision. According to the CME Group's Fed Watch tool, the odds of supersized, like you go to McDonald's or Burger King, give me a supersize, 50 basis point cut this week rather than a traditional 25 basis point drawdown, currently stands around 67 to 70%. I'm sure that Jack will be in here with us with an update on that. But shares of Intel surged in extended hours after the U.S. Semiconductor Group said that its contract manufacturing unit hit a signed deal to make custom artificial intelligence chips for Amazon's cloud division. Also, Microsoft said yesterday that its board approved a new share of buyback program worth about $60 billion and raised its dividends as the tech giant looks to return cash to shareholders. Congratulations, shareholders. I envy you. All right, Johnny, what else do you have here for our lovely community of traders?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers today at 7:30, the retail sales numbers came out, and they were a little bit soft. But from what I'm reading overall, they're being viewed as still indicating a stable economy. Retail sales month over month were actually a little higher than expected, but lower than the previous month. Retail sales year over year is really this kind of soft one. The previous number was 2.66. That came out at 2.13%. Core retail sales month over month also were a little bit soft, but again, from what I'm reading and get what I'm gleaning from what I'm seeing here, still kind of good, but just not as good as they were really hoping. So, we at 7:55, the U.S. Red Book came out as usual on Tuesdays. 8:15, we do have industrial production and capacity utilization due out. We've got a talking Fed on the schedule. I don't know what she's doing here, but Logan is due to speak here at 9 o'clock. We'll see how that goes. And at noon, there is a 20-year bond auction. 3:30, the API crude inventory comes out. VIX this morning, exactly where it was yesterday morning at this time at 17.11. Dollar index, almost exactly where it was yesterday at this time at 100.78. Yesterday was at 100.73. The yield on the 10-year, almost exactly where it was at this time yesterday, 3.64. It was 3.66 yesterday. A lot of people just kind of waiting and holding for tomorrow's FOMC release, as well as Chairman Powell's presser. That's at 1 and 1:30 p.m. Central. Respectfully, it is switch day. All the equities have switched to the December contract. I call this CYA day. Cover your ass day. These are tough days to trade historically, at least in my history. So just be aware of that. And, some of the charts are going to look a little bit different. Just be aware of it, and make sure that you are again CYAing, covering your ass. It's all about capital preservation. A lot of folks will probably be hurrying up and waiting until tomorrow at 1 o'clock and 1:30 p.m. respectively.
Yes, capital ass preservation.
Yes.
All right, dude, where's the crude? Or Johnny, you done?
Oh yeah. Go ahead, dude.
Oh, okay.
Where's the crude?
Dude, I'm going to tell you. Crude prices pushed higher today. We're looking at crude right now here taking a run here at 77 overnight high. So we broke the 70s. But once again, boys and girls, we are back below that around 69.16 with a low of 68.51. What we're seeing here is a continued disruption in the output of the wake of the Hurricane Francine. So that's part of what we're seeing here. Brent gained 0.3%, 72.97, and WTI up 0.4% at 69.32. Now, both contracts settled higher yesterday. That was at the aftermath of the latest hurricane and the impact of the Gulf of Mexico. So we're watching that. More than 12% of the crude production and 16% of natural gas output in the U.S. Gulf of Mexico remained offline. So I'm surprised this stuff really hasn't gotten a little higher here. But anyway, American Petroleum Institute, as Johnny mentioned, set to reveal its newest tattoo. No, set to reveal its weekly inventory data later in the session, and I will be on that. Yes, I will. All right, how about our tip of the week? James, you got our tip of the week. Educate yourself. Educate yourself, all right? Practice without risk. That's education, right? Keep practicing. Many platforms, as TopstepX in here, offer trading simulators, demo accounts. You could practice your strategies in the real market conditions without risking real money. And this is an excellent way to test your strategies and build confidence. So you're not sort of walking in a dark room blindly. So do that. And Johnny, what do you got for our tip of the week? Educate yourself.
Well, yeah, there's many layers of education in trading. Of course, there's market knowledge and technical analysis and market profile, volume profile, whatever your tools you're going to be using. Yes, of course, you want to continually educate yourself on that. There's also self education. I think one of the biggest parts of being successful or unsuccessful in trading is how well you know yourself, how well you know your decision making process. And I think we've got a great guest on today for trading mindset. We got Sean Sawyer, who's a psychologist who's been on with us a couple of times. I've been emailing him. He's got some really good subjects for us today. That's that 1 o'clock segment. So make sure you join us for that. And every little step you can take to know yourself and the market's better, the better off you're going to be. So always be
Beautiful.
educating yourself.
Always. All right. Usually I don't get to sort of squeeze this in, but coming up in fast markets, we got star of market clubhouse, a man with the Caribbean tan, trying to bounce back from a red day in XFA. Rips is going to be with us here. He'll be joining us a little earlier. And star of slow markets, Coach Dakota, stunt double for Matt Damon, trying to continue his 11-day win streak in XFA. They're going to be with us. They're our guests here for Fast Market. But right now, we're going to get to some charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So starting with the daily in the E-mini S&Ps, Top X does not back adjust. It just goes from one contract to the next. I think this is something that we're working on adjusting. So just be aware of that today. Some of your levels from the September contract may not line up perfectly with the December contract, as there is a $61 point premium in December from the September contract. It is switch day. Right now, in the December contract, we have price testing the September all-time high, 57.21 quarter. However, the December all-time high is 57.85 half. So we're really kind of looking at some maybe some history, some areas from back in July when we put in these highs in the December contract for possible areas. We do have the weekly kickoff high adjusted to 57 half. That is a measured move. We'll be watching to see if price attempts to get to that level. But more importantly than pretty much anything that I can see on the charts or anything that we're all going to be seeing on the charts is, remember, anything can happen. We are in the teeth of rollover. Volume doesn't matter. Open interest doesn't matter. All of that is very, very blurry. So just remember to CYA, cover your ass, and look for opportunities. I saw somebody in the chat say, see money, take money. And I think that that's really good advice for traders today. If you get into some profits, see money, take money, manage your risk, manage your expectations today. Again, it's rollover. Everything is a little bit blurry. Delta's not really going to mean much because everything is so divided between the September and the December contract as far as volume, open interest, Delta, all of those things are going to be really blurry today. Now, let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. On the TopstepX charts, this big rally that looks like we had last night, it's really just the difference between the September contract and the December contract. So a lot of the levels that you're going to be looking at and from these charts aren't necessarily going to line up with the December contract. Yes, we are aware, so I've moved last week's high and last week's low on these charts to the December last week's high and last week's low. So we're looking at 5702 as last week's high. We are holding above it. If I were to be looking solely at overnight inventory, I'd be looking at some long overnight inventory up against a big number, a previous all-time high from the September contract, 5721.5. So this market is really pushing in the front month now to areas that it has not seen in the front month before, which further, I think, complicates things. It is going to be a tough day from where I'm sitting. Switch day as a trader has always been one of the tougher trading days of the rollover period. So just be aware of that. Remember, it's a $61 premium in the December over the this September contract. We got weekly kickoff high again here at 57.5. We've got the December all-time high at 57.85.5. So, while we may be celebrating new all-time highs, the December contract did put in a higher all-time high back there in July. It is going to be a tough trading day, traders. Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ. All right. So we did manage, while the September was the front month, to break out above this trend line. That, I think, is going to be good news. But again, it is switch day, volume, open interest delta, all going to be very blurry. Adjust your levels accordingly. Now, there is a 232-point premium in the December over the September contract. So any math-related numbers, you can just move those levels to those areas and look for opportunities based off of more of the December information than the September information. We've got last week's high in the December contract, pretty much right where we're at right now, 19,813.5. That's last week's December high. December high. We're right there. This could be an interesting level for an execution, as it does help you. And it does allow you to potentially limit risk. It's all about limiting risk today. And when you see money, take money. That, I think, is really good advice, again, for traders in the equities today and in crude oil, because crude oil also rolled over. We'll take a look at that here in just a second. So taking a look at the 30-minute chart, there is a gap above that has been adjusted for the December contract. We've got 2,206 weekly kickoff high. 19,813.5 is last week's December high. We've got the 5% off the all-time high. It seems kind of strange, right? We are still 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ, and we're pushing the September all-time high in the S&Ps. Well, the NASDAQ has been the weaker of the two of them. Overnight inventory, we're looking at some long overnight inventory. Settlement is, again, this is the December settlement, 19,665 quarter. That's marked with this yellow line here. So when we look at where we opened last night, we're trading higher. Overnight inventory long up against last week's December high. Interesting area. Like Dakota says, trading is a decision. It's a choice. You do not have to trade on days where there's so much weird things going on in the markets. And that's really, I think, the only way I can explain rollover is weird things happen in the markets. Just be careful today. Yesterday's profile in the December contract in the S&P and in the NASDAQ were both normal variation, neutral days. Price may start looking for opportunities to facilitate trade at other levels, but remember, the longer time frame traders are more interested in getting a cheap rollover done today and tomorrow before expiration on Friday and before the FOMC meeting than they are about directional activity. Their focus is not on adjusting inventories between different products. Their focus in these equities is to just move their positions to the December contract in a cheap or profitable way. It takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity. That's why we're really suggesting see money, take money today. See money, take money today. Take a quick look at crude. All right. We have also switched into the November contract. So that does change things up a little bit. There's about $1 discount in November to the October contract. So we've adjusted our weekly kickoff levels. Weekly kickoff low 64.60, weekly kickoff high 72.60. Last week's high 69.35. We're testing it right now as we speak. This morning, we've been coming off that low, kind of falling into some balance. You could call it a rollover balance because, again, some of the bigger crude players are working on getting their contracts out of the October contract and into the November and future contracts. So a lot of the focus won't be directional today. It'll be to getting a cheap or profitable rollover accomplished. So we've got 2 days in consolidation. We may be the third day here in consolidation, as we can see on the daily chart here. Again, volume, open interest, delta isn't really going to matter as there's so much division in volume between the expiring front month and the future months. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. There's our discount settlement in the November contract, 69.02, losing 12,000 in open interest. Again, that's not going to be very reliable today. Overnight inventory is flat. We're trading basically right at settlement. I've adjusted some of these levels weekly. There's a naked point of control up above at 70.02. And we've got another naked point of control down here at 65.90. As we continue to move through time here, we'll get a little bit more reliable levels based off the November levels on these charts. The profile yesterday, again, a normal variation neutral day. That sometimes indicates that the market is ready to start seeking facilitation at new levels. But again, we are in rollover. That changes everything. Take a quick look at gold now. All right. So we've seen after the breakout to the upside, we saw some pretty decent volume, but now we're just kind of idling up here and we seem to be cutting off volume, open interest. We added 1,800 in open interest yesterday. So there was still some continuation of buying, I believe, through the session yesterday, but not a lot of momentum or continuation. So we've kind of set up a little consolidation here. This consolidation can do very well to adjust inventories for the next leg, either higher or a pullback back to the previous balance area high, which really we're kind of looking at, let's call it 25.60. Evening inventory is what consolidation does. Here's the 30-minute chart. So there's all kinds of weak structure down below in this market, and there has been since we started the rally. It's only going to become important when it becomes important. Overnight inventory was a little bit shortish. We'll look at where we traded down to on that 730 bar, right to the high of the gap that we left last week, right to the high of it, and then we've rejected it. So this market is still, I think, attracting buyers at lower levels. In the short time frame, we are seeing lower highs and lower lows. Be cautious about that. So 1, 2, 3 days in balance. We've taken a couple of looks below this afternoon, this kind of morning pullback low here from Friday. And we keep rejecting below that. Now we've tested down to the high end of this gap here, almost to the tick, it looks like, and buyers keep coming back in. So as long as we don't start getting into this gap or heading towards this naked point of control down below at 75, 78 half, I'm looking for this market to rotate. I'm going to be using balance to breakout rules. In other words, you buy the low end of the balance, you sell the high end of the balance until there's a breakout that sustains, and then you go with it. The profile yesterday, normal variation neutral. Market should start looking for new areas to facilitate trade. Take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, and creative, and centered in your trading today and every day. Pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
I agree. Business time.
Business.
Working. I think I got somebody coming up the driveway right now. And boy, he got out of his car very quick into the door. Let's answer that door. And who do we got? Yes, the man with the Caribbean tan. Good morning, Rips. How are you today,
Good morning.
buddy?
Good. How you doing, Eddie? How you doing, Hug?
I'm good. You got a little echo going there.
I do.
You did. Now it's gone.
Okay, well that's good. Hopefully you folks can hear me. But yeah,
How you feeling about
markets
this
are,
rollover?
yeah, markets are doing their thing here. I tried to trade a little bit on my own stream. Ended up taking about a $1,900 loss. So maybe we'll try to trade it and recover it, or we'll probably just wait until after FOMC to see if we can get any trades on here. It's a very difficult situation to trade this type of price action during rollover week. Contract roll, 30 seconds here. Contract roll and also dealing with FOMC tomorrow. So, I mean, these are the 30-second bars here, and this is anybody's ball game. I mean, we had what looked like a nice little breakout trade. We draw some liquidity above there. Now we're coming back down into balance down here. If we're looking at the volume profile just from this section of trade, it's pretty evenly distributed, which makes it extremely difficult to kind of trade this stuff. So, you know, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. So I would recommend, you know, if you're a newer trader, even a veteran trader, I've been doing this for 10 years and I'm still having difficulty in trading this. I would say the best chance of opportunity for the highest probabilistic odds of having successful trades is going to be waiting until Thursday. And I think that's a smart thing to do. And if you can find the strength to only trade combines, don't trade your funded accounts, just trade something where it's going to be nothing that can hurt you. Like I traded combines this morning. I wasn't going to touch my XFAs this morning. I didn't touch my XFAs yesterday. I'm not in the mood to do it. And I just think that trying to trade a funded account under this type of condition is either setting yourself to gamble or putting yourself in a position for failure. So I would say hands on your butts for the next couple of days. If you have enough mental fortitude, maybe you trade the FOMC conference tomorrow. But again, these are very gambly situations where the price action can move around so fast. And when you have certain drawdown limits that you can only withstand a certain amount of losses in your trades, you have to be very, very careful for that. So again, I would recommend to most, if not all traders out there, just wait until Thursday. Don't trade funded accounts until Thursday. And if you have that itch, just pray to those market gods and hope that you don't get run over.
Yeah, Rips, I agree. I've been doing this 30 years. These rollovers and FOMCs, when they overlap, are very, very difficult times to trade. My acronym this morning on the opening call was CYA, cover your ass. If you're going to trade today, see money, take money, manage risk very tightly. If things don't go your way, you don't have to trade today.
Yeah, and I think that you know, if you are finding that itch that you must trade, it's okay to trade a practice account. I mean, a practice account, you'll kind of see what you did. You know, it's one of those things where if you're feeling like you got to have that itch scratched, go ahead and trade it in a practice account. You can't hurt yourself, can't cause yourself any undue damage. And if, you know, combines are ripping the wind to you and it's not that big of a deal financially, hey, maybe you trade combines, but I would highly recommend staying away from the funded account situation.
Hey, sorry to interject. Yes, we've got just about a few seconds here. And let's get our Fed heads in the gates.
Hey, yo.
And hello, Andre. And we're going to open up here in just a few seconds, my friend.
Oh, wow. Yes, we are. About 10 seconds. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV's Fast Markets. You know him down the lower left. You got Rips in the house. You saw him yesterday. Upper right-hand corner, star of Slow Markets. Coach Dakota. Upper left, you got MP, Mr. Michael Patak in the house. And we are open on this
Open! Yay!
Let's go! Hogue, what are we looking at here on this open? I see we are on the December contract now in the equities. What's happening, Hogue?
Yes, we are. My platform with the opening range is currently frozen. I've got to restart that. So we're really looking at a pretty substantial opening range here in the NASDAQ. Just looking at where we are, take a quick look here. It's so difficult. We don't see where we're at in we're range to the day in this December yesterday. You know, in the NASDAQ, we're right up against last week's high, 19,813.5, 19,813.5. At the very least, that lets us limit risk, right? We've got overnight inventory to the long side up against last week's high. Interesting area. As soon as I get opening range information, I'll come back with you with that. I got to restart that platform. I apologize about that. But here we are.
Sure, Hogue. I was watching the reopen, and we went from SEP to Dece, and everything gapped higher. I said, oh, my God, did I miss the news? Nope, just the roll from SEP to Dece. Anyways, let's go to my man Rips. Yep, go ahead, Rips. What are we seeing? We're seeing some buyers coming out of the gate here, NQ and ES. What do we think here, Rips?
Yeah, I mean, this thing is just coming out of balance early, and it's just ripping to the top side. We have a wick that we want to start testing up here, up at these 820s, but I want to wait. I'd like to wait for the first 15-minute opening range to kind of form, and then we can kind of decide from there. All of this, to me right now, given the situation, the landscape of the market, it just seems to me that we should just be patient and wait for this 15-minute range to develop first.
All right, sounds good. Dakota, be patient. What do
You
we
sound disappointed, Andre. Come on.
I'm just messing with you. You are 100% right. You are 100% right. Be patient. I think coming out tomorrow.
We could play some chess. We could play chess.
We had a chess teacher on with us yesterday. Dr. Hawk was on with us. Dr. Hack, I say, talking about chess and trading yesterday. Go check that out from Power Players. But Dakota, what do you got in your background there? You got a bull in your background today. I mean, you're bullish.
Oh yeah, we know. I'm always bullish. Yeah, I agree with what Rip said. I mean, you don't have to trade. Rip, I mean, I heard Hogue say that this morning. Take a nice break, enjoy like a midweek weekend, come back Thursday morning and hit it hard. But I think we're going to continue to see more of what we saw Thursday, Friday, and yesterday. Just a lot of chop. There's always going to be opportunities in the market when we're watching them. And understanding how the markets are reacting to not put ourselves in a position to get surprised or get us in a bad situation and lose money in a market environment like this.
That's spot
Yeah,
on.
I
Hey,
think
just want to give these
the
guys.
Go ahead.
I just want to give these two guys a shout out, Dakota and Rips, for holding it down last Wednesday, Michael. These two guys absolutely killed it, holding down the fort while Topstep was away up in Wisconsin. These two guys had a great stream. Really fun to watch. Super engaging.
Oh, yeah.
Getting in there trading, cutting it up. It's really good to see. Good morning, Michael. How's it going today?
Good. Topstep's away. The pros will play. That was what we said.
Wow.
Andre? No?
You were
Wow.
locked and loaded on that comment.
Hey,
had that in
crew,
the holster ready.
we've got crude oil 83% long here right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so we're kicking it here in the crude. Just want to let everybody know.
Yes, we do. What month do you? What's front, Eddie? What's front month in crude? Is it Z or is it
That's short NASDAQ right now.
It's November.
Thank you, sir. What's up, Dakota?
This NASDAQ's looking heavy for a run down towards 744.
I would want to see us get through 760 first, and I don't know if we're going to do that quickly here. So, yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm going to paper trade this. Short NASDAQ down, from right now to see if we can make a run.
Cost me $73 to test out my hotkeys again.
What hotkeys are you using over there, MP?
I use Stream Deck, and every morning I kind of like to put an order in, but every morning so far this week I've been on the wrong side. Even when I go in, out, in, out.
I like Dakota's idea. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ failed to maintain any price at all above the overnight high.
Yeah, to me it's a short down to like 740, 750, but it's a paper trade where I'm hands off.
Yeah, it looks like you were
Both the
on
markets,
the ticket there, on the money.
Both the markets opened with session gaps higher. So it looks like we are making an effort to go down and try and close those gaps.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Am I coming through okay?
I think you might be on a different
Sounds
line.
great, MP.
Michael, can you tap that microphone? Can you tap that microphone?
Yeah,
It's not coming through. Yeah, you're coming through your computer mic, I think.
Your mic. This mic.
It's like this is the first time doing this.
Gold 71% short in the tilt.
Gold
We got some
71% long.
skew here, NASDAQ, S&P 63% short in the tilt.
Yep. So
Yeah, I'm curious if we're actually going to make it down to those targets. What was your target that you were looking for there, Dakota?
740s.
Yeah, we got to get through that 760 line in the sand first, I think.
Yeah, we bounced right off those 760s so far.
Mm-hmm.
You got 90% long.
What a
crude.
bounce indeed. That's a wild one.
Oh,
Gap
rip it
close
off
in
of it.
the NASDAQ takes us down to 697.
697. 697.
That's the gap close.
Yeah, I could
What
see
gap
that.
is that? What gap is that from? Hogue, is that from the roll? What gap is that? 697.
No, that's just from yesterday's session high to where we are now.
And I could see that
December
happening. Yeah, I could see 690s coming into play, but 6 minutes in, sitting on my hands, watch, wait, relax.
All right, 697 NQ gap close. Rips, I heard you in the pre-open. Traded up a little bit. Super choppy, super thin. I mean, it's roll right now, Rips. What do you think?
I just think, again, I just don't think there's a lot of opportunities on a day like today. It seems to be more like gambling. And if you're trading a funded account in this situation, you're definitely leaving a lot up to luck in this type of thing. You really have to be able to withstand huge whips in this market. Like we tapped 63 off the lows and now we traded all the way up to 93. These are 30 handle whips. You can't really withstand that if you're trading the regular minis in the NQ. It's not realistic that you could withstand that big of a stop unless you see something that's like you're dead to rights on a trade. So I think it's just better to sit on your hands on a day like today.
Yeah, Nick Fertickle gets very weird today. Be careful. Agreed, Nick Fertick. We're going to tread lightly today. Dakota, we were talking about that yesterday in fast markets. Really got to widen stops. See profit, take profit. Kind of skews with the risk reward ratio. Dakota, would you say? How do you got to really navigate these waters very carefully?
It's just not normal trading. I mean, we just seen that, and Rips just was saying that, like 30-point rally right back down, where you do have to have wider stops. Minis it is really hard to trade in this because of that. So yeah, if you want to trade, or if you are going to trade, it's going to be micros, and there's no way that I imagine people holding through that what we just saw. 65s back up to 94s, right back down into these 50s, where the trade in and of itself was great, but how we get there has been very sloppy and messy.
Yeah, it can be. I've taken a look at this crude tilt. Still 83%. We saw it all the way up to 90%. Used to rally.
Yeah, see, once again there, Andre, we hit 57s, bouncing right back to 67. So what makes this so difficult, too, for traders out there is that you don't know when to take profit on these trades. I mean, maybe you're getting frisky with that reverse button on your trading platform, and maybe that's working for you. But right there, we just hit 57 on the lows, and now we are trading almost up to 87s. Once again, that is a 30 handle rejection off the lows. So that makes for a very, very difficult trading situation. You don't know when to take profit. You don't know when to reverse your trade. You don't know when to get in. You don't know when to get out. And the market is just going to be rinsing people. So if you don't know about how difficult this could be, trade it on a practice account and see first if you can get your hands around this market. If you can't, maybe just continue trading the practice account, or just lock it up and take some mental trades. Like Dakota took a paper trade, a mental paper trade on that one. That's how I think you should be doing this.
What was the paper trade? Did you sell or buy your paper trade, Dakota?
I'm shorting Nasdaq in paper. But I am going to be watching crude and gold. I mean, last week we've seen it where Nasdaq's just a chop fest, and sometimes like crude or gold seems to be a lot more cleaner and less choppy. But tomorrow's FOMC, everyone's going to be waiting and watching to see there, even in gold and just markets around the world.
Dakota, you mentioned gold, and if this Fed decision, with the probabilities of favoring a larger 50% cut interest rates, this is really going to boost the attractiveness of gold.
Makes money more expensive.
Yep.
Less expensive. Sorry.
And speaking of interest rates, we also have a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central Time today. So that can be another market event, can really stir things up. It's really the only one that I'm watching today, Andre. That's really the only one that makes sense to me, that makes sense to pay attention to. Outside of that, it's going to be a pretty choppy, washy session outside of, we really don't have much important news that's coming out outside of that 20-year bond auction. We did have some news this morning. We had the advanced retail sales that came out today at 8:30, but it really, again, didn't have that much of an effect on the market. We went out of balance, and then we came back into balance, and we kind of traded around that. And we're just kind of chopping around since.
85%.
Yeah, I see that as
oil.
90%, 81% long crude oil. We just had it up to 90%. MP, you good? How's do mic check real quick? We lost
Nice.
him.
That was
The
an
wrong
answer.
There it is.
button.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
Hey, Eddie, Rips and I were
Guys.
just talking about the calendar today. Eddie, what are you seeing on there? Am I seeing Logan speaking today? Is that true, Eddie? What do you got up for the calendar today?
Yes, Wolverine is speaking.
My name is Wolverine.
Yes. We got numbers coming out here in about 13 minutes. I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning. 9 o'clock, top of the hour, we've got our business inventory. I'm sorry, yeah, business inventories. Industrial production was the last number that came out. Fed Logan also at 9 o'clock. We got the housing market index, very minor number. Retail inventories might put a little dash spice in the markets. And coming up at 12 o'clock, high noon with Gary Cooper, 20-year bond auction. And later in the afternoon, our API weekly crude stock. So there you have it, Andre. And back to you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Keep in
Microphone
mind, too-
checker.
Sounds good.
Oh,
there we go.
Loud and
There you
clear.
Clear.
Nebraska,
Microphone
loud and
checker.
clear.
Keep in
It's
mind,
an old
Andre,
1990s rap song. Microphone checker.
for Lori Logan, we are in a Fed blackout period, and people are saying,
Yeah.
well, why is she allowed to speak? It's pre-recorded. It is not live, so her remarks are pre-recorded.
Is Wolverine.
A little bit of a loophole here.
Yeah. Okay, Logan. Just cash in those speaking fees. I like it.
Yeah,
do it.
That's how it's done.
Yes, it is. Michael, good morning.
You ever been
Got,
paid to talk, Andre?
What's that like? I can only. That seems like a sweet gig. Getting paid to talk.
You are every day. When you come. I guess
Seems like a
discounts.
sweet gig. to get
How
paid to
about
talk.
speaking
Anyway.
engagement?
That kind of
Dakota, you ever
speaking,
done?
yes.
Dakota, you ever done a speaking engagement? Rips?
I have, but I haven't gotten paid for it.
They shortchanged you.
Yeah, I mean, I did it for a large corporation, and it was a good time, but I didn't get paid for it.
Man, they owe you.
Yeah, I've done a few presentations on supply chain, but I was already on a salary for it.
Very
Michael,
nice.
you've ever done any public speaking engagements there?
I've never been paid for one.
Man, all four of
Done
us,
them all.
man.
I've done them all out of the kindness of my own heart.
Look, you couldn't even say it with
What
a
a
straight
guy.
face. Couldn't even say it with a straight face. All right, MP. We're keeping an eye on the crude. Crude was 90% long, and it does continue to rally. We're seeing a bit of a pullback, about 5 cents off the highs here. Crude still 78% long, and the tilt here. You'll see the tilt scrolling across the top of the screen. I can show you. We're looking at a different tilt. We're looking at the real-time tilt. What you see at the top of the screen is a 10-minute delay. What we're looking at only on Topstep X is real-time. So we'll keep referring to tilt if you're asking, what's tilt? Just,
Are we looking at different markets than today? Is that what you guys are talking about?
Like, yeah, Dakota Rips. What are your thoughts? I think Dakota was kind of alluding to that.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if the grass is greener on the other side because the markets are choppy. Tomorrow's FOMC. Everything is going to be a little bit of a mess.
Everything
in one way or the other.
If you want to hear my take on things, you have a permanent check mark for me to lock the house account out from trading today. I think that no trades is a best position for trading the house account today. That's my personal take on things.
I get it. It's a day before. It's still a day before. It almost is to say then.
You hear that?
It sounds like somebody really wants to push some buttons over there.
The day before, folks.
It's also switch day. It's right in the middle of rollover. This is a hard day to trade typically.
Yeah.
Folks,
I think that this is how I look at it, right? Let's just say that you trade your accounts. I traded some combines this morning. I lost $1,900 on some combines this morning. If I don't trade that, I'm technically up $1,900 from my low mark, right? So if we look at this, let's say we trade the house account. We have a really good trade. It looks dead to rights. We take it. And the market makers have different ideas. They put us in a washing machine. We get chopped out. And then maybe it even does what we wanted to do, but we got stopped out anyway. Let's say we end up losing like $5,000, $7,000. Well, if we didn't take that trade, that's $7,000 that we could have saved. So that's making a profit by not trading. That's the way that I look at it.
I come into work back in the good old days, and I would think, I'm not feeling it. I'm just going to go in and pull a little out and then call it a day. And then I go in and I actually give away a day. So they're because it's like roll week is a tough week. I always went on vacations after I got crushed. I was trading well. Crushed was like a $7,000 down day. That was like when I was like 24. Yeah. I was trading really well. And then I just had $7,000. And I was just like, for what? And now I was trading during roll. And I'm like, I vowed to never trade on roll ever again. So, that being said, I go travel every 4 times a year. I travel more than, well, no, I didn't really travel that much. 4 times a year during roll.
87% long crude. Thanks, Hoops.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this crude.
Yeah, I'm watching it as well. If we are going to trade, it's going to be a consolidation type trade, expecting consolidation and chop.
Yeah, we're currently holding under 800s in the NASDAQ here. We're seeing a lot of green across the board. The only one out of the Magnificent Seven that isn't green right now is NVIDIA. So I think that's keeping the market a little bit buoyed to the downside. So if we start to break out in NVIDIA and we continue this green approach throughout the Magnificent Seven, we could see this perking up and then reclaiming potentially 830s to the top side of NASDAQ here. And we're talking about the December contracts, of course.
Deece, Michael. Can you believe it? The front month is Deece already in 2024? Crazy.
Ski season 2024.
Ski season, like where your head's at. Hey, upper left-hand corner of the screen. I say it every morning. Hashtag Fast Markets. You guys have been coming through hot, bringing your fire content to share it with the community. Hit us up at Twitter, at Topstep, hashtag Fast Markets. We're seeing some buying coming in here. And NASDAQ, boy, it just gets rejected like that. It is very, very tricky right now, Rips, like you were talking about. We're trying to push through these 800s. Yeah. Last trade, 19,790. Last trade. These 19,800 seem to be the line in the sand for the time being. Dakota, any levels of interest, or just watching
short
price action?
NASDAQ. Mine's just shorting NASDAQ on pops up.
Okay.
That's what
both the S&P and the NASDAQ held VWAP, held overnight VWAP. Oh. VWAP is tilted to the upside, and both of the markets tested down to it and found buyers down there at least the last time down. VWAP in the NASDAQ 19,755, S&P 57, 16 area. Just for reference.
Oh, yeah, I need to change the color.
Look at that rejection there off the highs. It's another 30 handle rejection there, Andre, off the highs.
Vicious.
Now we got a chance to give up VWAP here.
Okay, man, Rips, you ain't kidding. That was.
I mean, this market will give you whiplash. It's honestly insane. Like, I'm sitting here watching. I actually feel a lot, calmer knowing that I'm not going to press any buttons. My Stream Deck's on my desk. It's far away from me. My hands are over here. I'm not touching any buttons. Smart. It feels kind of refreshing to know that I'm not going to push any buttons. Now, anybody else out there, they can see the market in a different way and just be playing this range and be very successful at it. But what I know is this is not conducive for my own trading style. So that's why my personal take on this is hands off. That doesn't mean that that's going to work for anybody else out there. You might be a rock star in this type of market. Kill it. Get your paper, boo-boo. Nobody's going to stop you. But for me and my type of trading style, my hands are off.
Your paper, boo-boo. I like it.
That's true.
Yeah.
In and out trader, you mentioned in here in the chat, you guys always talk about the markets aren't great for trading. We don't always talk about that at all. Always is not a word. Always seems it's every day. This week we have, because it's roll week. So that's the first sentence that you said. Yet there's always somebody making money every day. So instead of complaining about the markets, learn how to trade those days better. I see that. I see that through your lens. I can get it. If you've been trading for so long, you understand that there's going to be days where Mama said there's days like today. Days like today is the roll. Roll. Just think, like the roll is happening right now. And if you don't know futures, if you came from somewhere else, then get to know futures, because the roll is always a little funky. Then you have the Fed tomorrow. Right now is not the greatest time to trade. I said that yesterday too. Mike, don't say if somebody busted out of a combine or their XFA, might take the whole week off. Do not go back. Do not trade with any firm. If I were you right now, I would just go hands off this whole week and just relax. There's that, or there is practice, or in a combine, and learn how to trade the roll. If you want to trade the roll, because it's going to be choppy, it's going to have these swings that Rips just talked about. So to each its own, but there's no always in this game. So we're not always saying don't trade. We're going to always say don't trade during the times that we learned not to trade. That's kind of the kickback we try to do.
I promise you too that there is somebody out there that this is their exact market that they love to trade. Like they love the rinse, they love the tight range, they love these little micro breakdowns and pops back up. This is like their perfect market. And everybody's different. That's what makes the market so beautiful, is that we can all see the market in different ways. And trader A can make a ton of money, trader B can get their face ripped off. It's all different, and this is why markets are such a beautiful thing to be trading.
I like that. Hey, 75% short. 70% short.
Go to Dees.
S&P and
same thing. Go to Dees.
I'm in Dees.
You are in Dees. I got 63%.
It is now. Yeah.
Okay.
Old P. Diddy's having a tough morning.
Oh, what happened? I didn't get that news.
He just dropped a new album, Racketeering. It's just.
Oh, did he get? Did he finally get some charges launched against him?
They got him.
Oh yeah, they got him in New York.
Oh snap! Look at this. Oh no!
Wow.
God, did you guys see that video in the hallway? Man,
oh, terrible. Just awful.
I would love to stumble across. I would love to stumble across that. I would have jumped in and gave it every effing thing I got to beat that guy. That's just me trying to help somebody out. Good Samaritan style. That was bad.
A little Diddy talk here on Top Step TV. You never know what you're going to get here on Fast Markets. We'll spray all corners. We talk Diddy, we talk roll, we talk crude, whatever you want to talk. We're here for you. But yes, not Diddy.
That's funny. I actually even forgot about that was even ongoing. But sneak it right in. Just a random day in September.
Yep. Right now, we got a housing market. We got business inventories coming out in about 7 minutes or so.
We are coming down, Andre. Oh my goodness,
we're selling
super low here. This is really selling off here. The level that I'd want to be watching here to the downside is going to be all the way nestled down at 693. Am I going to trade down to that level? No chance. But I'd like to see it get down there. Maybe, because I know Michael over there is getting the scritches because he wants to get a trade on. Maybe if we get down.
Oh no, absolutely not.
No,
absolutely not. I want to see traders trade when they see the pitch. Not tell them. I'm not screaming from the dugout. Hey, swing the bat. Where you're in the majors now. No.
Looks like Diddy liquidating the 401k here.
Wow. Here we go.
Jack,
oh, get him, Jack.
Here we
go. Oh, man. Yep, let's
my paper trade. I just closed it out.
Oh, did you? Did
you get a good fill there?
Did you take any?
Yeah, I got
on your
actually.
paper
I bottom ticked it. I got
wow, I can't believe they filled you at 709. You were the guy. You're Himothy.
You're Himothy. Very nice. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 19,726.
75% short now. 70% short. Shorts are coming in right around these levels, where they were in deeper, a little lower down there.
Gotcha.
In the 20s, 19,720s. When it was trading there, it was about 73.
Yeah.
How's the Mag 7 doing? Does that have any take on what's going on here?
I know who to ask. Rips. How's Mag 7
Mag 7 right now, the only thing that's really bringing the market down out of the entire Mag 7 is NVIDIA. That's it. It's kind of crazy, to be honest. Like there's no outside of roll week FOMC, there's really nothing in the Mag 7 that's suggesting that we should see the market cratering this hard. But that's welcome to roll week.
Thanks, Rips.
Yes.
5 minutes remaining.
Right.
Let's do a poll real quick to help Sean Mastro out. Does Diddy walk or not? Wow. Easy one for me.
Okay. Oh, Diddy. Diddy in trouble. Dakota, did you switch? That's a bear in your background. Was that a bull when we came in? Now it's a bear. What happened there? Was it always been a bear this morning?
I was short. I was short NASDAQ. I might change my background.
I like it.
You got a problem with that, Andre? Come on, man.
No, I love the Bears. I love the Chicago Bears. Even though we stink, I love the Chicago Bears.
We don't stink yet. That's what's wrong with the Bears fans. You give up too soon.
Yet.
Give up too soon. Tough to play in Chicago. Throw one interception. Looking for a new guy.
Fire stepping in here in the
I like your attitude,
NQ.
Michael.
Yeah, me too,
Don't
Michael.
give up.
You must be new to this thing. I love your eternal optimism.
Welcome to Chicago.
Your
18
eternal
years.
optimism. Yeah, I'm kidding. He's a diehard Bears fan. He's just trying to stay positive.
I gave up on the Cubs. I was tired of being a lovable loser. You know they call them the lovable losers. And then I gave up. And then I think the next year or the following year they won the World Series. And then I had some of the guys in my group call me a bandwagon. I'm like, no, I just took a sabbatical.
Well, it's like the White Sox and the Cubs. I mean, you want to go to who's ever putting out the better show. I mean, that's how I think. I mean, if you're not really giving an effort, come on, you can come in and watch. Why even bother? Give me a good show.
Well, if that's the case, Eddie, then Blackhawks did that for the last 10, 12 years. What do we have? How many Stanleys do we have or playoffs?
Three Stanley Cups.
Yeah. That was a run. That was a good time.
Speaking of three,
all right,
markets.
Great
let's get
out.
these numbers out of the way.
Great out.
Yeah, great out is right. All right, let's get
That
these
was
numbers
sick,
out of the
Dakota.
way.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
Sick, Dakota.
Yeah,
Hell of a
thank
trade.
you.
709
Thank
cover.
you.
That's like that's.
I mean, that was the
first.
only thing I was seeing on that. Yeah. Maybe we should sell off.
I saw that paper
Take
trade.
a bow on a practice account trade.
Yep. All right, MP. Let's get these numbers out of the way. We got the keys. House account is open. We'll be extra
easy
judicious.
now.
Look at that, man.
Slow down.
NQ is wild.
All right, 2 minutes here on that number. Well, actually, 1:40. Business inventories. They're looking at a projected 0.3%, prior 0.3%. And the housing market, they're looking at a 41 and coming in at 39 or prior 39. So minute and a half here.
All right.
We have it ripping through the VWAP. Pivoting. Why'd you like the 19.7 10s 9s zone? Dakota. Didn't you cover 09s 10?
Yeah, and just like a paper trade.
So
yeah, I mean we
just on momentum.
rallied up so far, and it was just I'm playing a consolidation day. Looking for this market not to be trending, selling when we bounce, buying when we dip.
Yeah, I feel like you could just kind of reverse the momentum anytime we pause. Like right now, we're pausing that move to the upside, so brain dead short. That could be a trade there. But I don't want to trade it. I don't want to test it. I just want to sit here and watch this.
Right.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Eddie. Let's get
Yeah,
this number
especially
out of the way.
with news coming on
Check
the
your
docket.
positions.
Flatten all, cancel all.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know, is right.
As Mr. Hoagland says, anything can happen.
Ain't that the truth? All right, here we go. Taking a look.
ECH, baby.
ECH. Here we go.
We got that right. All right, what do we got here? We got coming in housing. Oh, wrong sound effect. Sorry about that. There we go. Yes, charge. We got the housing market coming in at 41 as predicted, and business inventories coming in at 0.4%, a little higher than the 0.3% as expected. Back to you, Andre.
All right, thanks, Eddie. Nothing happening there. Dakota rips. We got the numbers in the rearview mirror. We do have that 20-year bond auction in about 3 hours, so don't worry about that anytime soon. So let's trade it up, boys. What do we think?
I'm still from the same school of thought here that if the market starts to pause, you just reverse the crap out of it. And right there, we came up to a pause. So taking that market short there. And I'm just doing this kind of like based on the reversal of the momentum. If we stop the momentum, we're obviously going to seek price in the other direction. I mean, not obviously, but that's kind of seems to be the only way that this price is snaking around right now.
If this is a consolidated day, if the odds are consolidation, let's just play the odds. Is it a trend day up, trend day down, or consolidation? Which would you say? Put a poll in there. Which would you guys say this day ends? We have Fed week. We talked about chop week, Fed day tomorrow, Fed week. You got all these things happening. What do you think for the 5,000 people here? What do you think? For the guys here right now, I'd have the argument to say that, Dakota already said it's a consolidation day, range-bound day.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, would you lean towards that play? Even if you're doing practice, even if you're doing micros or whatever. That's the one that you're in. That's in your head right now. Okay.
Yep. It's just identify what the market's doing and just trade it.
Yeah, that should help all the people that just started trading to kind of understand that there are sideways days. And when we say this in the morning when the market starts, we're like, oh, it's chop week, it's Fed. We're thinking in our head it's probably not going to be anything like directional or tip of the hands you're not going to see the trades too well. I don't know. It's just a tougher trade. Range-bound days, and
we'll just end up back in balance by the day is over. I mean, if you look at the S&P right now, we're in a very tight range. I think that, we might snake around for the day, but then we just kind of end up exactly where we started. So it's just a big wash for the market makers to chop up any retail traders that are crazy enough to trade this price action.
Yeah. Can we take a short up here? That would be the trade. Short up here.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Uh-oh. Dakota's looking hungry.
We had a lot of short buys too down there. That was another thing that we were talking about down in the 720s. Now it's 50 handles away, but it was pretty heavy. I'm just sharing info from back then. It's only 50-50. It's 50-50 right now.
By the way, we did just get a massive ripper there in Tesla. Tesla is ripping right now, going nuts.
3 1/4.
Hey, Hogue, if you're there, I want to bring you in really quick. I got a question. We're kind of taking the approach where we're going to be a little bit more hands-off. We're going to be very judicious and very follow the process if a trade does present itself. Who is doing the business? Who is conducting? Who are the players that are trading the rollover, Hogue? I want to know. Let's a question. Yeah, who is actually participating in roll right now? Institutions, big-time players, locals, who?
Well,
great question.
Anybody that has a position in the September contract that they want to maintain has to roll that contract into the December contract. So if you've got, let's say, 10,000 contracts to roll and you have to buy the spread, if you buy the spread on the bid, you save yourself a tick. That's 10,000 ticks. If you buy it on the offer, that costs you 10,000 ticks. So there's that way to do it. And there's also ways to leg out of one position and into the next month. So that way you're timing, you're actually putting naked risk on the market. And let's say you're long the SEP, you look for a pop to sell it, you look for a pullback to buy the Ds to move your position over. So most of the focus of the longer time frame, deep pockets, banks, institutions, funds, if they have lots to roll over, and some of them have sometimes hundreds of thousands, that becomes their focus. They're not thinking about directional activity. They're trying to make money or at least get a cheap rollover accomplished. So it takes their focus away from adjusting inventory against other products, which they all are, hedging things against a bunch of other products, takes it from that to actually not losing money on the rollover, because you can lose a lot. You got 100,000 contracts to roll. You could lose 100,000 or more if you do it wrong.
Say that, Dakota.
You can lose a lot. Short 4 micros from 787. Sorry, Hogue.
Okay. And then, Hogue, you finished off with your last part. Your kicker was what? You guys merged.
Well, yeah, just when you think about rollover, you've got all these. You got 2 million contracts in the September contract, and many of them are going to have to roll into the December contract. So that takes the focus off from bigger, longer time frame traders from adjusting those inventories against other products and directional activity to actually achieving a cheap rollover. So they can lose a lot of money just moving those positions over if they do it wrong. It takes a lot of their focus away from directional activity and into getting a cheap or making money on the rollover, at least not losing money on the rollover. So it leaves a lot of the short time frame traders to just kind of move price around in a range a lot. You'll hear me say a lot, like on the opening call, rollovers tend to create ranges because the longer time frame is not that interested in directional activity. Now it also complicates things, this rollover, because there's an FOMC meeting right smack in the middle of it. So the longer time frame traders will get pushed into directional activity in a single product if something goofy happens tomorrow. Just looking at the open interest change yesterday in the S&Ps, it was an estimated additional 212,000 contracts added yesterday. It's probably going to be wrong, but most of the rollover is probably going to be accomplished yesterday and today because all those longer time frame traders know they got the FOMC tomorrow and they can get wrecked if they're found naked trying to leg a spread to roll their position into December. So there's going to be a lot of rollover occurring yesterday, which I believe actually happened, and today. They're going to try and get that rollover done mostly today, I'm thinking.
Yeah, there's also, big institutions are doing swaps. Isn't that right, John?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of the most famous swaps into the Ds, the December contract, is from Bank of America. They call it the BOFA Ds.
I get it, both of these.
There's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot.
You're a nut. You're a nut.
Jeez. All right, Dakota, did you say you were short?
Yeah, I'm short from 787.
787, Michael. Short. Dakota's short. How many times? 787.
4 micros times 5. Oh, this is just chop still.
So the fact that we were unable to close the gaps, we made a valiant effort to close those gaps, has us looking for longs now.
Spoos, new highs. Last trade, 57.30. I'm sorry, S&Ps, I should say. 57.31 last trade, new highs. NASDAQ still lagging behind last trade, 19,808. Now back to the 805s.
You know what's funny, Andre? We're talking about this just moments ago, talking about NVIDIA was sort of buoying the market down, keeping NQ kind of at bay. What do you think happened? Reversal off the lows in NVIDIA. We're trading almost 118 now in NVIDIA. We came off the lows of about 116 halves. And so the market is starting to push here. The only rejection point that we're seeing right now is kind of at the tippy top of this range, 57.30s in the new December contracts for the S&Ps. So again, we're kind of back in balance, but the S&Ps are showing more shine to the top side here than the NQ.
Reverse the pause, Rips. I like that. When you see the pause, reverse it.
Yeah, anything can happen, though. I mean, very tough market here. Very tough market.
All right, MP, how's the count flat?
Yeah, those 13 or those 19,813s or what 28s, 18s. You can see it on my chart.
Yeah.
Held up. Hoagie had a level up here at the 19,813s. Last week's high.
That's last week's December high.
Yup.
Go to short from 87 right now.
Yeah,
you got
I like shorts up here.
All right. MP, got a check mark for, I want to say that. We got conviction for shorts up here.
You can say check marks. Check marks,
okay. All right. Well, we got
S&P is definitely stronger than the NASDAQ. So if I'm shorting anything, it's the NASDAQ.
Let's see how this short works.
Good news for the NASDAQ for anybody who's looking to the short side is we are currently rejecting underneath NVIDIA's VWAP. So if it does actually have a true rejection that holds, we could see the we could see the NASDAQ starting to roll a little bit, but a lot of ifs on the table here.
Yes.
I want to get an idea in the poll on a poll. Who's up right now on the day?
All right, let's run that. Who's up?
Not me.
Are you up? Are you down?
Are you up? Are you up or are you down? Hey,
we've been complaining about the trade, but maybe there are a good chunk of you, and there typically always is.
I think if you're taking short profits, like whatever the market gives you, see money, take money, you can have a nice account here so far.
Got to.
And if you have to pick your biggest account. When I say your biggest account, like your one that's furthest along. Yeah, well, I'm up in my practice, but down in everything else. So yeah, I'm up. I don't
There
like,
we go.
or how do you do?
Pulls
You
up,
know, like
up and down. No
pulls
trades.
up.
Watching Topstep TV. Hey, let's recap a poll from about 7 minutes ago or so. How does this day end before FOMC? Consolidated or breakout? 68% of you saying consolidated before FOMC. But we got the poll up right now. New poll. Who is up today? Are you up, down, or no trades? You're just watching Topstep TV. Hey, hang out with some of the best traders around. Real trades, real execution, profits. All right, Dakota, talk to us about this trade here.
Another boring trade. It's like yesterday, Thursday, Friday, just in a position, wide stop, and kind of what we were talking about yesterday. Expect a lot of chop. Don't expect the markets to move in your favor again. I mean, it might move against you really quick, but time. It's okay to allow trades to work out today. If you are, like I said, wide stop, don't expect anything. Keep it small. I'm trading micros still.
Hey, Dakota, for our new traders, what is a chop? When the market, this word came up yesterday a lot, coming up here today. The market, what's a chop in the market?
It's when the market goes to the right, not really up, not really down. It just kind of goes back and forth to the right. It's very unattractive when it comes to price action.
Thank you.
Not great for trading.
Yes. Yes, Royce. Chop means hurry up. Yes, it does.
Chop, hurry up. Benihana's.
That's what my grandma used to say all the time. Chop.
In a row now. Talked about
Chop,
Benihana's. 2 days in a row. All right.
Pretty slow, Eddie. What was she trying to get you to speed up for? The chop.
I don't know. Whatever.
He's just feeling
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna trade a house account, like that was my check mark is a short up here near these highs.
All right, Pete, we got Dakota. We got his wiki up here.
And there it went. That was so fast.
Check mark off. Yeah, check
mark is definitely off after that one. Nice call out there, Dakota. That you literally called that 5 seconds before that happened. That was beautiful.
Man,
what was that weird move? It just literally moved like 20 handles in like a second, right after Dakota.
Actually, more. It's 25 handles on that micro movement, but from the top, we're talking about almost a 40 handle move there. So that was actually, it's one of these things where when you're trading in the roll, you can have things like this happen and you have a cascading move because stops are getting popped from the immense amount of pressure, and that volume builds up and it creates these explosive moves. And that's why it creates such a difficult environment to trade. It's part of the contract rolling.
Yeah, we've seen it Wednesday or Thursday and Friday too. Like we just in 1 minute, just 100 points, and then the next minute we kind of just take the time rallying back up, and then drop 100 points. And it's been exactly like this.
Man, vicious,
very vicious.
Yeah,
very rough.
MP, we saw it. Yeah, it's going to be see profit, take profit. I don't know if runners are.
I mean, even right there, we would have been okay. Wow, we're already in the money. And now
then it's immediately reversed.
Then it's immediately reversed. So this is a scalper's paradise, possibly.
Yeah, these trades.
Unless you're buying those 709s off the lows, it makes for a very difficult market. And even if you're buying the 709s off the lows there, I mean, you're still trailing your stop up and probably getting stopped out on the way up, depending on how tight your trail is.
You'd never get out of that. You'd trail that stop. I don't even know why you'd be thinking about exit.
It's very, very tough. This is why I said, at the top of the show that I have no interest in actually trading funded accounts in this type of environment. And hats off to you folks who are making it happen in this environment. It's just, again, we go back to it's different strokes for different folks. And this is not my stroke here. I would catch a stroke from trading this price action.
I always get bummed coming up to roll too.
Why do you get bummed, Michael? Why?
Because you're coming up to, you're like, oh man, next week's roll. That means it's going to suck. I swear to God, this has been years of doing this. Like, right when trading starts to get like really good, then roll happens. That's just something.
On the trading floor, you and Marty used to take off during roll, correct?
Yeah. We used to go travel around Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand. What else did we do? Colombia.
It's
wow. What else? Brazil.
It's not your gig. Don't try to trade it.
Where's Marty? What's up, Marty? If you're watching, Marty, what's up, man?
Yeah, I wonder what he's up to. MRX.
Oh, hey, let's let's recap that poll. Who is up today? Man, 500 votes in just a minute. Who's up today? Up, down, no trades. Up 53% are up today. 24% no trades and 22% down. So hey, shout out to the 24% no trades. Just watching Topstep TV.
It's a great thing seeing you hold on to this trade too, Dakota, sticking to your guns here. It does look like we are actually topping out and we could actually return back below 760s. So hats off to you for holding this trade. What is your average here now?
787. It really is an extremely boring trade. Like that's one that you just put on and either let it run its course and yeah. I mean this is just very similar to
did a one lot
yesterday
with you because we have rips getting behind your trade and you are short. So I have a one lot in the house account.
And that's a one lot mini, right?
That is a one lot mini. Yes.
Nice.
Right on.
It's 95s. Your 87s, 95s. Rips is talking about liking it a bit. You're liking it for a while. It's boring. It's going to be whippy. But we're going to jump on.
Trade smaller, wider stop.
Watch this be 100. Watch this be a 100-point winner on the one lot.
Hey, it's better than not putting a trade on and still having some kind of skin in the game. But you know, if this was any other trading day, I would look at this chart pattern here and I would say, yes, 100% you have a check mark for me for a short. Let's get in 20 contracts. Let's take this bad dogger for a ride. But for me right here and now, with how many things can happen, there's no confidence for me. But I'm happy that you have a feeler on. It's fine.
I support that, Rips. I think some people will look at this and be like, well, what the hell? But then you also have Dakota in here trading. You also have other folks in here trading. So people in the chat do mention what you're looking at. If you're in a position, if you're liking levels, all that kind of stuff too. It is very, very choppy. So.
And we're seeing Amazon perking up a little bit here. Meta's kind of hitting a rejection point at the VWAP. And you can see, again, as we're watching this price action, specifically talking about the NQ here, we had a whip almost up to 815 and a rejection back down to 800. These are not very docile moves. This is a violent market right now. And if you're sitting here saying, you know, I'm going to trade a traditional way in this type of market, it's more likely than not, if you're not getting great entries on your trades here, very high points or low points of entry, then you're probably going to get your face ripped off in these micro washes here. So just be careful out there.
Somebody here said they could never see me trading micros. I probably will never trade micros in my life. That's just me. The amount of time you load up on 10 micros, it will cost you way more than having one mini. And yeah, you could say, well, you can scale in and all that. Sure. That's up to each its own on that one. I've just never traded a micro in my life.
Yep, it's more expensive for commissions.
It is more expensive than. But again, if it works for your strategy, if you're scaling, hell yeah, all day long. Scaling in, scaling out, scaling out. Get it. I totally get it. I'm just not a big scaler.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I might hit a few news stories for you, Andre. I just wanted to point out real quick that if you think about the role from the standpoint of people trying to trade size, like Hogue talked about earlier, these rips make a lot of sense in that, you know, we talked about that 25-point sell-off. I'm not saying this is what happened, but imagine that you had the power to sweep the market with a whole bunch and you're rolling it and you have the bid on the other side lower in the NQU. There's a way to get a price and a spread by legging it that was not available at the time. So there's a lot of things you can do with size that can make this very choppy. Okay, Fed watch.
Jack, really quick, I might say that might be the only time on planet Earth that you will ever say rips and makes a lot of sense in the same sentence.
Love it, rips.
All right.
All
right. We're
81% long.
19,000 crude is what was that, Eddie?
81% long here again.
Here's a sell-off. Here's a bit of a sell-off. Where'd you say your levels were, Rips and Dakota?
760 and 693.
Yeah. Yep. I like about there. 760s, 750 zone. Yeah.
You know what could be fun to do during these times of things is show people how to leg in and out of front month, back month. And then how that spread kind of boring. But
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I love that shit. But yeah, it's boring. But
you like doing. Yeah,
it's fun.
there's something there.
Find edge. There's edge when the
So,
spread markets.
Michael, you say leg out. What does that mean?
That's a dance
It end.
routine I do every now and then, and
So I'm doing it on Saturday. On Friday, he was doing leg. No, leg out, legging into leg out.
leg
In
in.
the spread to get out to get back into the outrights.
Yeah, there you go.
You turn left to go right.
Anytime you're trading a spread, it's basically executing one side of the spread and then waiting on the other by taking outright risk is legging.
Correct.
Mm.
So it would be getting long. What is it called? Whatever you're doing in the front month, you're doing in the spread. Whatever you're doing in the front month, you're doing in the spread. Is that correct? If you get long, where we were just in SEP, you get long SEP, short D's. Boom, long short. Boom, boom, boom. You're what? Long the spread or short the spread?
You're buying the front to sell the back.
Buy the front, sell the back. I think you're long the spread. This is a series 3, I think, question too, but it's also something we used to. If you're long the spread, because we'd come in and be like, Gish. Remember Gish, Eddie? He would always. Oh
yeah,
he'd always trade.
He's a big player.
Big player. And he'd be like, I'm long the spread. I'm short the spread.
He'd do hundreds, if not thousands. I mean, he was.
Yeah.
When I came in, putting big orders in for spreads there. I mean, I'd see the card come back, and he'd be on the other side. A lot of them.
Now he was paying like 5 cents a contract. And
there's not
rates.
A lot of risk on those calendar spreads until you have a ton on. And what they tend to do is grind against you and you get more and more on because they're a fade away thing. And then if they really blow out, then you are, in the parlance of our times, you are effed. Speaking of that.
Go ahead, Jack. On that note.
You're getting fed.
Wow.
Right now, we'll see if we can get that up there. There's been some movement. We're down to 61% chance of the 50 basis point cut. Earlier, just at the retail sales, I checked this and it was up over 2/3. It was around 67%.
Yeah.
People might be getting a little nervous because I don't know. I still think a quarter is coming. Yeah. And a little quick Chicago real estate news.
Ooh.
This could be bullish for the market, all right? Michael Jordan's mansion finally landed a buyer. For those of you that do not know, this has been on
Topstep.
the market.
It's closed. It's under contract right now.
So sweet.
Since 2012. Since 2012, it was listed for, I believe, $30 million then. Since 2016 or so, it's been listed for $15 million. I didn't get what the actual sales price is, but I presume below that. So, guys, don't custom build your mansion. In fact, I have one more example. The most expensive place on the market in Chicago. I've gone by this place a million times.
Park.
It's built. Yep. It's in the nicest neighborhood in Chicago. It's on eight lots. Show the next picture. It's behind the back.
It's like
there we go.
Jeez.
Backyard. Yeah, it's on Burling, like a block east of Halstead.
I know where it's at. By
Armitage? Airbnb.
Some insurance or some car dealership guy or something like that.
If you are asking why your auto insurance is so high, it is the CEO of United Auto Group built this place for $65 million, put it on the market in 2016 for $50 million, and it sold a month or two ago for $15 million.
No.
Michael, look at Michael, missed opportunity. Michael, look at it.
I love getting it when people are lowballing real estate.
MPD inside.
You don't want that place.
It looks like Versailles or something. There's a reason.
That could have been a Topstep office. We could have done that and then had a trading floor. $15 million, no chance.
I'm for it. You can probably buy it for 16 right now.
We could have each had our own room.
Wow.
19 bedrooms.
Speaking about buying it, we could have bought the 67s down there, but it's trading now.
Oh, shoot.
Cool.
Marcus giving me whiplash just watching this thing.
Just watching this thing. Perfect example of whiplash, guys. You still in that short, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm still in the short.
Still in the short, Dakota?
Yeah.
In there, yeah. We saw another one up here. Yeah, that's Whiplash is right. It's thin. It's jumpy. It's roll week. 81% long in crude. 19,806 last trade in the NQ. S&P's about a point up beneath the highs. High of the day, 57.33 half. Current last trade is 57.32 half. About a point off the highs. YM staying strong near all-time highs again. High of the day, all-time highs as well. 42.270. We're about 30 points off the highs there. Crude staying bid. About 2 cents off the highs. Last trade, $69.96. And gold trading above $2,600. Last trade, $2,605.
$15 million. 8 lots.
That's that place by
for
Lydia.
65.
You know that. He's
Yeah.
driven by that.
Really? No, I mean, it's a
Wonder
nice
if
neighborhood.
there's any HOA for that spot.
I don't know. I know
The
property taxes are through the roof. There.
On 8 lots. Yep.
On an 8 lot.
I feel like you just want to get that place to tell people you're an 8-lot trader.
Yeah.
8
Pretty
lots. Yeah,
much.
I know.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You say roof funny.
Well, you guys come over. I'm an 8-lot trader.
Rough.
Like, we're not coming over to your studio, bro. No, I'm an 8-lot trader. Oh.
All right, Dakota. What's going on over there? You're smirking. You're smiling. We're still short.
Just
Taking some heat.
nothing's happening.
Nothing's happening, man.
We go up, we go down, we go left, and then right. I'm risking about $250,
Yeah, I know.
$260.
That's great risk management. Good stuff. We are pushing up through
you
the
see that
7 EMA in NVIDIA right now. We're seeing some bids are showing up. It's so hard for me to read this market. I'll say it again. On roll week, on FOMC, the eve of FOMC, happy FOMC eve, everybody. It's still really difficult to read this market. And unless you're buying the top, buying the bottom of the extension, selling the top of the extension, it's just really difficult to even read the order flow in this because you have players that are showing up out of nowhere. We're printing ones and twos, and then all of a sudden we're printing a 65. And it's like, where's that coming from? You don't see it on there until it's hitting the tape. And it's just tough to read.
Oh, they know us so well. Andre Top Dead says, make me say roof again.
I know. Look what I
know,
said.
guys.
You say it weird.
I said it wrong. He makes me say this thing in public. He did it last week. We were at a Big Ten tailgate. Say permit again. Like, I'm not your like muse.
He says weird. All right, question here for
We're gonna be like Jane's Addiction on the stage, Andre.
Oh, no.
What happened there? What happened there?
A little bit of a tiff.
Yeah.
Andre,
Brouhaha.
Jane's Addiction. Wow. Cancel.
By the way,
tour. Gone.
MP, Dolby just shared that the yearly tax bill for that place I showed was $333,725.
Yup. You want to carry that? You want to carry that for $350,000, whatever it is.
A lot of insurance.
That's just carrying it. Yeah, that's not even heating it. That's not even cooling it. That's not even landscaping.
Not even cutting the grass.
Yeah, it's just.
You're just renting it from the government.
Oh, in Chicago? Yeah, I have a few properties in Chicago. Everything, my property tax is triple the time that I bought it with. If it was $7,000, it's 21. It's like,
Oof.
yeah.
Do you guys do any international traveling? I have a team in China and Vietnam, and I mean, they kind of said the same thing because over there they just rent from the government. There's no such thing as like they own their house. They just rent it from the government. Like it's the same thing here. We just call it different.
I mean, it's safe to say that those insurance prices are through the rough.
Hey. I like it.
My boy, Rip.
He says it weird, man. He's rough, like a dog, like rough. I don't like.
I don't know why can't I can make up words.
Hey, I got a question here in the chat from Rod Giddings. This one's questions for Rips. I know Rips. I know you use Bookmap. What's going on when you see liquidity at a level, and as soon as the price gets close, they pull it and move it away from the price?
Those are liquidity providers that are there to kind of safeguard the market in case there's a huge movement. And if there's not a rapid movement in price, they'll just lower those liquidity bands. They're called liquidity bands, but they're there. Those market makers are there to make a market. They're also there to they have an agreement that if the price does rapidly drop, somebody has to be there buying singles or doubles or whatever the case. That's their job, and they're just moving around.
Yep. Chiron. Welcome to Topstep Comedy Club. Nope. I like it. Here we go. Sellers coming back in. Ooh, I heard that. See some sellers coming in here in NASDAQ. Can we get some follow
Chicago,
push?
two or three of those. Tree. You guys say tree in Chicago.
Tree. I sound like JD.
JD, give it to me.
Duct tape lightning.
Hey guys. No, I'm back here.
How many you got? 1, 2, or 3 of those, JD?
2, 3, 4. All good.
Tree.
I'll be back in a bit with the stats.
Right.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good, man.
Oh, it's pretty good.
It was pretty good. Jack's very amused by himself. Jack's really liked that one. All right, we're looking here. We got crude. Crude trying to figure out what to do with the $70 level. Last trade, $69.93. Again,
Hey, Andre?
trying to figure out. Yeah, what's up, Hogue?
There was a naked point of control at 70.02 that the market just targeted and bounced right off of.
70.02 in gold, or I'm sorry, in crude. Yeah,
Crude, yeah. Nove crude.
Nove crude X
Nove
X
crude.
Nove. $70.02. We got a 79% long tilt in the crude. MP, maybe we look to some other markets. We open to some other markets. I guess 79% long in the crude. Average price $69.68. So they're liking this price action.
I got crude up on my chart right here. We're still short in the with Dakota over in the NAS.
Okay.
Yep. Let's take a look at crude. Yeah, these markets. We hit $70 a barrel. I mean, I don't see anything in crude either. It's just the opportunity was maybe a breakout or a reversal this morning, but nothing else.
Well, there is one thing if you want to take a look at the profile here.
Hell yeah, Hogue.
Yeah.
Hit me, Hogue. What do you got? This is what Hogue. This
All
is
right.
his bread and butter right here, MP.
So,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
you know, you can
Oh,
see
no.
value's been moving higher. We traded to the point of control from yesterday. We've left the initial balance. We've got single ticks above the initial balance. So the initial balance high here is 69.75. As long as price, maintains largely above that, it's a long. Do you just buy it here? Do you look for a pullback closer to the initial balance high? This is what limits your risk there, is that initial balance high, 69.75. Now here's that point of control that the market just traded to. Right there. So that is just a comfortable level. Eyeballs were looking at it. They brought price right to it, almost to the tick. Looked right at it, one tick above it. Now we're starting to just kind of consolidate here. So this low volume node between this low volume node here between volume here and the volume lower can be supportive. We've got the IB high. If we hold above that, we should be seeing the market continue to try and auction to the upside. Just a thought for you there.
Like it. All right. We're being patient, we're being diligent right now. We're short of one. Dakota's short. What's up, Dakota? How's
Yeah.
it going over there?
Nothing's changed, Andre.
Nothing.
Top. I mean, we are starting to push lower, but that doesn't mean anything. What a ugly market. Like, that's it. Ugly.
We haven't had one like this in a while. But hey, that doesn't mean there's not opportunity. That just means you got to be extra patient. Markets like this.
I think also on the next FOMC, we're going to have something very similar because remember, the next FOMC is not on a regular third Wednesday of the month. We're having it right after the U.S. presidential election. And depending on how that goes, we may not even know who the next president is by that time that FOMC meeting happens, but we should. We should have a good idea.
Yeah, tomorrow is a big day. Jack, if you're still there, I mean, FedWatch has a 61%, 67%. I mean, these markets are pricing a 50 basis point cut for tomorrow.
Yeah, less than 2 months before election. Is election night going to be wild? I think we shut down trading on it for our live traders on election night. We do it every year since, I don't know, just because, just for the night.
Well, I don't remember the last election, but I know when Trump got elected, the E-mini S&Ps went down the limit. My
That's
my
why.
brother
That's
called
one
me at
reason
2
why,
o'clock in the morning. He says, S&Ps are limit down. What do we do? All I said was buy more and hung up on it. We've never been back to that level.
You're gonna say I never talked to him again. And that was an out. There's your 60.
Boom. How'd you do on that one there, Mr. MP, for the house account?
There we go.
The house account is up $674, 73 of which is my mistake, so it should be about $750. Good trade, boys. Both you guys. Nice read with the 60s. Rips.
Sellers.
Dakota still probably short.
Jab,
I'm
jab,
still
jab.
Nice trading there, MP. Love that.
Yeah.
I think Dakota had the sickest read of the day right there. You're still holding that one, right?
Yeah,
Dakota?
13.5 last week.
Yeah, I just closed it out. I closed it out at 58. So
He's on fire.
Sick.
there we
Nice
go.
That's
all for
is a
today,
good-
folks.
That is a good
That's what
I mean,
We'll see you next time.
That is big time.
End on a high note.
if you want to say gambling again, this is kind of like the chop week, roll week is a bit of a gamble if you're not in tune with trading those type of markets in general, or don't like them, or know you don't even trade them well. So you should definitely be taking journal or your performance report dashboard and seeing all that to see how you trade during Friday, during a roll, during a whatever, to get familiar with you. And a good example of the chop and the weight. But good read. Good read.
Not an easy trade. Not an easy trade. Happy to see
Yeah.
you folks winning.
yeah. Yes.
Well, I think the
probably
lesson
so many
there
people just
is
being
we
propped
dumb
up
down
in
the
this,
size,
and
we widen the stops, right? In this type of market environment, dumb down the size,
Yep.
widen the stops, and we're able to squeeze out a profit, right? Build a buffer, build a buffer, build a buffer. Who knows? In an hour now, maybe something comes in, a news headline hits, and we got a little buffer. We got some wiggle room to play with. You're kind of just building up
Yep.
base hit, load the bases, and who knows? Maybe hit a home run, turns into a grand slam. Something along those lines. I think is a lesson to be learned for, we're at what, an hour in right now to the trade. But anyways, all right, I'm
This is
gonna
definitely a day. It's definitely a day where making a sandwich, sitting here, leaning back on your desk, watching the markets and eating a sandwich, chilling out. It's kind of that type of day. And Rips talks about having the hot keypad or whatever far away from him. Dakota's talking about one lots or micros down in practice accounts. I mean, it's smart. It's smart.
yeah, I mean, we still make money, right? I mean, house account's up 600. I'm up $500. So I mean, that's a daily wage anywhere.
Yeah.
This
What's
just
up,
this
Eddie?
just coming over the Topstep wire. There's going to be a special edition of group coaching today.
Nice.
It's
Love it.
Educate Yourself Week, right? Special education group coaching, advanced charting in Topstep X. So this is
Whoa.
going to be good. Coach Robert is going to be leading the pack there. So this is going to be at 12:30 today. So if we're going to be, stick around. We got lots going on here today. And Coach Robert, 12:30, group coaching, a special edition. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. All right, JD. Yeah, good stuff, Eddie. I want to bring in JD. JD, we got some P&Ls and we got some payouts. JD, the king of team of Duct Tape Lightning, Mr. Duct Tape Lightning himself. Come on in. What do we got for P&Ls?
It's the real JD this time, the new face of violent crime in the city of Chicago. Maybe you caught that one yesterday.
Oh,
There he is.
There he is. That's
Good
him.
boy.
That's him. There he is.
Face of violent crime.
Found him. About ready to go do his work in the subway, or not the subway, the L train guys.
They found me. Yeah, profile. That is me.
That's him.
Oh wow.
Out in the wild.
Yeah, they got me in the wild.
The Tribune.
All right,
Tribune
here
follows
are,
me around.
Here are your live funded P&Ls from yesterday. All right. At the top there, we've got Pinson. Pinson is at the top of the list for the second consecutive day. He did close to $5,000 yesterday, trading the S&P and crude oil. That was a 2-day running total of $26,500. Then our old pal Eddie is back. Eddie picked up close to $4,200 trading the NASDAQ. Arjun and Eric also trading the NASDAQ, $2,600 for Arjun, $2,500 for Eric. And Anthony. Anthony took a nice chunk out of crude oil yesterday with more than $22,253 in profits for Anthony. Nice job. Real traders taking real money out of the real live markets.
Yeah.
All right, I need to change up an overlay real quick.
Okay.
And while that is changing, we could take a look at yesterday's payouts. Who's got an over-under?
Ooh, yesterday's payouts. Oh, man, I can't believe. What was last week's payouts? 4.something million, 4.5 million last week.
That was for the week.
They're
Yeah.
huge.
That was for the week. So yesterday, Monday,
Probably.
I got $600,000. $600,000.
Yeah, I'd
That's
say
a Monday though.
650.
All right, Dakota's going over 650. Rips, you got
I'll
we got
take
six.
over of 600.
All right, who wants the over?
Rips, you got what? What do I got?
We got payouts. Payouts for two traders. Topstep payouts.
You know
to
what?
the-
So just we're talking about just for Monday.
Just for Monday. Just for yesterday.
I'm gonna say $893,000.
Okay, Yardon. Yardon's right there with you. Says 800,000. Michael, you looked at the number.
Lock it in.
Michael, you looked. If you looked at the number,
I'd say 8 handle or 7. Yeah, I'm gonna go 8 handle.
okay,
All right.
here we go.
Okay, that's aggressive. Well, the real number, and I did go back with the all the data that I have. This is the biggest number that I see on the sheet that I'm looking at.
What's
Not
the
quite 8
average?
figures, but $1.3 million in payouts.
Oh my!
Yo!
One day.
Whoa.
One day.
Just for Monday.
Whoa.
527
Whoa.
payouts, almost $2,500 per payout.
It's a record.
That's
It's got to be a
impressive
record,
stuff,
JD. Got right?
Wow.
I'm pretty sure it is. I've been studying this.
Man.
Oh yeah, that's the
We have
record for sure.
We have a payout
Sure.
spreadsheet, and yeah, I've been going through it for the last 20 minutes, and yeah, that is the largest number I found.
Great trade.
Not just
We
for a
have the
Monday.
most amount of people. We have the
Free
most
trade.
amount of people trading with Topstep at every from the trading combine to the express funded account to the live funded. It's the biggest numbers and the biggest numbers that we're seeing on Topstep TV. There's just more and more people in the industry, and then Topstep has been around for a while. I don't know if it's that or what other people's the lack of what they're doing or whatever. I don't know. I think the industry
Average
in
payouts
itself,
increased too.
yeah, the industry itself, I think, is getting bigger.
Hmm.
There's more people.
Sure.
Every time somebody gets a payout, and every time somebody does well, every time somebody doesn't lose their kid's college fund, and all that kind of stuff, they talk. They go outside and they talk to somebody. What are you doing? What have you been up to? Oh, things are going good. I started working with this. I'm trading now. You're trading. You risking your kid's college
I
fund,
love it.
Tom. Knock it off. I'm not risking his college fund. Actually, I got a
Tom.
$30,000 payout. Mow your own lawn, Jerry. You know, like
Tom and
So-
Jerry.
I don't know.
I like it.
No, I mean, it has
Um,
been. You know what I've been doing, MP, is I've started
Yeah.
to see a lot more YouTubers, and they've been showing their trades on Topstep X and other platforms. And so, any of the YouTubers I see that's been doing a great job and showing their trades and being transparent and showing the good, bad, and ugly, I've actually been shouting them out and like going onto their streams
Yes.
like, "Hey, great work, keep it up." And there's so many. What do we call it? I don't know what a good word is for this, but I've seen some who just do not show anything and does not show the transparency, and
Ooh,
it's
buyers
more
coming
like
in
an
here.
entertainment.
Wow,
thing
this market is
rather than
exploding.
education.
Yeah, new highs,
Yes.
yes, on NASDAQ.
Oh, there we go.
Holy smokes.
Buyers just
Good
stepped
out
in. Here we
down
go.
there.
Yes.
Both you guys. House account. Thank you for
Sick.
the out on the 60s.
760s. What
70?
a hot ticket to ride.
Yeah.
All right, last trade 19,837. High of the day is 19,840. Buyers are in the house in the NQ. S&P's lagging a little bit. Boy, more buying coming in here.
I don't
Nah,
want
I
to
did.
short this.
19,842. Dakota's looking to get short.
Okay, what are you guys thinking up here? I mean, this is like an extreme move, of course.
I like
off
the
where we were just
continuation long here up to 858, but yeah, I mean, anything can happen.
There's your 100. That'd be your
Yeah, I
100
can see-
points, roughly.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
can see.
I mean, that move
yeah,
is very, very strong. I think it's going to be tough to. I mean, there's a lot of people that just
Yeah.
dumped into this contract year long.
What's the all,
Yeah, I could
what's the
see a
all-time high there?
850. Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard for me to buy any momentum until after FOMC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dakota, to that point, I'm seeing more. I've seen the folks that are in the space, the community, just getting smarter about like who's smoke and who's real, or who they respect. A lot of it's respect. I mean, there's another CEO of another company who said some bad racist words, and I was like, "Holy cow!" Then it goes on an apology to him. I'm like, dude, shut him down. You guys got. And then there's like other ones that are just nasty all the time. That are influencers. Like, what? No place for that. So I think people could be getting tired of that too. But I know I am. But then there's also like great ones that are starting to pop up and start to show their face. So, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, I think in time people will start to see, and it will all come and filter out at the end of the day. I mean, you'll have people come in, new people come in, get attracted to the newest shiny, the loudest thing out there,
the
and
newest
then
shiny. Yeah. Who's still buying into that? After all you guys have been through, after everything the industry's been through about the new guy that popped up, the faster this or the discount that's 2 points, whatever, flash sale. And guy, it's just like an overkill. Just come in here and let's just trade. Find a good spot. Doesn't have to be top step. We're a pretty good spot. And
I feel like it created an environment where people were kind of looking for deals and shiny things and this thing and that thing versus like, dude, it's literally like you're buying it or you're selling it. Like it's just that simple. You're buying the market here or you're selling the market here, and then you're going to close at your profit. Like that's the name of the game here. It shouldn't be about like, wait, when's that next sale coming in? They got 93% off over here. They got 85% over here. Oh, this is like, dude, just trade. Just take some trades.
Just trade. You're at the end. You're saving like.
Are we in a flea market or are we at the CME here?
so what's funny, even we see good stuff coming in here too. Like last night, like COO of Alpha Capital just got a $50,000 payout from Topstep. Oh wow,
yo,
What?
He's gives us props, and you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny about this? That pops up last night. I'm like, that's pretty badass. He throws it out there. And you know what's funny? He's like, Alpha. I'm like, Alpha. I just talked to one of our support reps. I won't name her name, but she was on the boat on Lake Geneva. And I'm like, hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining Topstep. How long you been here? She's like, 3 months, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, yeah, I trade at Alpha Capital. She's like, yeah, I'm trading. I go, you trade, huh? And she's kind of, she works nights. She's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, who do you trade with? Because we don't allow traders to trade with us yet. We're figuring all that out. I could trade with Alpha. So when I reply to him, I'm like, hey, great stuff. Nice work to get funded. Keep jabbing away. Oh, by the way, one of our support reps trades with you guys and loves the experience. Okay.
I love that.
That's the vibe I kind of want to have. And then because you just open up the door too much when you're entertaining other people. Now don't get me wrong, you get pulled into some sloppy like negative conversations every now and then, but I try to take a higher road the best I can. But I don't really think that's worth engaging with. So I don't know. Hopefully the industry or community, I should say community, not industry, community, futures traders starts to flush out and weed out those types.
Which I think it has. I've started to see a lot better. I get a lot of questions still where traders like, hey, can you show your executions? And at first I was so confused by that. I'm like, is the industry so shady that traders have to come out here and ask for someone's like, what's your account balance? What account are you trading? What's your executions? And I was like, all right, here this is. And I showed it in front of them. I'm like, with all last week, every single time I'm on TopstepTV, everybody who's on TopstepTV who places a trade, that's what I love. That's what Topstep does best. It's like, hey, you're saying you're in a trade, show it, show the execution. Let's see how you manage it and show the traders, these are real traders. These are real trades. Win and learn, good and bad. And then you just have so much of that shady stuff. We're like, you won't show your executions until after, or screenshots or all of this, bells and whistles that can just really attract a lot of people who are new to this industry that might not know until it's too late. And then they get a negative taste and they're like, you know what, trading's not for me. It's just too full of this BS. And then they move on. I'm like, man, that's not really how it is. And I get traders like that way too often. I get friends and family members asking me the same thing. I'm like, no, that's not how it is. Yeah, look at the market. This is what I'm
Just
kind of.
wow.
I feel like there needs to be a. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. There needs to be.
I feel like there just needs to be a manageable expectation when you're jumping into this game. And I feel like, if you're going into this thinking you're going to make $1 million in your first year of trading, you're going to be sorely disappointed. I think that's why a lot of people unfortunately come into this. They see these massive numbers on social media and they're just a bunch of hullabaloo. And I think that's why Topstep TV is great, because you get to see the real deal of traders here. You get to see somebody like Dakota, who has taken a $200,000 payout, talk you through each one of his trades in real time, in the moment. And it's just crazy to me that people can get this for free, and you still have people in chat. They're like, just yammering on. It's like, the guy's taking a $200,000 payout. I bet that you haven't taken a $200,000 payout. And guess what? Real traders lose trades. It's part of the game. And that's what I love about Dakota, is that he kind of just shakes it off like water on a duck's back. He's just sitting there taking anything in chat and he's just trading through it. And like that trade right there, he held that short, took it to the profit, made money on it. How much you make on that trade? Like $100, $200?
Yeah, $500. But and
$500. There you go. There you go.
I lost so much, MP, and guys, last week that's all it was just getting chopped up, loss, and then hit a couple good ones. And last week I made 30K, and every single trade and execution was shown live in front of everybody, which I'm surprised that's not normal.
I'm surprised it's not normal either. I would demand that if I was new in the space, or if I had been following somebody, and I'm just starting to be like, why do they keep? Yeah, so I don't know.
And the
again,
thing is
a lot of people have to go through a live and learn type of experience. I know when I first started in this space, I came in wanting to make $1 million the first year. Now I lost a total of $90,000 real money before I turned 23 years old. I had a vending company. I did not have a rich uncle or anything like that. I lost all that. Then I learned how to trade and the importance of a simulator by going to a prop firm that then said, here's your valuation, similar to Topstep. And then that's when I learned in a safer path and learned the importance of simulated create, hone, and developing your strategy type of platform. Experiential learning, one would call it. Yeah, I think more people are catching. I think they're getting smarter. And they're not flying to that shiny object.
We need to have a roundtable with some of the other CEOs, top dogs in the industry. I don't know if you'd be. I think you'd be up for that. We need to have a roundtable and talk about where the space has come from, where it's going, and where it currently is.
Yeah, in respect of true journalism that only flows through Topstep TV, we're open to all coming on here, and even if it quote unquote competes with Topstep or whatever. We're like, let's just, if we can get people out that are either running funding operations or prop firms or however they do it. I think we had that conversation. I had that with Danielle, and I talked to you, a group of you guys. I think in Lake Lone on their company retreat, and said, how are we going to do this? So it's not something we can do just overnight. I've already WhatsApped one of them, and they said they're interested to learn more. And then I talked to another one on the phone. Did not ask him that question. I just talked to him yesterday. I forgot about that, but I bet you I could follow up.
And where did you say? You said Mexico or WhatsApp?
Oh, WhatsApp. Yeah.
WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Who uses WhatsApp? He's I have a lot of factories in Mexico, and they all use WhatsApp.
It's good for international. Hey, question here from Bravos Trader, MP. Question from Bravos Trader. Why the name Topstep? For those that are asking.
Woo!
Those that are new, why the name Topstep, Michael?
In the trading pits, John Hogan, do we have him on here? John, if you're here, cue up your badge real quick. We'll flip it over to you. In the trading pits, sure. the biggest and best traders stood on the top step of the trading pit. Yep. There's more meaning behind the name Topstep than you would probably ever believe to becoming the best trader you can possibly be. You had to have on your badge, S&P 500 Topstep. That means he could stand on the top step. If you didn't have that, they'd be like, what the hell are you, what are you doing up here? That's what they would do. And my very first day of trading in the trading pits, I stood on the top step where I set my I had a tablet and all that, and I set it all up.
Yep.
And I had it all on the top step. And before the pits opened, my very first day, I was so giddy. And then I came in a trade. I went to get coffee, came back, and it had been thrown down to the bottom step, and the cord had been ripped out, and because it was right next to the knee of the person on the top step, is on by the railing of the top step. And I looked at him and I go, like, kind of like, thanks, dude. Like, that's really uncool, but thanks. Now I can't even trade today because he busted out my console, my lap stuff down here. He's like, what the hell are you doing? Put your shit up here. And he's like, this is pretty much like, this is tops. You're not even supposed to be up here. So that was my very first day in the trading pit. And then John was one of the biggest biggest S&P brokers and traders size wise in the S&P pit. So Topstep. There you go.
Welcome to the CME.
That's right.
I know. Welcome to CME.
Initiation.
Do you feel like that kind of like did that entice you to have more fire going forward, or did that kind of
this guy
bring
was
you down a couple of
6'5",
pegs?
6'5", 350 pounds, huge guy, and he did size like so I did not mess with him. You do not want to be on the bad side or
market
not
information here, guys. We're leaving failed upside auctions in the S&P and the Nasdaq as we speak.
Yeah. This is kind of the feeling that I was expecting. Just sell the rally, and it just everyone when that happens, it happened Thursday and it was happening Friday. Everyone felt like it was breaking out, and it just gets slammed.
Yeah,
we've seen it at market open too. I think we pushed up into these 830s or 820s, and then completely reversal. So it's just every breakout has been great selling opportunities. Every breakdown has been good buying opportunities. It's just chop. It's very difficult to trade, but this is exactly how Thursday and Friday was. I just didn't short that when I said I should have.
I really like how Rips is thought process going into this. Just wait for the pause and fade it, fade the move. And I think that's kind of what you're saying there, Dakota. We saw a pop, wait for it to run out of gas, sell into it. Seeing some sell off here, wait for it to run out of gas, perhaps buy a couple. But like you said, keeping the size small, keep the stops wide if you do want to take a trade. If you do see a setup right now, it is choppy, it is whippy, but I think Dakota and Rips are onto something with their approach in today's market.
I'm excited about Thursday, Andre. That's where my head's at right now. I'm thinking about, I can't wait to trade my XFAs or my live account on Thursday, because that's where I think I can get some real alpha from this market. Even though, the levels that we're defining here on the program are actually working out quite nicely, I still think I have no FOMO watching this at all. I have no FOMO because my brain is already into Thursday right now. I'm thinking about what is coming later in the week.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, starting to see some sellers here. Sorry, no, we just pushed.
I have a little bit of FOMO.
They're selling that.
I wish I would have just sold it there, Rips. Look at this.
Wow, look at this sell-off. Look at this sell-off. 100 points slower off the highs in the NQ. Last trade, 19,750. Last trade,
points right there.
A flush of grande.
100 points. But the buying felt so strong. It felt like there was conviction in the buying. But sure enough, like Dakota and Rips were just saying, just
like
wait for it to run out of gas.
Just like yesterday. Remember when we got in long 20 contracts? It's just sometimes the best trades in this type of market is the hardest ones to take.
Crude also fell out of bed.
Yes, it did, Michael. These markets,
that cooled off really quick. It was like 72% long here, probably 30 seconds ago.
It's just trading right back to the IB high. That could be a support level.
And crude
69.75.
75s. Could be some support here. Dakota, you see anything in crude that piques your interest?
Nope. Not crude. Nasdaq has been the market that's.
It's spending too much time back in the initial balance, so I don't like the long in it.
We're staying patient. House count is up $600 on a nice short. Nice comeback in. More selling coming in here in the Nasdaq. Just broke beneath VWAP. VWAP, we got 19,768. We're about 10 points lower, trading 758. See if we can get any follow through, any conviction here. We need the volume, folks. Need the volume to keep pushing lower.
We did see across the board in the Magnificent Seven as well, just really a big failed upside auction in a lot of these names. Nvidia started coming back down. In fact, most of the names the Magnificent Seven started breaking down at the same time concurrently, and that's probably what added to the pressure in this flush. Not only is it roll week, but we're seeing equities also being affected by that because they do comprise the weight of the NASDAQ and the S&P.
Right. All right, MP, we're being patient here. There has been movement. It's we got to pull up here. How are you doing this morning? Green, red, flat. Green, red, flat. I like that. But in the meantime, I'm throwing to my main man, JD. JD's got some XFA P&Ls. Perhaps we're going to take a trade. But hey, JD, I'm looking on
What's
the XFA
up? Yeah.
P&Ls. Yeah.
Got a few things to wrap up here.
Cool.
XFA P&Ls from yesterday. All right, Michael. Michael is trading in a pair of XFAs. Had identical P&Ls on both of those accounts. $21,036 per account for a total profit of $42,072 yesterday. Nice job, Michael. Tanner had a nice day carving up the NASDAQ. $16,826 for Tanner. Roby mixed it up, trading in the ES and NQ. $6,400 in the ES, $7,600 in the NQ. Roby was actually trading in 4 XFAs yesterday, took home a total of $51,103 in profits. Daniel and Anand both trading in the NASDAQ, $13,857 for Daniel and $13,342 for Anand. Michael and Roby both made some moves on the leaderboard after yesterday's performances, so we're going to see their names again in just a little bit. Ooh. Hey, while I'm here, do you want to take a look at the hot streaks list?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Delesh. Yes, of course.
Not going anywhere. This guy.
Going here to stay, Michael.
Made another $10 yesterday.
What are we doing with this, Michael? 50 days, Michael.
For Delesh. 50-day win streak for Delesh. $719.
2.5 months.
$719, yep. Still not eligible for a payout. I really hope he doesn't blow it all that hard work in one day. Don't do it, Delesh.
Man, that's hard.
All right. This started back in July? This started back in July, Michael.
Yeah, I know. This isn't to each your own. How about that?
Yeah, okay.
That's your game. Yeah.
This is
we got Bo next. Bo made another $718 yesterday, trading the MNQ to continue his impressive 22-day hot streak, now worth $18,158. Nice trading from Bo U. Jonathan there, another model of consistency. Made $250 trading the NQ, now on a 21-day heater worth $6,342. Then we have Hyming and Ian, both on 20-day hot streaks, trading the NASDAQ also. 52.53 for Hyming and 68.48 for Ian. Those are your hot streaks from yesterday.
20 days is hard. I'm on 12. And I'm like, I kind of want to just take a loss to snap it.
Yep. I mean,
got to put up $200.
50 days. 50 days.
Put up a 200. This is trading, and I say this, and like, oh, you just make a couple dollars a day. No, nope, wrong business. Wrong. You can go open up a lemonade stand and make more money every day on the corner. Sugar, water, and a lemon. Go out there. You can make way more money than what you're trying to do.
Pete feisty today. Pete is feisty.
I know. It's kind of like tough love. I totally appreciate him. Totally appreciate everybody. But I mean, like, you got to put up some money. It's just like that's what you're supposed to do as a trader is put up probably more than you would if you had a lemonade stand.
All right. Well, we got take a look at the tilt here. We got 68% short in the Dow, I should say, YM.
What do we got going on in the NASI and the S&P? I feel like it's probably mixed emotions here, a little bit flat.
Yep, 50-50. 50-50. We did see some sellers push. Yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
I was just gonna say that though that 850 might have been the high of day. Sure feels that way.
Oh, Dan Emmons, I follow you, or I don't follow you, but I see you a lot on Twitter. You're trading well, buddy, or Twitter or X or whatever it's called. Totally disagreed. If you make 205 accounts, yeah, that is. No, I get that. but
Oh, yeah.
you're not. I mean, you got to make $200 in each account for a total at least 5, not consecutive, 5 times. That's just how we do
All
it
right.
here.
Top of the hour has come and
Good trading
gone.
to you.
It's
I've seen your post out there. Sorry, Dre. Go ahead.
10:05 Central Time. We're being very patient today. House count's up $600. Rips no positions right now.
Not it for me, buddy.
No, no, we're being patient. But hey, Rips, just to that point, that's not to say you will not take a trade today, but you need to see a setup really come in. You need an A++ setup to take a trade today. Or are you just
I mean, to be honest, I'm just being real. I've been through this type of day so many times, and I've tried to grab the bull by the horns or tried to tackle the bear. And I'm just telling you, there is no glory on the other side of a winning trade from today. I always fill myself with a little bit of guilt where I feel like I broke my own rules. And it's like there's no satisfaction from it, where I can't put on a trade because I'm nervous about we're going to get a reversal from the trade. I can't put on a trade because if it does work, I don't feel good about it. So I prime myself to go into today and say, it's a no trade day. I tried it on my combines earlier. I lost $1,900. I'm moving on from that. And I'm looking at what is my next time to trade? Well, FOMC, I've got booty blasted before. So I'm going to wait for Thursday when that is open season for hunting.
like it? Open season for hunt. MP, you've done a little hunting in your day, right?
I'm not a hunter anymore. No,
Used to be.
I'm just I'll go buy my food from the butcher's block down the street.
So if I come over there to
country kids growing
Colorado
up in
and
Nebraska,
buy
we
some-
went hunt. We walked fence lines all the time, walking fence lines all the time.
Yeah. So if I come over there to Colorado and we buy some pheasants, you want to walk the fields?
I would actually.
I will.
I don't
I'll
like
try
birds.
it.
Yeah.
Anything with 4 legs, I can't really do. I had a deer and a coyote in my scope one time as a kid when I was like 18. I'm like, I couldn't pull the trigger.
Purely
But
two-legged.
birds, yeah, like things with wings. I think.
Yeah.
Things with wings. I'm right there with
Bird.
you, MP. I used to do it growing up. All my family does it. They always do. And I kind of got bored of it, to be honest. It's like, you know what? I actually started to be a little bit more on the opposite side. I'm like, I understand good management so things don't like overpopulate or get crazy or out of hand. But then it's just not for me. Not as much as I used to. But pheasants and things like that are it's good. I do enjoy
Pheasants
that.
are beautiful birds.
Yeah, they are.
Nebraska, we used to have tons of them, and then we don't really have any anymore. I hear South Dakota, North Dakota is better for pheasant, but who in here knows where good pheasant hunting is? There's big game. There's like big game exotic down in Texas, which is really weird, is what I've heard. Like they'll get these.
That is weird.
They'll buy these like $50,000, and they'll go down there so big game hunters can do. I was talking to a lot of Texas.
That's
people around.
weird. That's weird.
Oh,
Pheasant hunting is gone. Lots of raccoons and skunks just kind of getting rid of
They
them.
did the hunting themselves. Real hunters, raccoons. All right, let's go around the board here. Taking a look. God, I mean, it is very, very. Yeah,
We did bounce off of those 760s, so there's, that level's working again.
Yeah, it is.
Crazy to see. It was crazy to see that.
Yeah, I got 50-50 here on the tilts. Nothing really showing on the market. Market's in range. It's whippy. It's thin. Volume's down. FOMC coming at us tomorrow. The Super Bowl of FOMC Fed decisions tomorrow. Take a look at the Fed watch. Sweetwater. Higher probability they're going to cut by 50 basis points. This is going to be insane. What if they don't?
They're really saying
don't
it's higher now for a 50% or a 50
Oh, yeah.
basis point cut?
It's been like that since the beginning. I think it was actually Friday that kind of swapped over.
Yes. This is wild.
Oh my.
They really do 50 points. Tuckman wants to see him. We had Tuckman on yesterday for power players. Tuckman wants to see him do 25 points. But there is a camp that there is a thought of they're playing catch up a little bit because they missed the opportunity to cut in July. And
is there going to be anybody right before thinking 75 basis points? There's going to be a 30% chance now.
So in the green room, Tuckman's Tuckman in the green room, he's like, I'm going to come out with the hottest take. I'm going to call for a 75 point basis point cut. He's like, I'm gonna one up everybody. I'm like, that's how you get your name out there, Tuckman. If you just want to like Yeah, cut to the front of the line with the hottest take. Call for a 75 point. He's like, I can't do that. I'm
And
not
be
a
very
fake.
loud.
Yeah. Yes. You got to be very loud.
Topstep's calling
Very,
for
very
it.
loud. Like,
I'm calling
this
for
thing.
it. 3/4.
There you go.
3/4.
Dakota's calling for 75 basis point cut. So you get your name out
I
there.
want to be. I'd like to buy some stock down there, 10% lower than where we're at.
Seriously.
It's a buy the dip play for me, really.
Yeah, for everyone that missed the boat on the dips.
Like, hold on, what do you mean? Well, 0.75 is a buy the dip for me. I think it's just gonna.
I feel like, those people who always say they want to buy the dips come and then all of a sudden they get filled with fear. They never want to really buy the dips. They want to buy the dips when it's up and not when it's down dipping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Tuckman always talks about if you like that leather jacket when it costs $1,000 and you still like that leather jacket at Macy's or whatever. Now the leather jacket costs $600. Why the hell aren't you buying it?
Check out this one. Check it out. I just found it.
What? Uh-oh. See you have a leather jacket? Look at this. Show and tell, folks. You can tell it's slow. We got to
Leather
show and tell. Look at
jacket.
it.
Look at this.
Leather.
Beautiful leather jacket. This is old school. Topstep. Look at that.
Oh,
Trader.
sick.
Topstep Trader back in the
Give
day.
that up.
I remember we bought out like H&M all their Black Friday stuff. You got everything. I don't know exactly where. Well, we went and then we had an embroidery company. We were getting like jogger pants for like $4. And I'm like, hey, how much can we embroider this for? He's like, $5. I'm like, $9. I'm all in with Topstep apparel. Audrey and I, my girlfriend, wife, my girlfriend and my wife. No, my girlfriend at the time, now my wife. Somebody had to carry it all out of the store. We'd go to the store and we'd take the whole thing. We go. I just go to these high school kids. I go, I want all of that. Those are huge because they put the signs up. Go, I want all that, and we just pay for it and then set it aside and then have it picked up. Yeah, still have those, Dre. All those.
Yes, we do. Hey, our man SSS, it's been a minute. I haven't seen you in the chat for a minute. Watching
Oh, snap.
19,810, 820 for a short, perhaps. All right, we'll keep an eye on that level. 810, 820. Okay.
I
Yeah,
like
I'll
There
agree
you are,
with that one.
SSS. Okay, we got check marks. We'll keep an eye on that. Yes, 5733, perhaps a short up there. SSS, what's up?
Yeah, I think it also might depend on how we get there, right? If we see something we just seen a moment ago where we just rip up 30, 40 points, I'm fading that one. I'll fade it.
Okay.
Speaking of
All right.
fading, Dakota, this consolidation has been fading the extremes. So you've been your consolidation, guys. We talked about this like a good hour or so ago. Higher probability play to today is consolidation if you're going to trade it. Rips gave his reasons why today's not a trade day. He likes to trade. Dakota goes, well, if I'm going to trade, I'm going to trade consolidation, or I'm thinking consolidation. And so far, this is exactly what we're doing.
So it's a clarified fade. That means if we rally hard or we start to rally, then you short it. And then if you start to sell off, we buy it. That's the way I see fade in the consolidation day. Buy low, sell high, and have a little bit wider than normal stop loss.
Hey, you got Isaac Rivera in the
edges.
chat. I think the
Trade the
buyers in
edges, I
ES
guess.
may have ran out of steam. I think Dakota's essentially agreeing with that thought as well. Buyers may have ran out of steam. All right, we're going into 19,800s here in the NQ. We're going to see how if we do get up into the 810s, 820s in the NASDAQ, let's see how we get there, like Dakota was saying. Before we do take the short.
We did leave failed auctions at the highs in the S&P and the NASDAQ. That's
Yep, John said that earlier, and that followed through. Was did that follow through without a retest, right?
yeah, no, it fell even before the time. I mean, that would have had to have been a preempt. But it never got back down below VWAP, which concerns me a little bit. VWAP is higher. We bounced off it. We bounced off it again. We bounced off it again. The fact that we never closed the gap this morning still has me thinking long, especially in the S&Ps, not so much the NASDAQ.
And speaking of that, the NASDAQ is 9% below its 1 month average today. VIX is down 1% today. NYSE volume is 2% above its 1 month average. If you look at my screen right now, I mean, we're kind of trading. What we talked about at the top of the call was it's going to be a washing machine, but we're always going to return back to center here. We're just kind of consolidating.
You're talking volume, right, Rips?
Right? Exactly right. Yeah. And that's what's creating this pattern right now where we have a healthy middle weighted bell curve. and the point of control is sitting at 785.5 right now. And that's just from the session starting back at 7 a.m. Eastern time. So if we're looking at this, we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, we're going down, but we're just distributing most of the volume here in the dead center, which is kind of what we talked about at the top of the call today. Was we think it's going to be a consolidation day. And that's exactly what we're getting.
It is. All right, getting into these 810s here, perhaps 820s.
Yeah, we
Dakota,
are.
tell us if you like it.
I'm short.
Tell us if
I'm short. 810 even.
All right, Dakota.
What and what account?
My XFAs and micros.
All right, we're
Value
short
high.
5.
Yeah,
Short 5 from 08.
5.
Crude looking back to the upside now. It spent a little bit of time in the initial balance high, but seems to be rejecting it again.
8.
What was the short level that Triple S was calling for? I think it was 820, 830, somewhere in that
Yep.
range.
10s between 10s and 20s. 10s and 20s.
MP, are you in? You're in a trade already?
The house account is short with Dakota.
Nice.
Yep.
Love to see it. I feel like on this type of trade, based on how the price action is shaken out here for the day, you just have to withstand a little bit of heat, and eventually we'll go back to balance.
Yeah, but these I'm speaking not about this position, but in general. The heat is a really different word during roll week. Can
Extreme?
Can be yeah.
Blue flame. White flame. Let's see how we go. House count. Dakota, what price did you get?
I've got 3 for 811 and a quarter.
3 from 811 and a quarter.
Better
Man.
Yep.
Yeah, it was 811 and a quarter.
Maybe looking for
short
these
5
90s
from
to come into play.
90s. Yeah, but see profit, take profit, guys, or what are we thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
90s,
scalps.
maybe even 80s.
All right.
That was a nice little
they
flush,
were-
but then immediate rejection off those 800s there.
He tried rips. Yeah. Everything's a try.
Crazy,
Pretty much
crazy,
everything's
crazy.
a try. Try to the upside, try the downside. Flip, flip, flip. It's one of those days. We got some Lake Lawn, more Lake Lawn pictures from the offsite from Topstep coming to you.
nice.
Oh, keep in mind while these guys have this trade on, huge power players coming up, guys. I am very, very excited for this one. You guys know Mohammed, and then we got our man Manfred joining us here in less than an hour. Make sure you guys tune in for that.
Oh,
See how that
here's
goes
some
down.
90s. Test in the 90s. I closed out one at 98.
Nice.
Watch this thing. Go.
1, 2, 3. We're short 3.
Yeah.
Closed on some of that. Nice.
All right.
Somebody said in there, house account needs to learn how to trade. We don't. We're not learning how to trade. We're learning how to follow our best traders. That's what Topstep does. We've created the
Made it, baby.
industry. Yeah, we've created the industry where you can find the best traders. I've been trading since 1997. So don't look at me as your saving grace. Look at the guys and girls that we bring on Topstep TV, which is the whole reason to shed spotlights on all the traders that we know that trade with us that are trading well now during this time or consistently or whatever. And we're going to shed light on that. So that's why you hear Dakota say, I'm looking to get short. And then the house account follows him on that
Yep,
one.
I
Sometimes
see
they'll
that
go
comment.
big. Sometimes they'll go small. Sometimes it won't go at all. But we have conversations with our traders on here. We'll have more traders on here. Power Hour is going to have some traders on here too that they're going to possibly look at the house account as well to follow. Who you guys have on there, Zach?
Zach B in the house. How'd you know, Michael? Did you take a peek at the schedule today?
No, I looked at Twitter. Wake up every morning and make sure I get
There
my
you go.
breakfast full of Twitter.
Part of the new routine, huh?
Yeah,
I
it sure
hate
is.
social media. I know.
Finally got to see what his feed looks like on the bus ride up to Wisconsin.
he just hands it. He goes, let me see your feed.
I got to see what this feed looks like. It's wild, man. It's the wild, wild west of.
I get digital sickness scrolling. I just hate it. I hate it, and it gets you nowhere in life anyway.
Just
You're kidding. Social media. You're kidding me.
I got to see the feed. Yes. All right, 19,000. All right, now we're into the 90s here. Dakota, talk to us through this
Come
trade.
on.
You are short for
I'm
8-11 quarter. When do you shave?
Yeah, we shaved some off here in the 90s, right? So let's see if we could push maybe into the 80s, maybe 90s even, 90 even. Just it's more of just a momentum type thing. Like it push down, buy bid, join bid. So
I have a
there,
bunch of
and
one
flip
lots
one
sitting
off.
here. If you guys are on my charts, I had a bunch of one lots sitting there. So
There you go.
Off here.
Nice.
House account needs to learn
Yeah,
how to
Phil.
trade.
Oh, tell him, Dakota. Clap back.
Wow, look at this
Dakota.
flush.
Wow.
Holy
Here,
smokes.
it
keep
doesn't
up. We're
know
at
how to trade at all. It knows how to execute following our traders.
At VWAP right
good
here,
read
guys.
there, Dakota. Good read. Good read.
On fire today.
Dakota,
He's on
shout out to
fire!
SSS too. SSS on the call. Dakota
Oh,
on the
yeah,
call.
that's right.
SSS.
SSS. Very nice.
Yeah, there we go.
Profit, take
That was some
profit,
team
hold
trading
on.
right there.
It was
There
some
you go.
team trading there, man. I think
Love to see
Rips
that.
called it perfect. Just so
No, I
Rips.
didn't have anything to do with that one.
No pun.
Rips
Nope.
was
So
like,
Rips.
Yo, I've been telling you not to trade all day long. What do you mean, Dre?
I have nothing to do with any profits today. If you talk to me, it's probably been turning to a loss.
All right, that was a nice trade. Can we get an update on the P&L of the house account? Nice. Quick hitters. Sniper like.
19.39 even.
Wow,
Nice.
2 G's on the house account. That looks like profit to me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
SSS. We
Nice.
see you there.
So why
Dakota as
did we
well?
take that trade? I mean, we just identify
Talk
what the
about it.
market's doing and we follow it, right? The market's been selling off when we rally and rallying when we sell off. Sell high, buy
And
low.
wouldn't
That's
you know,
exactly
we're
what we
back
just
to
did.
balance
too.
again. We're right back at
Yeah,
balance.
right.
What we've been talking about, that point of control at 785.5 in the NASI here. So right
The
back
high
to
that
balance. So
Look at that.
crazy.
Yeah, right off.
19.8, 16 half ish. You got short 11s, Dakota. So
Straight around there, guys. All right.
Keep it simple.
Well, we got about 8 minutes left till the Euro close. I know we have some announcements. Maybe we got a little Series 3 in there. We got some pictures, more pictures from the offsite from last week that we'd love to share with you guys. Markets are chopping around. Trying to feed gold. I'm sorry, gold still just beneath $2,600. Last trade, $25.98. Shout out to the crude traders out there. About 12 cents beneath the $70 level, trading $69.90. YM chopping around, NQ chopping around. Last trade NQ 19,776. Nothing on the tilt. Nice trade there. Quick in, quick out. It's that type of day. Stay nimble.
hey, you see Larry Ellison is now number 2 richest guy. Just this month of September, Oracle's up 20%.
The stock, yeah, whatever the stock
Mm.
goes up. Yeah, must be nice.
You know what also adds to that net worth of his is that he is the number 3, 4, or 5 top shareholder in Tesla as well.
Mm.
Ooh, that works nice.
That's a little bit of extra frosting there on the cake.
Yes.
He's happy today.
The wealth that you can generate nowadays is just incredible. Like Amazon, like next thing you know it, from whatever to like all that billions and billions of net worth that you can get in that. And like crazy.
Yep.
Technology, internet, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, all right, Jack. If you're ready, we're ready. Let's do it.
We're ready for this?
Yeah, let's
Series
do
3?
it. Are we ready
do
for
it.
Looking at
this?
new highs.
Are we ready for the freaking 3 new highs?
I'm studying, man. I was talking
New highs.
exchange-proof warehouses with Michael over the weekend. That's how much I've been
He
sharing.
was. Hey, really quickly, Jack. We're on our way
Yeah.
to Nebraska Big Ten tailgate. Driving through Nebraska. Dre's never been in Nebraska. Yeah, he has. This is on
I
Drex.
have, but
There's silo after silo, grain elevator after grain elevator, right next to train car. And we start talking about it. I go, this. You got to look at it from a farmer's perspective. I pointed to a farmer's house up there, and the whole cornfield around it. It's all getting ready for harvest here soon. He's like, he or she or whoever is going to harvest all that. You put that in a truck. They're going to drop it off at the grain elevator, and they're going to get the price that is either cash market or if they locked in a price in spring when they planted, blah, blah, blah. And then we started talking about how futures worked. And then that's when I'm like, that's the Series 3 is going to ask you. It's really geared around the real reason why the futures market is there. And it's for a lot of locking in prices, whether you're importer, exporter, all that kind of good stuff. Not really built for the speculator, but the speculator brings liquidity. So that was a good conversation we had in the car.
Yeah, everyone around us was enthralled by that discussion and that topic of that conversation. People are just loving that talk. They thought we were just the coolest, just dorks. They saw we were
drinking
dorks.
mom. Remember we were drinking mom drinks? They're called mom drinks.
Oh yeah. So all right, hit us, Jack. Let's do
we
it.
got 5 minutes
Look 'em
till on the close.
We got it.
Right,
All right, let's do it. James, I believe. Well, we'll ask the question first. The commodity futures settlement price is determined by A,
Who knows this?
clearinghouse, B, the exchange, C, the CFTC, or D, the floor committee.
Bingo, bango, bongo.
I'm going with B.
Sam.
All right.
I was on the floor.
Yeah.
I was on the floor committee of the Dow Pit, just so we're all on the same page.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Hogue? The house? Clearinghouse.
So
Is
because
it?
things have been busy, well, Hogue, what do you
B.
think? B.
Hogue
Okay.
B.
So before
Yeah,
we see
all right,
the
cool.
answer, I want to say that this one has been sitting in the hopper for a while because we've had trades on, we've been out of town. And I may have to go check on the answer because my initial read was that it was B. But the
Really saying
answer
Oh, it's going to be
A?
is A.
No.
What?
Yeah, let me. I was worried that everyone was going to say that. Now I'm going to have to go back and make sure that they didn't
That's
Kaplanize us.
Wait, aren't there
Settlements
different
are set by the
clearinghouses?
board of directors of the exchange.
Aren't there different clearinghouses? So different clearinghouses.
Jack, are you
Every
yanking
day.
our chains?
One sec.
Jack.
Hold on, is that right? That might be
Yeah,
right. The
hold on, where's my
exchange sets the margin. The exchange sets the margins,
w-
right?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it's the clearinghouse though.
It wouldn't surprise me because they're clearing the
There's a
trade.
margin.
Interesting. Margins
Fuck
are
it,
exchange
man.
set by.
I find it so hard to think it's clearinghouse. That's crazy.
I
Settlements.
mean, they're the ones that clear it,
Come on.
right?
So
Let
one
me go
clearinghouse
back
could
to
have
the
a different
book.
price than the other. Is that right, Jack?
First,
Or
we do have an image, I believe, James, that we got that shows our Series 3 progress. Is that up yet? Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Right. I
Oh,
like
man.
this.
I just need a
Wow.
new picture.
Nick for a tick in the black and white. Almost looks like he's
Wait,
an
is that-
outlaw on the run or something like
Is that Mick without a
Yeah.
mustache?
Yeah.
we actually
on the
took
run,
Nick's
the run.
from America's Most Wanted. Yeah.
Is that the FBI top 10 most wanted?
FBI's Most Wanted.
I like that.
No mustache for Mick.
No mustache from Nick. Yes. Congratulations to those that passed. Well, I think next 6 weeks or so, you'll see a lot of more getting checked off. Anyways, in the meantime, we got 2 minutes left till the Euro close. So we gave you the heads up there. I want to throw it to my main man, Eddie. What's up, Eddie? What do we got for
Howdy.
announcements today? Hey there.
Howdy. Hey, we talk about this 5K payout club. Now the question is, have you been funded? Have you paid yourself out? Have you paid yourself up to $5,000? It doesn't have to be in one fell swoop. I mean, it could be 1,000 in this combine or this funded account. As long as you've got $5,000 paid out to yourself, you are a member of the 5K club. And you can request, there it is, you can request that hat and the pin. And I'm going to put the link in the chat. I got a few links here once again here like I did yesterday. Just want to make sure that we get all these together here. Oh, what do we got here? The period. Okay. We're going to do that here right now. I'm going to post that link in here. There it is. Hopefully that works.
Nice.
Show off your success at Topstep with the 5K Club. Also, you want to see some behind the scenes footage? Want to see some cool pictures that we're not going to be able to show here on Topstep TV? Well, follow us on Instagram. We're posting all our pictures there. And guess what? I have another link for you. There it is. Instagram. Join the Instagram. Also, hey, do you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV? I know a lot of people love what we're doing here at Topstep TV. And if you got a couple minutes in the day, we would really appreciate you giving us a review on Trustpilot. And I'm going to put the third link here coming up. And there is the third link. So there's 3 links for you. Link, and we're not talking smoky links. Trustpilot, Instagram, and the 5K Club. So there you have it. And before we go, while you got me here, some of us might know of the bet that Dakota and myself have, Packers versus Bears. We're going to sort of figure that out. But I wanted to show you what I am adding to the bet. And if we can get you're going to dig this. Now, so far we've got Brett Favre, Antonio Freeman, cuts from their uniforms. I've got a Bart Starr piece of his uniform, and I've got a Jordan Love rookie card that has been PSA'd at a 9 mint. But here, you know who this guy is. Do we know who this guy is? Here, let me get this card up here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know who that guy is?
Oh yeah, Vince Lombardi.
Wow. They named a trophy after that guy. Yeah.
See that?
How much is that
Vince
card?
Lombardi? Now
Wow.
see
How much
that?
is that
There we
card?
go.
See that jacket that he's wearing? That's not the thing here. That jacket that he's wearing. Well, somebody had purchased that. That jacket looks like a warm jacket.
What
And
year's
what
that
they do
card, Eddie?
nowadays- Huh?
Wow.
Wait.
Here's
No,
that
this
card.
is the card you want to see. What they've been doing is they'll buy a Babe Ruth bat, cut it up, and sell pieces of it, which it's sort of cool, it's sort of not. But here is a swath of that coat.
Oh wow.
See
Wow.
that? Interesting piece right there. Material of the coat that he is wearing in those cards. So I am adding that to our bet. And this is coming out to be really good here.
Man,
So-
I don't know what I'm gonna have to do, Eddie. I'm gonna have to go and get some stuff for the Bears. I sweat in it a little bit, but Bears, they do Bears things, and you've seen what happened this weekend. So I'm feeling a little bit more confident.
I would be happy to hand this over to you since you're the big Packer fan, but this is the stuff that I sort of pull out of my collection. And good luck. Good luck, Packers. Good luck, Bears.
Yes, thank you. And what is the bet? It's just whoever has the better record, or who makes it the furthest. Or
Whoever has
just-
the cooler looking uniforms. No, you know what? I think we've talked about records. Maybe we can talk about points, yardage, something to that extent.
You call it, Eddie. I have confidence that whatever you pick, I'm sure pretty sure Packers could.
See, what are friends for? I tell you, good friends are good friends. All right. Right. And then I think that is it. So we're going to pass it back to Andre.
I like it.
Thanks, Eddie.
Showing off the memorabilia,
Eddie.
man.
Love it.
Piece of Vince Lombardi's jacket.
Man.
I saw that.
What does it smell like?
Smells like cheese.
There it is.
Little Fremunda.
It smells like
Let's go.
victory, man. It smells like
Michael.
victory.
Oh,
Oh,
You'd
what's
actually
up,
make a
Andy?
really
You
great
asked for it,
trader.
okay? I'll tell you that.
All right, back to our Europass close. We got about 23 minutes left in fast markets. It's been roll week. Don't worry.
Man, that was the trade right there. Selling the 810s, 812s.
was.
Just smoked it.
But the thing is like, how do you know when to get out? Because the market can reverse on a dime. That's what makes it so hard.
It's that
Dre, I was just
hindsight.
looking at. We have 100, almost 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. I just
Well,
like
what
this.
should-
Hey guys, if you get a chance right now, like and subscribe. Get a chance, like and subscribe. I just looked at it, we got 120. Almost.
Michael, man, I love we got Michael saying click like, click subscribe. If you heard the boss, so click like, click subscribe. Let's get to 120,000 subscribers. End of the week. I think we can do it. Pay for them. They are organically grown. Pretty cool. All right, last trade down. We got ES sitting on VWAP right now, 57.21. guys are trying to see some more push beneath VWAP. Last trade 19,757. Crude just beneath $70. Last trade $69.89. Nothing really showing on the tilt.
I wouldn't be surprised if we break through. I wouldn't be surprised if we like maybe go down and test the lower 700s.
I think that's a good point. But where would we go to from there? Straight back up.
Yeah, we'll flip a coin and just it'll turn on a dime.
You got to go challenge if you still had your 709s, your 19 709s. That was a great fill.
That was a sick fill, Dakota.
That was
a paper trade.
Yeah, that paper trade, 709 even.
All right, well, I'm gonna toss it to my main James. James got some cool stuff. James got some like lawn picks, maybe some fast market stuff. James, what do you got? You got some goodies for us and the people?
$5 to Jack, maybe?
James, toss it to James. James doesn't have his thing yet.
That 5K payout club's pretty sweet.
Yeah, you know what that cost us, and it doesn't cost you. I think it's like $50 every box we send out. It's like we don't have to do this, but I'm like, how cool would it be to be a trader and get total of 5K in payouts and get sent a hat? The hat looks like this.
Yeah.
You can see mine's kind of faded because I wear it all the time. Dre has one. A lot of people have one. And then to get a pin that you can put anywhere. Yeah, you can wear it around.
Sends it,
on your
and you guys pay for the shipping and handling too.
Yeah, we do. We do that. We may be able to accelerate this more if we find a better way. That if you wanted to pay for the shipping, we could go further out. So right now, it's just a laundry list that's long enough for the folks in the States. So I don't know all the details of this, but I know you're going to be hearing more about the Payout Club because we want people to feel special when they're funded with us. Look, we're a prop firm, not a customer. You're not anything. You're a trader with us that went through the program that showcase your ability, that built up your account, that then we sent you your payout, and then we want to say kick-ass work and have you feel that. I know how special it would be to me. So when we came up with this whole thing, we're like, in a cool box. The box is a black box, says Topstep on it. You open it up. It's just really, really cool. I told them to change the inside, the wrapping paper stuff inside. I go, guys, don't just have some black and white wrapping paper in there. Change it to take a Wall Street Journal, crumple that up, put it in there. It kind of goes with the whole vibe of getting this trader box, Topstep.
Nick, when 100K payout club? Is it going to be like tiers? So if we do like an in-event meeting, we can kind of just like look at mine and we could have that.
We got different type of apparel that I had made in Vietnam. That's all like luggage bags and things like that. That I found a group when I was traveling out there with the family.
Is that true?
It's fun.
You really found the manufacturer? I didn't. Okay, I know. Here he goes. He's got more show and tell. All right, I believe you. I believe you. All right.
Whoever it is, I can guarantee you that
those are
I've
sweet.
Probably met with them. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
It's all like it's all really nice. So we're trying to get some cool tiers going, and then you get a little pin along the way on each one of those, and I don't know, it's cool.
Why Vietnam? Cool. Because they don't have duties when importing.
There you go.
The US.
Yeah, and they make great products too. A great apparel. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, they have a lot of great apparel
cool.
suppliers there.
Awesome
They
stuff.
made it down the street.
I'm going for 250. I'm going to go for the 250K club this year.
Like making new clubs.
We don't have a pin. We don't have that big of a pin yet.
That could be.
Pinata.
We'll have
it ready. We'll have
all right. All right. My man, James. James, are we good to go? Your tech issues are good? Give me a thumbs up. There's James.
We're good to go. I got JD'd for a second with the microphone.
All right.
But we're all back.
James. What do we got?
What I was saying was that we got a lot of good stuff today. But before we get into it, I wanted to show this, Michael, when you were showing off your jacket.
Yes.
This came through the chat. I had to get that up there.
Black leather jacket.
Before we get into some fast markets, we're going to fly through some Lake Lawn content. I don't want to rub it in everyone's faces how good of a time we had, but look at this sunrise. This is from Sarah Hecker, manager of support.
Wow.
So if you hear us say Lake Lawn a lot, we're going to have more videos coming up, give you an idea of what we actually do when we're there, such as golfing.
Hope. Drive. What up, Hope?
Longest
Good
drive.
picture of
Nice.
Hogue. We
Used-
also
Wow.
got.
Yeah, for probably 10 minutes.
Oh, look at
You
these
were
guys.
right
Yeah.
around there. My fun fact about this shot is I have both of you mic'd up during this whole trip, and then sorting through all that audio. Well,
Oh, that's
don't worry, Michael.
scary.
We can't use most of it. You put on licensed music in the background, so you're safe.
Perfect.
Smart play. Nice play.
There's many times where I forgot I was mic'd up. I'm like, then yes, gave it. I'm like, Gabe,
It's
come
nothing.
Hey,
nothing
I know
intimidating.
those guys. What's up, Mick? What's up,
There it
Chris?
Good golf
They are.
times. We all took pictures with the YouTube award.
Oh, shoot. There it is. Yeah. Yep.
We had a special guest. Pitbull stopped by, gave off Alyssa's Pitbull bobblehead. More to come on that. Dolby doing what Dolby does, double fisting on a boat.
Mhm.
This is
I'm on a
also the
boat.
also the trip. I learned that if you use your Topstep company card and it gets declined, they tell your manager.
$7.91.
I tried to use my credit card and the Empress card are both blue.
Uh-huh.
I kept being
Sure.
like, just swipe it again.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I know that trick.
I
You know the great thing about work.
when you guys in Vegas.
Yeah, the great thing about
Uh,
being on the Topstep team is everybody gets a credit card, and then the Topstep puts money into it so you can use. So that's another huge benefit of being on Team Topstep, who helps out all the traders at Topstep.
And then real
Nice.
quick, just the last two quick images. We got Michael doing some frisbee golf. This is
I love that.
part of a relay challenge. You guys will see more about once we
Oh,
put it all
man.
together.
First try.
Looks like a par 6 there.
I was
All right
He
for
actually
me.
nailed that one. He actually nailed that
gotta
one.
say, little let down when I was on the golf course. I saw the holy grail of places. Golf has been really cool, but after we go golfing, we gotta go to Chili's. It's the only place in the world that's good enough for Topstep TV. Ignore the white
Chili's, that
claw
would
in
be-
hand. Ignore the slurred speech. And then finally, let's go ahead and get into some fast markets really quick. Mr. Black Notebook passed another combine at Topstep, had a hiccup at the beginning, stopped, reevaluated, changed the approach, started to trade smaller and with more patience. So if that's not an inspirational chart, I don't know what is.
Great work.
From a tool, played the NQ move down after watching Pip Raider. That's Deanna, if you didn't know. Kill it on
Yeah.
Topstep TV.
Yes.
Shorts after retail data at 7:30 and longs following the big sell-off 20 minutes after the New York Open. That is
Oh, my.
43,500 on the day.
Yes.
And that's the way to
Beautiful.
wow.
Incredible stuff. We have some Topstep swag. Lots of swag vibes.
Cool.
I'm wearing it
Personal
too.
daily profit target. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good hoodie. Good hat.
Doesn't have the string.
And if you want more, you can go to shop.topstep.com. Get your own gear.
Is he locked out for profit?
It does look
Is that what
way,
that
right,
is, or is
Dakota?
that?
Yeah. It's either the
Personal day
lockout
profit.
screen. Yeah.
Locked.
And then finally, to close it all out, it's a little bit of a reader, so I have it pulled up on another screen. But it's the production team saying, all right, team, time to focus. Fast market starting. We got to give quality to the community. Dakota, Fed cut coming up. Rips, choppy price action today. And Michael, Diddy party.
Well done. Who did that? Well done.
That is from Hefe or Jeff,
That's
however you want to
good.
pronounce it.
Well done.
Very
Diddy party.
That's hilarious.
Well done.
He does say Topstep TV's fast market commentary is hilarious. So thank you for your submissions. Thank you for humoring me about Lake Lawn. And back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. All right, 13 minutes left here in fast markets.
waiting
They haven't been
for-
exactly fast. There's been small windows of opportunity, I would say. Hey, crude.
Limited
Hogue, kinda like
opportunities
the-
market.
Limited opportunities market, I would agree. Hogue did like some longs, perhaps, or it was top of the IB high, could have acted support, I believe Hogue said. We are grinding higher.
Crude
in
81%
the-
long.
Crude 81% long. Thank you, Eddie. Average price, Eddie? I'm not seeing. I don't have that in my
Average price.
finger.
We're looking
Continuing
at
to creep higher. It's putting in new highs as we speak.
69.76.
69.76. Ooh, so they're about 30 cents in the money. They're going to really like, maybe 40 cents in the money. They're really going to like that. Yep, we're kind of creeping higher here. We got, Ooh, we got the much anticipated leaderboard. We got appreciations. Again, make
Ooh,
sure
leaderboard.
you stay leaderboard. And I think we're
Cool's
going to start
been
showing
tearing it
more
up.
than just the top 10. And P, I think we're kind of talking about maybe showing more
We
than just
are.
the top
I
Yeah.
think they're going up to 50 or a hundo.
Wow.
Look, the leaderboard is transparent on who the folks out there in the world that are trading with Topstep are doing. So if they're on social, if there are things like that, if you want to be the next rising, I don't like the word influencer at all, trade mentor, coach, guiding light of good trading and all that kind of stuff, you too can get there and faster than anybody else, more validated than anybody else by climbing that leaderboard, and then we'll be talking about you and all that kind of cool stuff. So get your opportunity to shine or not.
I like that, Michael. Shine. All right, buyers are stepping in here. It's Chop Rips. I think you nailed it when you said, I know you don't trade much, but you said just pretty much wait for the move to run out of gas and just fade it, hit the reverse on it.
Return to
Nick
balance.
Critic.
That's the key phrase of the day. Return to balance.
What does that mean,
Just keep
Rips?
on doing it. Well, you
does that
know,
mean?
if you look at my chart, it's the same thing I was talking about earlier. I use the visible range volume profile on Topstep X. That's called the VPVR, visible profile volume range. But it's the same thing on TradingView, VRVP. And you can see here, these blue bars that are sticking out is the weight and the volume, the distribution for what I currently have in my viewport. My viewport is referring to what you can actually see on the screen here and now. Excuse me. And you can see that going back to the session at 7:30 Eastern time until now, which is just past 11:30 Eastern time, you can see we've just been snaking around, and this point of control nestled at 785 represents what the point of control is where most of the volume was transacted in this visible range. So most of the volume was being transacted at 785 and a half. You can see we've just been snaking around that range. So one of the trade ideas that you can use is that when we are out of balance, as long as you have a stop that can support it, you could do this by trading in the micros. You could take a trade off these lows. You could short off these highs and look for the market returning back into the balance at 785 halves. And that's kind of what Dakota's been looking at. That's what Triple S was looking at. That's what MP was taking in the house account. And there's definitely an advantage to take that trade. I didn't take any myself, but I still think it's worth looking at on days like today, how the market is reacting around that. And that refers back to what we were talking about at the top of the show, which is consolidation. Today is a consolidation day.
Yep.
Thank you, Rips. I love the explanation, man. Good stuff, guys. If you like what you're seeing here, you got the best in the biz here. We bring them to you every day, Monday through Friday. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get to 120,000 subscribers. Just insane. Oh, I started to see 79% long tilt in the crude, like Eddie was saying. Average price still $69.80. So it's ticked up about a penny. But market seems to creep higher. What's that, Hogue?
Doesn't scare me.
Does it scare you? What, this moved upside?
No, the 79% long and crude. I think it still has legs.
Still has legs to the upside. There you go. Real-time analysis from our folks here.
I don't know what you're meaning by that, Nick, for a tick. I think Nick's just... How many attempts will it take to achieve the leaderboard? You know, as many as you want. I've seen traders go through and bang their head against the wall and learn. All it really takes is just one time, right? Maybe a few times to really understand and get things. The question is, are you learning something? and you're not just going out there and just resetting as like you're just throwing money and hoping to get lucky.
Yep. Well said. Absolutely, guys. All right. Long-awaited leaderboard. We got to make sure we get that in. We're getting that leaderboard. We're putting it front and center for everybody to see. Full transparency. Michael, here it is. JD, bring us the leaderboard, please.
Here is your leaderboard, folks. All right, bottom half of the Topstep leaderboard.
Let's see this.
There is Dakota at number 6. Held on to 6th place for another day. $7,000 in profits yesterday. Nice job, Dakota. Michael T., our XFA P&L leader, moved up from 16th place after that nice $42,000 winner yesterday. Roby, also on the XFA P&L list earlier, moved up from 26th place after picking up a total of $51,103 in profits yesterday. Irene made just over $7,000 trading in 3 XFAs, held on to 9th place for another day. And our guy, Nick for a tick, Nick made about $2,000 in total yesterday, but still dropped from 8th down to 10th place. That's all right, though, because he is still on the leaderboard. All right, Eddie. Hit me with that sweet, sweet drum roll.
Guy in a little coat. That guy in a little coat.
Take it off, dickhead. I'm serious.
Holy shnikes.
I never really realized how much James sounds like David Spade. That's pretty remarkable. All right. It's the same 5 names as yesterday. They just got moved around a little bit. Starting at the bottom here, Marco made about $8,000 trading across 6 funded level accounts. That's 5 XFAs and 1 live funded account. Stayed in 5th place. Drayton suffered a $16,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs, fell from 2nd down to 4th place. Matthew was in 3rd place yesterday, remains in 3rd place again today after a nice $14,000 winner across 5 XFAs. Jacob had a day yesterday. Jacob made more than $40,000 across 5 XFAs trading the NASDAQ. Jumped from 4th place back up to 2nd place. And Rafa took the day off. No trades for Rafa yesterday. And he is still sitting comfortably in 1st place today. There is your Top Step leaderboard.
Amazing.
Well, everyone well into the 100,000. Everyone well. What happened to Chung? Let's ask AJ. I said, what happened to Chung? I'm not sure what happened to Chung. I can look into that. Sure, probably a drawdown of some sorts. You know, it comes and goes, cycles to this, but we can look into that. But everyone, top 10, everyone's well into the $100,000 mark.
Halfway to number 1. I mean, I at this point I don't care. I've already taken out 186 plus this one. I'm at 336, and
there you go.
It's more about the money now.
Remember how hard it was for you to? Remember how hard it was for you to take a payout, or how I don't want to say hard, but how you were so reluctant.
Dakota.
You were reluctant.
Dakota, you can say thank you now to me for on that one.
Yeah, you know, you never know, but thank you. No, it was nice. Thank you.
Right.
I mean,
I remember you were up. What was it? 200 something. I'm like, dude, take a payout. You're like, I've taken a payout. I saw a payout come through for like the amount of a professional data fee or something like that. Was it
$200? Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like, you just mess with. And then I go, you took a payout, and you always want people to take payouts because you put it in your pocket, keep it in your pocket, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't regret it. It's good because you take the payout, do it again, and now here I am at 150, sitting at 330 for the year, and yeah, I mean it's just ups and downs, right? You go through a period, 2 or 3 months, make 100 to 200,000, take a payout, go through a losing streak, and now over the past, it's only been a month. This really has been a month. I mean, you could look at, and the fun thing is, I've done all this live in front of everybody. In a good win streak this month. This isn't normal.
Solid.
Next month could be just as ugly. So this is.
But Dakota, nobody has green days every day. What is that?
What's going on?
Nobody has green days every day. Hey, come on. Knock on wood somewhere. Knock on wood. I'm gonna have red days. Trust me.
No, that was good. I did not. You did not need to thank me on the payout. The payout, when you took that, I was so happy. So happy. I was like, yes. I mean, this is a lot of money.
All I did with that money, I just put it in a 5.25% CD for 12 months.
Yeah.
There you go. Smart money management. All right, guys.
But not all you do. You remove the risk element of losing it all. That's what and you put it in a fixed income, Yeah.
And I bought a new tire.
A tire, just a tire, just one.
One. He's easing into it. Come on,
gold-plated tire.
Just a tire, folks. That's Dakota. The best, man. You guys are the best. All right, it is time for appreciations. Maybe this is probably my favorite segment or thing we do here on Fast Markets. So we're gonna start with Eddie. If you're back there, I want to ask a man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for? We never got around to this yesterday because we were so busy making a hell of a comeback in the house account. But today we have a little bit of time. Eddie, what do we have for appreciate? What are you thankful for today?
Appreciation. You know what? The weather that we've got outside, it's a beautiful day here in Chicago. Sun is out. Windows are open. It's going to start getting cold, so I'm going to enjoy today as much as I can.
Hogue, absolutely crushing it since opening call with nice calls. Hogue, what are you appreciative for on this Tuesday?
Appreciative of my family for getting me a new Blackstone grill. I seasoned it over the weekend, and I just can't stop cooking on it. It's a great thing, man. I've never cooked on a griddle before, an outdoor griddle. Oh man, is it nice? I'm loving it. But yeah, thanks again to my family, and Topstep. Appreciate you.
Awesome. Throw to my main man, Rips. Rips, what are you thankful for on this Tuesday?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm thankful that I was able to find patience to not trade today. Even though that some of the trade ideas would have worked, I stuck to my guns. I traded earlier before I came on, had some losses in a couple combines, but outside of that, didn't trade anymore. So I'm always thankful when I can find the strength to have that patience. I'm also thankful for our wonderful community in here, as always. Obviously thankful to God for the breath in my lungs, and thankful to be here on Topstep with the family.
Man, bringing an A game today. Love it, Rips. And Mr. Dakota, upper right-hand corner there with the big grizzly bear behind him. Dakota, what are you thankful for? What are you appreciative for today?
The community. I have so much fun. I have so much fun with the community. Seeing all the smack talk, seeing all the drama. It's been really entertaining. And it's kept me entertained on days like today where I would be watching this and it's boring. And you guys, it's been really fun. And everybody here in Topstep TV.
Yeah, I'm with JT. I'm thankful that Dakota got a tire. We did forget to ask the chat. Forgot to ask the chat. Chat, what are you thankful for? Please throw it in the chat. What are you thankful for? Before we close out this fast market session, throw it to the main man, upper left-hand corner, Mr. Michael Patak. Michael Patak, what are you thankful for?
I'm thankful for family and friends. And I say this because I came home yesterday, and when your kids run up to you and they haven't seen you for a week, my God, is that like worth every moment of having to do all the things that I had to do in the last week for the company stuff and work and all that kind of stuff, and some charity event that we're trying to help out with and all that kind of good stuff. And then to come home and be like, it's worth it to provide all this for your family. So family, providing for your family, working hard for your family is a big one, and having great friends.
That's all right. I'm with McConaughey on that one. All right. And I'm very thankful for this upcoming segment next, Power Players. I hope this is as good as I imagined it to be when I went to bed last night. We got Manfred and Mohammed in the house. Mohammed from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, trying to bounce back from a red day in the XFA. It happens. You heard him. He said he's crying yesterday on Power Hour. He's back for more today. We got Manfred. You saw him about a month ago. He was fired up. He had a lot on his mind. He's going to be back with Mohammed and Manfred. This has been my dream for about a month and a half. Power Players coming up next on Topstep TV. Thank you guys. You absolutely crushed it. Let's go today.
Topstep X is the new kid on the block that everyone is talking about. With innovative features such as the manual lockout button, the tilt indicator, and my personal favorite, web-based login. You can literally open it in the browser in seconds. No more complicated connection instructions that require you to do a ritual dance before you can start trading. It's time to step into the future with Topstep X, so check it out.
I mean, what else could you ask for? What else could you want? The ultimate power players in the house. The man in the middle from Germany, Mr. Manfred. Over there. Oh, throw out the deuces. Throw out the peace sign. Manfred in the house. On the right, we got Mr. Mohammed from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Man, I am so pumped for this, guys. First of all, let me introduce you two to each other. Mohammed, do you know Manfred? Manfred, do you know Mohammed?
I know Manfred.
Yeah, I saw him a couple of times. Yes.
Very good. Well, enjoy. Let's have some fun
Very
today. And please, before we
appreciate being with him. It's my pleasure.
Oh. Mohammed, Mohammed, was he talking to you? Mohammed, very good.
Yeah, my mic was over there.
Your mic is much better now. Hey, Manfred, please show the people what you're wearing. What's that cool sweatshirt, that hoodie you got on, Manfred? Look at that. He is part of the Topstep
crew.
Yes, Manfred in the house. He is part of the crew. Awesome to have him back. In the green room, he's saying the sequel's never as good as the first, the original. I think we can do better than that. Let's just see what we got. Anyways, let's get your thoughts on the markets. Manfred, it's been a minute since we've seen you. What are your thoughts on the markets? How have you been trading lately?
Well, the markets are quite tough, I would say, because, I mean, until last Friday, it was quite okay, but yesterday was a sucker market, and today is, because it's nearly everything is rollover activity, you know. And we also have the rate decision tomorrow, which means people are not taking huge positions until then. And I guess that most of the activity that we're seeing now is still rollover activity. And what I personally hate is, especially in the NQ, if you got these 10-point moves that are coming out of nowhere just to get your stops triggered, you know, and do this NQ thing later, you know. And that really sucks, because we have no clear trend. We have a rotational environment, but it's not, I mean, you cannot stay in a position. You have to try to fade the extremes, but even that is a hard thing right now. But I think we see more clarity when the rate decision is out tomorrow, you know.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Mohammed, how have you been trying? Yesterday, Mohammed, we were saying you need someone to cry to. We did have a nice little trade there at the end in power hour. Mohammed, how have you recovered from the day since we saw you last on Power Hour?
Yeah, I have recovered some today as well. And to be honest, it's very hard if you understand market psychology, and if you dig in on type of trader that we have. I'm not talking about retail or big names or big money. No, I'm talking about what type of trader as of decision. We have either an active trader who are current and in a trade right now, and you have prospect, or let's say potential trader who are looking to be in a trade. Yesterday, today, maybe tomorrow, you will find most of them are sideline trader. Either they are not taking a trade, or they already took a trade and they're out of stop loss. So market participant, actually, if they are, a lot of them are sideline, you will see a lot of wicks. You will see a lot of traps and a lot of fake breakouts. And this is exactly what we are seeing. If any time frame below the 1 day, you will find there is no move up before making a trap down, and there is no move down before making a trap up. So,
this is exactly the reason. Yeah, this is exactly the reason why Hogue and Rips said at the beginning of the day, better do not trade if you're not sure what you're doing. And I think, Andre, you said only choose AAA setups. And I think this is what you currently have to do, because it's not the time to be a hero. It's time to be, it's time to survive the day, you know?
Exactly. It's time to change to tweak some your strategy, because if you keep doing what you are doing before and the market shifted to different behavior, your strategy simply will never work, because you have to adjust as well. So the adjustment I'm talking about is a temporary. Maybe it will take longer time because we have this US election as well. So the market is changing its behavior. Rather, it is whether it is NQ or gold or crude oil, the behavior in the smaller time frame is changed. And this is all what we are doing. We are trading the smaller time frame. So it will chop you out if you are not adjusting your strategy, or take it out. Don't trade. If you are unable to adjust your strategy, then I advise you to step out and wait. Make it smaller. Do similar to Dakota, where he's going to micro. Why Dakota going to micro? Because he wants to reduce his risk, increase his stop loss. So he is doing some adjustment to the way he's trading. So learn from that.
Absolutely.
I mean, the thing is, even a position with a couple of micros can hurt you badly if the NQ is running 100 points against you. You know, I mean, and these moves right now are coming out of nowhere. But Mohammed, I see you got a position, right? Is that true?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm playing a range that it was obvious today. In the one, I used to define my range. I used 2000 tick chart. We can see clearly here we have a range up here around 19,800, and the lower band of that range 19,750. Let's say, which we are in right now. So we can see there is some traps up there. We go to the extension here. We never visited the extension down there. We never. And that would be rare for a range day. So I was looking to go short. I went short, I think, somewhere here at this candle at it is 19,792. And it is only one contract. I used to be had three contracts, but now I killed two at the low of
and
this
why
range.
aren't you taking the profit? I mean, what are you waiting for?
I already took two at the bottom of this range. Yeah,
Good.
and I'm just leaving one around my my entry.
You have a runner and let it run. That's fine.
Exactly.
I like it. Okay, so one, just to recap, Mohammed, you're short one from NQ. 19,792, correct?
Correct.
All right. And Manfred, you have no position on currently, correct?
Yes, that's true. But
anything,
the thing
any
is,
price
I can take a position if you want, and I can show you a little
Manfred,
bit how I trade.
We would love to see that. I know Mohammed would like to get a strategy. I'd like for you guys to talk some strategy between you guys. You guys have been in these markets. Manfred, you've been in these markets for decades. Mohammed's been in these markets for decades. So we got a lot of experience here. I know we like to have a lot of fun with these guys, but these guys have some serious experience. Manfred, believe it or not, was part of the oil trade when it did go negative. For those that are new to Manfred, this guy has seen it all. And so has Mohammed. We're starting to sell off here in NQ. Last trade, 19,737. Yeah, Mohammed short from 792, about 60 points in the money. Yeah, Manfred, if you'd like to show us how you trade and how you approach these markets, please, by all means, talk to us, Manfred.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Can we see Manfred's screen? Mohammed, can you see Manfred's screen?
Not yet. Yep.
Okay, so what have we got? I'm basically using 100 tick chart because I want to see the short action. I'm actually only changing to a higher time frame to see where we are in the greater context. I mean, in the bigger picture, but actually it doesn't help me because my trading style is I'm doing very many trades. And I'm always smiling when Deanna in the morning says she's also very active. She's doing 9 trades on a day. And I'm doing kind of like 300, 400, 500 trades a day, sometimes even more than 1,000. And my high score on the volume on trade-wise was, I think, 3,000 something.
You took 3,000 trades before, Manfred, in a day?
Yes, on one day, yes. But that was a very active day. And I mean, on a day like that, I do not manage to have 20 grand on the account later, then I did something wrong. Yeah, because that is my expectation. But the thing is, I have no time to think about things. I'm deciding things, and I will show you something. Now I put on a trailing stop of 41 ticks, and I press the button buy and sell immediately, both. And now I let the market decide where I get into a position. It's not that I decide it, because what I do is anyway wrong. So I let the market say, okay, let's wait what's going on. Maybe you just watch it. I mean, if it's staying between 40 and 27 for the rest of the day, then we won't see anything. But I think that's not the highest probability, right?
Interesting. Mohammed. Okay, Mohammed, you seem confused. Mohammed, you seem interested in this approach.
Yeah,
Manfred,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, now I'm
amazing,
filled.
actually.
Now I'm in. Look.
We're selling
I
off.
have no time to look what happened. I'm in at 26, and my trailing stop is now at 1675. That means I have, boom, 10 points. That was 10 points for nothing, just for sitting there watching the market and pressing two buttons,
Damn.
So, and the thing is, Andre, you have no time to write down if I'm long or if I'm short. I mean, it's nice that you have that on the top of your screen, but my position changes every 10 seconds. And that means it doesn't make any sense to put on anything here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we probably
just
go
put
into the direction.
the realized P&L.
That was amazing.
Now I'm long because I think we're at the lower end of the range, and therefore I went long, and I try to get rid on the. That's it. Boom, made another $100. But this is what I am doing. This is what I would say is hardcore scalping, because I am only interested in positions that tend to last 10 seconds to maybe 30 seconds. Any position that I have that is longer there than a minute, then I can only tell you something is wrong. Because if I'm not managing to get into the profit zone within a minute, then I have to think to get out or to do something else about it. But the thing is, I'm on the very short end of the time frame, and I'm doing very many trades. But the thing is, Andre, you said you're only looking for AAA setups.
Yeah.
I don't care. I give a shit if it's a AAA or a triple B or whatever setup. I think take it. Now see, now I go along, because I think either I have to do something about it because we go more to the downside, or I get into the profit zone. If I get into the profit zone, I ask and try to get rid of the position at any point. Now let's look.
Yeah.
Okay. Mohammed, please.
Boom,
Mohammed, yes, you have questions.
$60. Thank you.
Good, but how would you? This is amazing. The question
This is
here
amazing.
that obviously you have a serious control over your emotion to do that. You have to be, and the question is, what do you do when you are wrong? This is the serious one. It is not about what you do when you are right, because that's easy, but what you do when you are wrong is the critical question.
Okay, probably I won't commit suicide, because otherwise I won't sit here, yeah?
No,
I mean, it happens that I'm wrong, sure, but then I have to manage the position and I have to do something about it. And the first thing that I try is to improve my average, if that is possible. Okay, but my first choice anyway is to get in to see if I immediately make a profit. I mean, it's $60 is okay. Why not? $100, no problem with that. Nothing wrong with it. Because you see, if you do it over a complete day, you're adding up to 5,700. That's it. I mean, these shitty little tiny trades add up to a great amount. And that's the thing. And I try to control my risk. Yeah.
Yeah. ahead.
Or selling.
Go on.
My
I'm
concern
going long
here is
now.
that you might take bigger loss than 60. So you win 60, 60, 60, and all of a sudden one trade minus 500. That's what is my concern.
Okay, now I'm long too, as you see, with 86.50. And we're below. This is, my blood pressure is not affected by that.
Okay.
I'm just seeing what's going on, because the thing is, I try now either to get one sold at 86.75 so that my average is improving, or if that's not possible, I try to put on another one or two below. But as soon as nothing happens, like now, I do nothing. Okay, now we go further down. Fine.
You're selling off.
And we buy. Now I'm long 5 with 66.50.
Long from 66.50. Okay.
Do you now consider exiting the trade?
No, absolutely not. Nothing happened. I'm 61.75 offering now for one. And let's
Still
see what's
selling off.
going on. That's not selling off.
Amazing.
That's,
if you
kindergarten.
can
That's
manage
kindergarten.
This is kindergarten.
That's kindergarten. What we're seeing here.
Nothing. I like it.
I can't. I confess that I can't do that. If I do that, you will have 1,000 reset, not 1,000 trade every day.
Fred's staying. Blood pressure has not moved yet. It's kindergarten. I like it. We're selling off here. I like it is kindergarten. We got ES and NQ both selling off your new lows. Mohammed, are you still short from? You're still short from 792, Mohammed.
Of course, you don't do that in the opening or in news.
Yes, that's true. That's true. You have to know when to do that. Exactly. So now I'm putting on more offers. So one is filled at 61.75. That's filled. Now I try to get rid of more. I'm 67. I'm offering 67 and 73. And the one at 86.75. I'm long 4.
What price, Manfred?
Perfect.
I realized losses, but when we started this, I was at 57 something count. Okay, gone. Now I'm already up 6,000. Now look what I'm already up 6.3. Now I say flatten all and fuck your mother, and now we have 63, 64.
All right.
And now, ladies and gentlemen,
all right.
Hold on. Now we're going short because this has gone too far. This has gone too far. 85 is a short. And we are adding to that position at 88.50. Now we're doing something else because now we are lowering the tick size to 27 and put on a stop. And now see what happens. We cannot lose anymore because we are short with 84, as you can see. And 81.25 is my trailing stop. And now we simply sit back, enjoy the show, and see how the profit is gone into my account. And I say to the counterparty, thank you guys. It was a pleasure to make business with you. Thanks, Manfred. You are so kind to me. I love you. And now, okay, this is enough profit. Fuck you, flatten all. Boom.
All right.
And that's it. We are up 6,700. Okay. Any more questions?
No. Class is dismissed.
I mean,
class is dismissed.
Who dare to ask? Who dare to ask, man?
So in this couple of minutes, we made $1,000. Now it's your turn. Boom.
Absolutely amazing. JD up 60 C's, up 6,700 bucks. Mohammed, you were short from 792s. You were short from 792s. What did you cover, Mohammed?
Exactly. Yeah, actually, we can see we are now in the. At the beginning, we said it's rare that the market in a range day is not reaching the second extension, because we did the first one up there, and the market kept ranging. Now we immediately reached this one, and I immediately trailed my stop loss from entry to not this range to this range.
Yes.
Now, because I don't want to see the market goes back here. So that's keeping around $2,000 as my trading stop. And you can see here the markets immediately stop at this range, the extension of this range, the third, I think it's the third to the 1, 2 to the second, which almost similar to the same opening of the day today. So I'm joining my runner here. Yep. So, and my target here is almost my maximum profit of 4,500 in this combine. So I cannot trade it anymore.
Okay. All right. I'd like.
So I just saw that I've got 551 trades so far today.
551 trades.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a light day for you,
though,
right?
Screen, you can see that. I mean, if you go into my screen, everyone can see that, because here on the bottom of the screen it says total rows 20 of 551.
Ah, okay.
See that?
Yes, we do.
On
yes,
the bottom.
We do.
Yeah.
Is this
so
one account? And
that's a demo
I'm
account.
out now.
That's
yeah. I am out now because we are testing the high of this range. So let me, because I promised yesterday that I will give some light on how do I trade. Let me share this trading decision routine. Every day I have to start with this mindset preparation of thinking. Not things to do, it's just testing or challenging my mind. First, I need to understand the market psychology. Who is taking a lot of heat? There are buyers and there are sellers. Are the buyers more satisfied than the sellers, or the sellers more satisfied than the buyers, or neither of them? Sometimes you find neither of them. That means there is a lot of traps and stop loss. And then you have to ask yourself, who is doing the good patient and who is doing the bad patient? Because there's traders who are in a bad trade and he is waiting and he is increasing his stop loss, and the market never went to his direction. So you have to identify who are they, so don't be with them. Then the last one is the market sentiment and economic political news. You have to be aware what is going on around you. What do we have? We have obviously the rollover between contracts. We have FOMC tomorrow. We have this election of the US, which is, every news coming out of any campaign, it moves the market. We have this Russia and Ukraine. We have the Middle East conflict. So you have to be aware. I'm not saying you have to memorize or know or study economics or politics. No, you don't need. You just need to be aware of what is going on. Is it December? Is it 20th of December and you are trying to do something? Because end of month, end of week, end of day, last hour of the trading day, usually it is the most difficult trading hour or trading time. So you need to
actually
be aware.
Yesterday it was cold like in December, but I was making sure we still have September. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
look at that man from the joke.
I ask everyone, please be aware. Don't just jump in the market, because I know there's sometimes excitement. You have a new XFA, you just know new account, and you're just excited the market to open. So calm down. The market is not going anywhere. The only one that goes anywhere is you. The market is there. Even if it's I bought oil around 20 and I lost. And I sold oil at 120 and I lost as well. So it doesn't mean that you are making money if you buy the bottom. Never this way.
Yeah, sounds
Because
like
we
you
are
should trade something else. Maybe oil is not
maybe.
your market. Trade something else.
Exactly. My point here is don't just jump market.
Okay, but
Prepare.
actually, I've not got a presentation, but I can tell you my thoughts on this. My thought is all these things are very interesting, but in my decision-making process, they are of no importance at all, because I don't care. I give a shit about market sentiment and all these things, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter who's in control, if it's the sellers or the buyers, because that can change from 1 minute to the next. Buyers are coming out of nowhere. Sellers are coming out of nowhere. My first assumption is technical analysis is the greatest bullshit on earth.
Why?
It doesn't help you. Because it doesn't help you. Because
Why?
it's what everyone sees. Yeah, because, Andre, you know that some kind of 85 or 90 or whatever percent of people who are doing this job are losing. So why are they losing? They are mainly looking on the same things. They are using indicators, they are using MACD, RSI, and all this shit, and trend lines, and vertical trend lines, and diagonal trend lines, and whatever. It doesn't help you. The only thing that helps you is, from my point of view, but the thing is, we are all different, okay? Like Rips said this afternoon, he said, it's good that we are all having different kind of trading styles, yeah? And this is my trading style, and I would not recommend this to anyone, because it's the way where I'm feeling well, what I am doing, you know? But my assumption is, if we are looking on a chart and we are using indicators, the algos that are running these markets, and I mean 85 to 90% of the volume is done by machines, it's not done by people. They are programmed simply to fuck retail. That's everything they do. They want to get your money because they don't compete with the big ones. That would be a challenge. No, the easy money is fucking retail. That's the thing.
Well, we can say screwing retail. We can say screwing retail.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe not
Screwing retail. Okay.
Yes,
the thing is, they see where retail goes long and where retail goes short, because they know all these setups. They know, okay, this is the horizontal line, this is kind of support or resistance or whatever. So what do? They exactly know that if we are going through that you probably will take a short position. So they let it run 1.5 ticks from then, and then they turn it around and say, okay, now pay attention what we are doing. Because now you are in a trap position, and the only thing that you can do is exit it at once, because that's the cheapest way to exit it. The longer you're waiting, the more painful it will be. That's the thing.
I think
my basic assumption is, but with everything that I'm doing, is my first thought is, which direction hurts retail most? What is bad for retail? And this is where I think, okay, I'm taking a position, or I will not take a position.
Interesting. Mohammed, I think that's essentially what you're saying. Who's winning the patience? Whether it's the long or the shorts here on your slides, right? Who's winning the patience?
I agree with Manfred with most of what he said. Even that I do technical analysis, but I have a solid saying about technical analysis. Technical analysis is nothing more than a way for you to make a decision. It just makes your trading much easier, because you will have a system, you will have an entry setup that you can make your decision of it. However, the most important thing, no matter what strategy that you are following, no matter what technical analysis, anything, if it is not backed by strong money management, trade management, you will be screwed. if you have a 90% winning trade strategy, and this is, never happen, but if you have a 90%, the question is what you are gonna do if you are in a situation in the 10%. If you screw it, that means you are screwed. And this is what I like with Manfred way of trading. He said, if it is against me in 1 minute, that means he's wrong, so he exit or he do something about it. So the question
Mohammed,
for you,
the thing is,
yep.
The thing is, it's easy to apply a strategy that has a 90% winning rate. The easiest way would be you buy one and put on an exit order with 1 point profit, $20 in the NQ, and a stop loss that is 100 points away. With that strategy, you will easily achieve a 90% winning rate because you're winning all the time, you know?
Yeah. 100 points away, man.
But the thing is,
100 points away.
Yeah, but no, this was just an example. This was just an example to show you that a 90% winning rate means nothing. It doesn't give you an edge. That's the main thing, you know? Because you can you can program that in Topstep X. You can say profit $20, loss 600, whatever, 200. So, and then you take trades, buys and sells. You roll the dice. I mean, you do not even have to think about it. You simply say, okay, 1, 2, 3 is buy, so 4, 5, 6 is sell. You roll the dice and say, okay, 1, buy, boom. And you will have a 92 or 93% winning rate. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you will have a lot of days where you end in profit because it's the probability that you're ending up in profit is very high. But the thing is, if you're wrong, it hurts you and it takes away the profits of the last whatever, how many days, you know? That means you haven't got an edge. That's exactly the truth. And on the other hand, you know that Dakota, for instance, he is a trader who is taking a lot of tiny losses. He always says, I'm used to take tiny losses because that's the way I'm trading. But when I'm on the right side, I let it run. And I let it run until infinity to get my profit. And that's his way of trading. So you don't need a high winning rate to have an edge. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, you need a high risk to reward rate.
Agree. Mohammed, please continue with what you're sharing. I think the people still want to see. Please continue. And if there's anything happening in the markets, we'll cut to that. But please, Mohammed, love to see what you brought to Power Players today. Topstep TV. If you're loving this as much as I am, click like, click subscribe. We got Manfred and Mohammed in the house. Mohammed brought something to share with everyone here. Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, so the first thing, just understand the market psychology. So you prepared for what is you are going to do. So it's just a mindset, thinking about it, giving you some time. Your blood pressure goes down, and now you can be better fit for making decision. Then ask yourself, what type of day? I have 2 types of days. This is my way of trading. Okay. Either I have a range day, or I have a trend day. The range day, do I have double top and double bottom? Or maybe I have triangles, or maybe I have a megaphone. If I see a megaphone, that means I will be screwed today. Okay, it will be very difficult market to trade until we go away of that megaphone. If we have double tops, like what do we have today, that means we are in a range day. Because making decision in a range day is totally different than making decision in a trend day. For a trend day, you have 3 types as well. Either you have one direction up day or down day. So the sentiment, everybody is buying, every dip, you'll find the buyers there. So don't cry to me selling the market that day. This is why I'm saying sometimes, don't come crying selling if it is a one direction day, or even worst, a reversal day. The reversal day is the day where the market start doing something and after the opening it is doing totally different thing. So this is remove the sell button from your keyboard. Don't sell this market at all, because
I probably need a screwdriver.
You need a screwdriver. I love you guys. Go on.
So in this, the market already turned the table, and there is a lot of sellers begging the market to go down. So just keep buying until the market, coming back to this level. So this is the reversal day, and this is the most difficult day to trade. Is multi-direction day, up and down without a clear double top or clear double bottom. You don't see a trend line. Every trend line gets broken and get retested and get inside the range again. So this is the most difficult day, which usually you see if there is, you will see this on the election day. I promise. Because
but Mohammed, a multi-directional day, in fact, is a rotational environment with a high volatility. I mean, this is not a trending day. A trending day is a day where you have one direction that is starting at the end of the day, at the beginning of the day, and the market is never looking back. That's a real trending day. And if you try to fade the extremes on a trending day, then you get whacked.
Exactly, but why I'm saying it is direction day, because in this scenario we have a very big range, very big of range where it is somehow difficult for the market today to go to the high and the low. So you cannot trade it as a range day. You have to trade it as a trend day, because it's big enough to be a big range. Then we go to the third step, is the making decision step. Whether you buy or you sell or you do nothing. And there is another one, don't trade today. Don't. Maybe you will decide, like Reb today. He said, no, I will never trade today, because he have his reason of market sentiment or anything that from here make him decided not to trade today. So he's consistent of this decision, because it's easy to say, I will not trade today. Okay, it's very easy. But you don't know how effective is that decision. Maybe it is a wrong decision if you are not doing that in a system matter or system manner, system way. So after
you have the chance, or you have the chance to say, okay, I try something. That's how my mentor Bish is approaching the markets. He is trying a trade. It fails. He's trying another one, stopped out. And he's trying a third one, stopped out again. And then he closes down his PC and says, okay, this is not my day. I'm going to walk my dog, whatever. But I'm not continuing trading.
Exactly. Yeah. And all of this.
Hey, real quick, gentlemen, we'd like to run a poll. Really quick, my friends. I'd like to run a poll. Which trading style or trading strategy is most like yours? Manfred's strategy, Mohammed's, or none of those? We're just trying to get a general basis as to who we're seeing. That's what you say. Different strokes for different folks. There's so many different ways to trade this. We saw Manfred get quick, get in, get out. We saw Mohammed take a runner to the downside. Both trading strategies were profitable. That's why we're trying to show you all the ways. It's like a buffet, Manfred. You go to the buffet. What are you on? You want the schnitzel or you want the sauerkraut? What do you want when you go to the buffet table? What are you, Eddie, like that one? Well, I got Manfred to smile. On that one as well. But let's see what we got here. We got the poll up in the chat. Is your trading strategy more like Manfred or Mohammed? Get your votes in. All right, please, Mohammed. Go ahead. You were saying.
I'd like to have a tenderloin steak with pepper sauce and French fries. Okay, if you can organize that.
We are right on it.
Come on down.
Come on down. I like Manfred's a man. Okay, Mohammed, go ahead. You were saying.
Eddie is hungry. I know from his voice.
He knows.
Okay, so to make the decision, first you trade or not, then yes, I will trade. Then to decide to buy or to sell, you need to answer this. You have to answer who has control of the market right now in your time frame. If your entry time frame, then you have to define some levels that you will react at that level, And then you have to have entry setups. You just don't go into the market blindly. And I have these setups. I have more actually, but I have these setups. Whenever I see them, I enter. I don't care if I lose or I win, because I have tested them on me, on my time frame. And I got 70, 65%. And it is not always 60%. Sometimes, some days it is only never worked. Okay. So either you have this continuation pattern when you have a market coming back to the moving average and give me a nice strong candle. This is an attempt to the buyer, and this is a failed attempt to sellers. Or I have what they call a Bollinger Band,
More
or my
sellers coming in
Bollinger
here, guys. More
2021.
sellers. Yep.
Yeah, and
More
we'll see
sellers,
some
real quick.
examples live now. We have this limit set up.
Real quick, we got ES making new lows. We got NQ making new lows. Last trade in the NQ, 19,640. When we came in this morning, we were talking about a gap close down to 697. 697 earlier this morning. We did get there to the downside. Yes, last trade, 56.90 to the downside. Okay, please go ahead, Mohammed. Hey, Manfred, if you do happen to take some trades, let us know. We are moving fast and furious here on Power. Man, we got 9 minutes. This went by fast. This is Power Players here. We got Manfred in the house. We got Mohammed in the house. Please go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to see me do another trade, please tell me, okay?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I can do that instantly.
I don't have a trade right now because the market is away from my setups. However, we have a previous Bollinger trade, which is here, where the market goes up, tested all those EMAs. And what are these? They are just simple 21 EMA. One is for the highs and one for the close and one for the lows. If the market touches all of them and closes below, this is an entry setup for me. Short.
Okay. All right, we're still selling off here. Last trade, 56.83. Manfred, if you see anything that you like, please, we can go over to your screen, take some trades. If you see anything you like, I know people are interested in this strategy and this technique.
Okay.
We have the poll.
Then
Go ahead,
go to my screen. Go to my screen to see what I'm doing.
Here we go, folks.
Okay.
You asked for it.
So actually, the thing is, I only need 1 second or 1 minute, perhaps, to see what's going on and to see what kind of position I would like to take.
So talk to us. What do you see?
What is? Yes, I have this yellow line, and this yellow line is the Ichimoku, the longer term of this Ichimoku. I don't know the name. If it's Tikan-sen or Kenjin-sen, I don't know. But this only gives me an impression. If we are above that, we're probably in an uptrend, and if we are below, we're probably in a downtrend. But this is also changing because in a 100 tick chart, nothing is like it is because the market is moving very fast, you know. And actually, if I see this, I want to be long somewhere here at the bottom, and I'm looking for short somewhere here at the top of the screen. That means right now where we are, I would try to get long. Okay, let's get something. Okay, I got something at 9.5. So the easiest thing would to get, yeah, I'm out. Okay, got $80, and that's it. Okay. Now this is no man's land. If we stay here, this is no man's land for me because we can go in both ways from here.
Yep.
I want to go long somewhere at the bottom. So which means right now, somewhere in the area below 605, 601, or maybe even below 600. I would not think about shorts in this situation because we are at the bottom of the range. We are a little bit overextended to the downside, maybe. I would try to see if we approach somewhere between 40 and 50. I would think of shorts. But right now, I mean, sitting there and doing nothing is also a choice. You don't need to have a position at every level. And if you are uncertain what to do, the easiest thing is you put on a 41 trailing stop and push both buttons. Now I let the market decide where I get in. It's not me. Okay. And I don't need a setup. I don't need a triple A, triple B, triple C setup. Now the market will do its thing, its market thing. So now we're in.
Okay.
Now let's see what happens. And if we are in the profit, we can close the position. Okay, stopped out with a loss. That for me means we go long, because if we are stopped out at the top, we're probably going to the upside. Otherwise, I would not have been stopped out, you know?
Yes.
Okay, let's see what's going on. And as soon as I'm able to put on a stop, I will put it on, but I do not want to realize a loss if that can be avoided. And the thing is, if we're going right here in the area right below 610, I would buy another one and see how I get out.
Okay.
Yeah, my level actually is 19,585 to go long.
585.
19,585. Yeah, which
I put in a bid at 10.
Right.
I put in a bid at 10 and I put in an offer at 24.75. Filled, boom, that's it. We got a profit. Thank you.
Filled, boom. Filled, boom. That was for JD. JD like Phil. That was a quick profit, Manfred. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I can do this the whole day, but I mean, I don't know if somebody learns something by that. Now we are approaching the top of this range that we see on the screen here, which means, okay, this is maybe an area where I would think about a short right now.
Really?
And I always try to offer at the ask, and I try to buy at the bid, because I do not want to pay the spread. And in the NQ, you're crazy if you're doing something else. If you're selling market, then you simply have too much money. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Level up there is 9,000.
36.50. We're in at 36.50. Okay, I try to get it back at 33.25. Let's see. And if I don't get it back, I sell more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 19,661.
Boom. Sold another one.
Boom.
Now I'm short 42. I try to get back one at 42,
Boom.
where I'm short.
Eddie. Right.
Boom, got it back. So, okay, now my average is 42. Okay. Let's see. At 52, we sell another one if we get there. And my 33.25 is still in the book. So if they sell it down, I say thank you, motherfuckers.
Okay, on that note, Manfred. Oh, Manfred, it's like you take this personally with the market. It's almost as if you're in a head-to-head battle. Manfred, the person on the other side is your enemy. You're trying to take them for their money. I know it's a zero-sum game for every buyer. There's a seller. But when you take that win, oh, man, there's no feeling like it. Mohammed, we got 2 more minutes left here on Power Players. It does not get any better. Manfred in the house. Mohammed in the house. We'll see if we have these two back together, but I'm having an absolute blast. Manfred, are you having fun? Tell me, are you having fun today?
Okay, now I'm short with 47. I try to get one back at 47. Now my average has improved to 47. Formerly it was 42. Now it's 47. Okay. At 57, I sell another one. My average is 47. And now I would raise this a little bit because I want to make the profit, let's say 43 something.
Man, I can't do that. I can't.
Okay, this is done.
This is what.
Now we try to get that back at 2 because we're short at 2. That's it. Boom. So now my average is 42. And now we do the following thing. We set a trailing stop at 13 ticks. We say cancel all by trailing stop. That was not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to realize a loss.
Oh, well, it happens though.
Yeah, I'm in again.
He's in again. Okay, we got 1 minute left here on Power Players. We are showing you all sorts of different ways to trade. This is just absolutely electric. This is everything I'd hoped for and more. I hope you guys are enjoying this as well. Let's get those likes up just to make sure not all my ideas are kicked to the curb. This was my idea, folks. If you guys don't like it, I apologize. If you love it, thank you. I absolutely love this. I hope you guys are enjoying this as well. Obviously, there's different types of trading. We got the boom in the house. Oh man,
Yeah,
Manfred, you never answered me. Manfred, are you having fun, Manfred? Are you having fun?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Here,
Yeah, this is one way that you cannot teach.
You're born with
agree.
this.
Do you agree with me?
Yes, you were born with
Can
this.
you teach that?
This is nature, not
Yes,
nurture.
you can teach that, but you have to have a lot of experience. That's true. Yeah,
I agree. Well, folks, that's gonna wrap it up for now. That went by fast. That went furious. You guys saw both ways to make of it. Mohammed was short from 792. Then we saw the market fall out of bed. Then you saw the quick hyper scalping, aggressive scalping, like Manfred says he does. You're learning two different ways. Yes, he's on a practice scout. We're gonna get him on the combine next time he's back on. Manfred, Mohammed, will you guys join us again down the road?
Sure. I'm looking forward
Ah.
to the market strategy to maybe we elaborate more.
100%,
Okay,
Mohammed. We are
just to
not
make
done with
sure-
that. I want to. Yes, Manfred, please.
okay. We ended this attack again with a profit, just to make sure
Heck.
that we're talking about the same things.
Perfect.
It's absolutely. I appreciate you guys. We are out of time. We got shoulder tap and group coaching coming up next.
The market is coming to Manfred every day.
Yes, it is. Oh boy, that was absolutely Manfred. Yes, peace out. Throw up the peace sign. Everyone, peace peace all around the world. You guys are the absolute best. We got shoulder tap coming up next. Holy moly, that was fun. You guys are the best. Stay tuned. Topstep TV bringing you the heat. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by what appears to be a hammer-wielding madman. Mick, how's it going?
Hey, I'm just here for the shoulder tap, Jack. I brought this prop. It is a prop. Well, it's a prop right now, but I brought it into the office. I want to hang something else up on the wall in our trophy room here. But I figured with our candidates that we're going to be featuring today, showing this thing a little bit relevant for the shoulder tapping. I'm not here to crack any skulls. It's shoulder tapping with a
No. It's the velvet touch you have.
Oh yeah,
It's
very velvet.
implied. It's not here to crack any skulls yet, but you do have the tools if it came to that. It's not, but it
The
could.
tools are always here. The tools are always here, Jack. They are.
Well, how are our funded traders doing today?
It's a pretty good day today, as a matter of fact. We've got more green on the board from our live group than we have red on the board. And normally, there's a lot of really good, healthy P&Ls for the day today. Normally, you hear me, share some P&Ls, so-and-so's up 4,000, so-and-so's up 5,000, that kind of thing. There's a lot of those. I would be rattling off many names today if we're going to be doing that. So I'm not going to do that. We've got some big P&Ls that I do want to mention that are tied to two of the traders that I'm going to feature today. So that's really nice. Some big profits made in the gold, and that flushed down. Also some larger profits made in the NASDAQ as well, the equity indices. So it's a good day. It's a good Tuesday. I'm happy about that. Yesterday, I mentioned mixed bag on the board. And, turned out to be a pretty good day for the group of live traders overall.
Sounds good. Heading into FOMC, of course, tomorrow. Had a little bit of a choppy day with the roll happening, but good to see some people are having some success. Now, Hammerman.
Yes, sir. Let me hammer one thing in to everybody's minds. If you are up money through end of day today's session, going into FOMC Wednesday, for anybody who's been watching the segment for a long time here with Jack and I, FOMC is a day where big account balances get hurt, big profits get wiped out. So for the people that are up big today, let's make sure if you're up 20 grand or 27 grand today, you don't ride out a big position size into the FOMC tomorrow and give it all back. Because we've seen a lot of that. I'm not going to rattle off dollar value examples, but we've seen a lot of that, Jack. If you're up money, it's always a good time to sit on your hands. If you're down money, don't think that, a quick impulse off the number tomorrow is going to be your saving grace. Usually I see that add a little bit more insult to injury and things get worse. It's very rare that, you depend on something like that and it works out in your favor. You're going to set yourself back a little bit.
So with that, Mick, Gabe, stop. Hammer time. Let's see what cards we got going today. Mick, who do we got first on the block?
Okay, let's pull up the card for, I had to Google how to pronounce this one. Pakanon. Pakanon, I want to talk about him. This card is a relatively ugly trading card. This accounts for 9 trading days in their live account. This trader, got called up from XFA, went to live with about $30,000 in their account. As of this morning or yesterday's close, they had about 3,000 left in the account. Before I get into all this, so they basically lost $28,000 in 9 days. Daily loss limit, $28,000 losing streak, really, really bad. And earlier on when I was crafting this card up, I was going to say, they were having a good day today. Earlier this morning, they were up like $11,000. They're flat on the day right now as far as position sizing goes. They were short some gold, and they rode that gold out. They are now up $27,000 in change on a short gold trade from this morning. They're flat now. So I'm very happy to see that one winning day was able to make up for almost all of a 9-day losing streak. But I mean, let's be honest, Jack, they lost 90% of their account in 9 days and they had their back against the wall. If today didn't work out, and they lost today, there would have been a gravestone on this card and we would have been talking about, which we're still going to talk about, money management and how to start slowing these accounts. I'll tell you, so Hakanan has only been trading gold, and he's been, I think he, picked a little bit of a top today. It worked out, but he's been trading it from the short side these last 10 days in his account. So I have a couple trading life lessons I want to share around this, and I'd love to hear what you have to say about it, Jack. But a directional bias is always very good to have. We as, people who are evaluating the markets and looking for what I would call price inefficiencies to, buy something if we think it's low value, that, it's being priced at a lower value than it should be, or sell something that we think is priced at a higher value. That directional bias is good, but we need to have the bias and still remain flexible, unless we're, market makers where we don't care if we're long at the bid or short at the offer because we're looking to, turn something for a tick. There's going to be a directional bias. Now, Hakanan has had this directional bias that almost put him out of business. And today, I think he got very lucky catching the tiger by the tail on this pullback that the golds had on the daily chart today. So I'm very happy for him, but this is by no means a shout out. This is a shoulder tap through and through. So biases can totally put you out of business. Jack, do you have any examples from your own trading where you had a bias that, you kind of fought or you took risk around your bias and it cost you dearly? I know I do.
Oh, 100%. My exit from the trading world was by getting married to a certain curve trade and just being like, it's gotta do it. It's gotta do it. And it didn't. It eventually did. But yeah. And was that good? No, that was my worst trading year I've had.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
I also had a pretty big directional bias, and I've shared this before. Now TopstepTV is a year old. I've shared it a few times, but early on, so it's been a while. Early on in my trading, and I was mostly focused on the grains, I had a pretty big directional bias in the soybeans to the short side. There was record crop growth and production and stuff like that. I was looking at one side of the coin, and I was an aggressive seller day in and day out, and I lost money every single day. It was kind of demoralizing, turning the computer on, going short and losing four figures every single day. Got to a point where I was like, ooh, I can't do this anymore. I'm totally wrong. And I took a couple months off of trading because I was, on track to blow out, and, knowing that I wanted to make a serious, a long-term career out of trading, I called it quits for a little while, which was a good thing because I think the soybeans that year, I'm 37 now, this was in my early 20s, the soybeans continued to rally like another, I don't know, $5 or something like that. I would have totally been out of business if I had continued riding that bias. In hindsight, China was a huge buyer of all our soybeans and corn. So the row crops coming here out of the U.S., mostly the soybeans though. And that bias cost me a lot of money and almost cost me, a career or shortened my career. So that's my directional bias talk there.
Yeah. An important thing to remember, though, at least in my case, when I did this, there were different incentives at play where I had already been paid out at that point. I won't go into the full story of how this worked, but I had been paid out most of the money or almost all the money that I had with this particular firm. And it was kind of encouraged to kind of trade big or go home. So basically, there wasn't the same, like, I wasn't risking everything. I say this to get back to Pakanon because this card is friggin' nuts. This is a masterpiece right here.
Yeah, it is.
Let me just throw this out there. This is 9 straight days of 3K losses. Does the same thing that I think we talk about every day on this, where how much money you have left has to be percent. You know, it started that was only 10% of his account. By yesterday, it was 50% of his account gone. And then on the 10th day, he got saved. Now, Pakanon, probably not watching. If you are, your luck has ran out. Okay. You got to focus right now. Like, this is one of the luckier things I have seen happen in trading. I can't believe it came down to the last day.
So lucky.
And made back all the money. That is so lucky. You cannot play those odds forever, right? Get a few more winning days so you can take a payout. All right. If you're going to get reckless, at least take a payout. I've also never seen a card where I want to see the fills more, because the only thing I can see is that on one of these losing days, he was flat. I can only see the P&L high when they were flat. It was up 4,200.
Mm-hmm.
So swung $7,000 down from that. But I have a feeling that on a lot of these other days, there were probably some pretty green P&Ls unrealized at some point. Nobody can be that good at picking losers. So you won today. You have a golden opportunity. I'm going to check back in on this card.
Yeah, check in with me.
Opportunity.
I can keep you and all our viewers up to date on it, Jack. I'm totally with you on, string together a few smaller winning days. Don't take a lot of risk, and then definitely take a payout, because yes, on day 10 you got the horseshoe here, the 4-leaf clover, the luck of the Irish, whatever you want to call it, and you're almost back to whole, shy by about like $1,000. For anybody who is allowing themselves to trade like this and lacks the discipline to stop when they need to. Like I in my soybean story, I stopped because I knew I was going to put myself out of business. I was trading my own money. I wasn't with a firm. I wasn't with a prop firm. And get this back. It was do or die, and I decided to walk away because I was making the wrong decision, and I needed to protect myself from myself. I would love to see him take a payout. If you're willing to risk $27,000 of $37,000 in 9 days, you should be very open to, not risking that money and just putting that money in your pocket via payout. So I'd like to see him do that, because who knows if he's going to get another, $27,000 winning day if the next 9 days are, losing days. And I said it earlier, kind of picked the top on that gold today. I think he's been picking a top all along as he's been losing money, but today it just panned out for him.
Yeah.
So stopping, 2 things before I leave. Stopping is very important. You need to protect yourself from yourself. And then, with these directional biases, there's a term, a phrase in this industry is markets can stay irrational longer than a trader can stay solvent. So you could have that directional bias of gold's got to go down. You could get proven wrong day in and day out. Chances are you're going to lose your money before you actually get proven wrong, or that's a real scenario. So I wanted to share this one with everybody. Try not to do this, and catch yourself early on. Keep close eye on your metrics and how things are going. So it's good to have biases, but be flexible with that bias. I think I've kind of spent my time on this one, Jack.
Yeah.
I think let's move on
to
to
the next one.
Omer. Omer is another shoulder tap, tapping at the shoulder here. So Omer is also in a live account, not trading too well after 23 days. I'm happy to say that at least when I turned my chair around from the desk, he was up $6,300 in the NASDAQ. I'm not sure where that's at right now or what these markets are doing since I turned away, but here's a little bit more of the same. So he is in a 100K account, not the 150K. So he's got a $2,000 daily loss limit. After 23 days, today's day 24, and he was up money earlier. 23 days, only 9% winning days. No bueno. And not only is that no bueno, I don't like it that much more because they have 58% winning trades. Of those winning trades, the risk reward's pretty bad. It is worse than a 1 to 3. So he's risking $160 to no, he's risking $570 to make $160 on a per contract basis. That's bad. 58% winning trades is not going to get you there doing that. But also, this is daily loss limit day in and day out. There's some pretty significant losing streaks. I could just do a little eyeball or napkin math. It's like, he traded well in the XFA. So started out with like 60 something $1,000 in this live account. And I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
$18 or $19? Like 18 or 19 straight days of hitting the loss limit?
19. So, okay, what's going on if you have 19 losing days in a row? I mean, Jack, you and I have talked about it. If you're stringing together like 2, especially 3 losing days in a row during a week, that should be telling you that your strategy is not working in the current market environment. But to have 19-day losing streak those are all daily loss limit of 2,000 sit. So call it 39 grand, 40 grand probably with the slippage. Like, no, please don't.
This guy can't stop trading. Unlike the last card, right, where I only saw the one day where they were flat and then hit the loss limit, and that was a 9-day losing streak. On this
a lot of days they're up money.
19-day losing streak, we got flat up 2,100, flat up 15, flat up nearly 4,000, flat up 5,500, flat up $8,579.
Get the hammer out. Get the hammer out. I'm going to keep this thing in here. I think I've got extras at home. This thing's probably, 90 years old or something like that, but I'll keep it in here as a prop for when we talk about trading activity like this, because certainly, we make the best decisions based off what we see. And, people ask, what are you looking at when you call up people from XFA to live? We try and turn over every stone. This one hurts me, and I know it hurts the risk team when we see this kind of activity happening in a live account. I think we're pretty good, but this one hurts. This one hurts a lot.
Yeah.
And it hurts me, not because, I obviously want to make good decisions, but I want to see people trading well. I hate putting someone in a live account to see them not being successful, but it's even, worse when you put someone in a live account and, they are not managing their account, their emotions, or managing anything well for that matter, which is what we're seeing here with those, 19 days of $2,000 losses. At what point do you stop and, step back a little bit from your computer, take a look at the bigger picture and say, like, holy smokes, I got to do something differently. One thing I have on the card is they're not trading huge size, but they're not trading one lots. And I'll tell you what, if you are not making money consistently, if that net P&L or the average daily P&L that you see on these cards or on your own trade report, if there's a negative in front of whatever that value is, trade one lots. You don't have, and over a certain sample size too, like if you just have 2 losing days to start out, but you got, some good stuff in you, you have no business trading 2 lots, 3 lots, 15 lots. If you're not making money over a fair sample size of trading days, like, why are you adding leverage? You shouldn't be doing that. I'm getting a little worked up here, Jack. Take it from me if you would.
Yeah, no, it's just tough because you can see people slamming their head against a wall, but can't tell them to stop. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. If you're wielding a hammer, maybe you could tell somebody to stop. Speaking of telling them to do something, Omer, you do have 5 winning days in this account. You have no payouts at the rate that you're going. Take a payout. take a payout, take a payout, take a payout, because
These
certainly
3 more
very
winning
happy for you.
days.
Yeah, certainly to have, happy for you to have a winning day here, but take a payout. If for any trader who's willing to risk that much in the markets, be willing to put it in your pocket. And, that way, grease your pockets a little bit while you're working on getting better. We're all here to get better. We're here at Topstep to get better. We're on TV right now. We do everything that we do is to help traders get better. We want to see your success, and this stuff is hard to talk about, hard to see. We want good things for everybody.
Yeah, we do. And just before we leave, I just want to know, or not know, but just point out that, we let people, I'm very nervous of what would happen here if we let them choose their own risk limit. But you can choose your own risk limit. We know that you have bought a product, so we have limited control over what we can tell you to do or not to do. And everybody wants those limits. But just know that if you were at any professional trading firm in the world on either of these cards, you would not be allowed to hit your DL that many times. You would be reduced very quickly. And if you're taking things seriously, I think that's just something to consider. Well, that was a lovely couple cards there, Mick. Good to see you at least.
Well, great to see you too. But I think it was good conversation and good stuff to show. Jack, to what you were saying, we treat everybody here, our traders, as, big boys and big girls. And, it's this kind of stuff that someone could tell you what to do or what not to do. Yes, we are not a firm where we, come down with an iron fist on restrictions and, like Jack said, not let you hit your loss limit. I mean, anything that you're doing that, doesn't look that great like this is an opportunity for learning. I've said it before. I made a ton of mistakes in my trading, and, I was good at making mistakes, but I was also very good at learning from them and not replicating them. So if you find yourself making all these mistakes, don't replicate them. These are fewer mistakes you're going to be making. It leaves more room for profitability. So, we really put a lot on the trader. So you have to have the discipline and the drive to, be getting better, and you're in control. We want the traders to have control. So that's my
right,
take on this one. I'll get some fun ones
be in
tomorrow,
control.
Jack.
We'll get some fun ones out there, but stick around because after this, we got group coaching with JD and Robert. Then we got Sean. God, I'm Irish. I just pronounced Sean. Can't read. Sean Sawyer is going to be here with JD and Hogue, and then closing out Power Hour with Andre Dolby, Zach B, and Hogue. So stick around. Mick, thanks again.
Thank you, Jack.
We'll be back right after this. See you then, guys.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to everybody's favorite time of day, my favorite time of day, Coach Robert's favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. You may have noticed that we did not put the group coaching question form in the chat today. That's because we got a little something different planned for you today. Normally, I'm behind the scenes feeding Robert questions, but we're going to shift away from that. And in the spirit of trader education, we're going to do a little walkthrough on some features from Topstep X. So, again, our tip of the week this week is to educate yourself. Understand the financial markets you're trading in. Learn about different trading strategies and styles. Stay informed about economic indicators and events that impact the markets. That's clear enough, I think, right? So, what we're going to do is we're going to let Coach Robert rip through a bunch of different charting, all different charting tools available to you on Topstep X. We're going to go through the bar charts, the candles, line charts, maybe point and figures. When's the last time you looked at a point and figure chart? It's been a long time for me, but I know a lot of people do still look at them. So we're going to walk through them. Coach Robert, didn't mean to talk for so long. How are things going on your end this morning or this afternoon, I should say?
Yeah, it's going good. We had a nice day today. It took a little time to put this together, and thanks for everybody in production for making a last minute change. Kind of had this thought to go along with that, educating yourself and focusing on Topstep X. And there's a lot of features that just keep getting added. And these are part of the trading view charting component inside. And what I'd like to do is just show the difference of the different types of mainly the candle types and a couple things we can do with it by adding different instruments to the chart, different candles at the same time. And I'm going to go through these. I'm not going to go like a teaching, but more of a demonstration, because this can be clipped out later on and you can go back and rewind and watch it. So I'm going to move, I want to say fast, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on any one thing. So bear with me when it comes to that. The reason is, if you all know me, I don't really focus a lot on time charts, but we are going to go through a couple of those and a couple preferences of them. But then also, like JD had mentioned, we have different types of charts. I'll be going through the point and figure, line break charts, Renko charts, Fibonacci charts, and just showing you some of the different options and some of the different settings that are available to them. So let's get started. I'm going to run right through this. This is a 5-minute ES chart. As you can see, we're on the ESZ contract, the December contract, so be sure you changed that. If you're in a different platform, Topstep X will roll over automatically. So pretty simple, green and red candles. The green, the open is lower than the close, and on the red, the open is higher. So the candle opens, closes down. We all know this. It's a pretty standard chart. Now let's take a little bit different look at this, and let's just make it a Fibonacci chart. Now, Fibonacci, and I do have these color different so they can look a little different to determination, to identify them, to separate them a little bit. It's the same chart, but what are we noticing? Let's circle an area. These are all red candles that I just circled right here. Now let's go back to the regular chart. We have green and red candles, right? There's greens in here also. But what the Fibonacci chart does is it smoothens out the potential trending areas. So if we had a Fibonacci chart, it's just a basic mathematical formula. It's not real complicated. You can Google it. What it does is when it plots these candles, the open price of a candle is not a true price. All it does is plot the open price halfway between the open and close of the previous candle once the candle closes. Now, this is a time-based chart. So every 5 minutes, it's going to stamp a candle. On a downward candle, the low price is a true price. The open price or the high price is not a true price. It is a fake price. It's going to plot it right in the middle, as I said. So what this potentially may do for you is keep you in those trends a little bit longer. We see on this particular area right in here, we're talking 57.18 and 57.23, the Fibonacci is starting to square up a little bit. We have a couple dojis in there, but they're still red. We don't have anything break into the top side. So we may want to hold that trade. Let's highlight just that area. What does that look like if we have a standard candle? Well, we might get faked out. We see we have a red candle with a long wick, and we have green candle. Now we have a green candle that's closing up above, and the wicks are still there. We have a higher low. So we may say, "Ooh, I want to get out of that trade." Maybe we were looking at a trend line like this, and we saw that it broke down. It starts consolidating. We say, "We want to get out of this trade." But by having a different appearance of a candle, we can see that say, nope, we may want to stay in that trade. Now, here's something that we can do that's pretty interesting. Is we can add two ES charts to this one chart. Now, I'll show you. On the top left, we have a plus sign. We can add a symbol. I'm going to click on ES. Now, what it just did was just added another ES chart on top of this one. Now this one happens to be, if I go to the settings, listed as a line chart. We don't want that. We want this to be a candle chart, just like we're used to seeing. And there it is. We can see they're overlapped to each other. That's kind of hard to read. So let's move this to the bottom of the screen. We can go to our settings here. We can say, hey, let's move this to a new pane below. Well, there we have it. Below, we have a standard 5-minute chart with regular candles. And above, we have the Fibonacci chart, the same candles, so we can see them back and forth. Okay, isn't that pretty cool? That's really, I think that's really something. I think it's really good. And we can just close out if we don't want this. Now, let's go back to a regular candle. And since we are on the comparison, what if we wanted to watch the ES along with the NQ? Well, let's add the NQ to this chart. Let's just keep it standard candles for a moment. Click our plus sign again. We click on the NQ. Notice it by default, it says a line chart. We go to our settings, and we're going to make this a candles chart. And there we have it. There's our NQ and there's our ES. But again, it still looks kind of weird, so we need to make some adjustments. Since they're on the same chart up top, it's going to calculate the scale based on the percentage of movement. We can see yellow down in bottom right is the ES price, and NQ is the NQ price, obviously. So let's go up to our settings here again, and let's move our pin. We're going to pin it to the scale to the left. Now we have our NQ on the left-hand side, but it's still in percentages. So let's go and change our scale to a log scale, and there we have prices. So now we have our, on the right-hand side, we can see those are ES prices. See the candles moving? And let's move these a little bit closer and down the bottom. And on the left side, we have our NQ prices. Now we can just click on them. We can drag them out of the way. So here on the same chart, we are looking at the NQ pricing at the top. We're looking at the ES pricing at the bottom and the price action movement. That may be beneficial to us. How you use that is entirely up to you. Okay, what if we want it on a different chart? What if we want it on a line chart so it didn't take up much room? Well, here we have, we're selecting our candles here, and we want to have it on a, it was a line chart. There we go, line chart. So this is all we want to see. And the line chart in this particular instance is calculated on the close of the price. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. We want to get rid of it, we can just close it up the top, and we are right back to our ES chart. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple, but it can kind of give you an idea where things are going. So now let's mix this up a little bit more. Let's go to some strange charts. A common strange chart would be Renko. Here's a Renko chart. Now, how does this work? Well, I'm going to right-click on my chart, go to Settings, and on our symbol, we can choose the colors. These are the up bars and down bars, this blue. But I wanted to change it. I see projection. As the bar is being built, it's going to be green and for up, and as it's being built going down, it's going to be orange. Now, it's on a 5-minute timer, so it's going to keep adding and removing as price moves up and down. And at the end of this 5-minute timer, it's just going to close those. In this case, if it stopped right now, these would be red because they're now a closed down bar. And it would just continue to plot whether it's still going down or still going up. So we can see this. There are two settings. We can use an ATR, which I really don't care for because it's an average true range, and we can use it. This is going to calculate and look at candles 14 periods back. Or we can use traditional. Box size is the number of points that it's going to move when it plots. So each one of these bricks here, they call them bricks, is 2 points in height. So 2 points down, 2 points down, 2 points down, and it's going to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We can see it's still going down. We can see that it's still dropping. Now they're a little bit confusing in real time because this may drop down 3, 4, 5 orange as it's going down, but then the candle, the price action may come back up. It's going to erase these. And it may go up 2, 3 green and then stop there because our timer ran out. But what does it do? It gives us a pretty accurate, a pretty easy way to look at support resistance levels. We can easily see like, all right, well, this is the high of day. Yes, it could have gone up a little further and back down again, but it's going to plot every 2 points. The other thing we need to take into consideration with Renko candles, Renko bricks, they call them boxes here, but Renko bricks, is that in order for it to change color and change direction, it has to go twice the distance. So here's a green that we're showing right here at the end. In order for this red to plot, it has to come back down 2 points and then go an additional 2 points. So we call that the flip. This is a certain way to do it. Some platforms look a little different. You can have wicks on them, and some of them will have an overlap. So you can say, oh, I want it to overlap, not be stacked on top of each other. So it's just something that you may want to put on your chart. put it on the bottom, just like we had regular candles up top, put a different type of chart on the bottom. It may help with the trading to hold on to something a little bit longer. Now let's go, well, let's highlight one area. Let's look at this section that we just have. I'll circle it, and I'll go back to the standard chart. And this is what we are looking at here. It's a little bit messy. On the Renko, yes, I know it's historical, but yes, I also see that we have a potential, click on this here, support resistance area on this line, go back to my regular candles, back to my Renko, and we can clearly see as that is a really simple way to identify a potential support resistance area. Hopefully that makes sense. And I know, again, like I said, I'm going a little bit quick, but we want to make sure that we cover everything here. Yeah, let me go back and erase these. All right, now we're at our regular candles again. Let's go to something even a little more crazy, a little more fun. Let's go to something called a line break. Now, a line break is pretty interesting. This is the rollover candle, so I'm going to get this out of the way so we can look at today, just like this. We'll shrink it down. Now, what is a line break? Let's look at the settings. We have it set, or I have it set right now, as a number 3. What does that mean? It means it's going to look at 3 periods back, 3 candles back, in this case, a 5-minute chart. Once price breaks, if it's going down, let's highlight an area, this red candle over here. Once it breaks the low of 3 candles back, it's going to plot red. It's going to change color. It will continue red until a green movement or upward movement breaks the high of 3 candles back. We can see in this area here. Now let me highlight a few of them. 1 second.
Powering on. Welcome to Alltech Lansing.
Sorry about that. My headset just died on me, and here we go. You can still hear me, JD?
Yep, you are all good, Robert. Keep cooking.
Excellent. Just switch the headset out. It was charged. Don't know why it died, but we'll figure that out. So here, we're looking at red candles going down, and we have the reason for this one green candle is because it finally broke the high of the 3rd candle back. Now, how can we use this? Well, it's another way to, I think, easily identify support and resistance areas. We know that this was a level because red dropped down, it broke below the 3rd candle back based on those settings, and we can continue on. Now, it may happen quickly, it may happen smoothly, and these are another candle that will continue to go down, 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 or up, up, up. It'll continue to plot until it actually breaks that 3rd candle. So we may see a green come up, another one, and then once it breaks this 3rd candle, it will plot green, and we'll have a green section down the bottom. They're pretty cool to use, and again, this is on a 5-minute chart, but let's change it to a 15-minute chart. So there we have it. It's pretty smooth. We can see it's starting to build up now. I have my projection bars set to green, so I can see a green was beginning to build, and down would be orange. But what if we go faster? Let's put it on a 5-minute chart. A 1-minute chart. Here we have it. Now, what do we want to do here? Do we want to go long? Do we want to wait? We know we have a pretty good support level right down here. We know we have a pretty good resistance level right here. So we can, I think, potentially use this to our advantage. And again, these are just ideas. I'm just giving some demonstration and a little tutorial on what the other options are that are able to be utilized within the Topstep X platform. JD, I'm going to do one more, and then we can take a question or two, and I'm just kind of blowing through this situation here real quick. Let's go back down to a 5-minute chart to make sure we go back and start off with the same baseline as every other candle pattern or candle style. Point and figure. This is a pretty cool one too. This is very, very old style. These were back in the day when everything was written down on a piece of paper, and it was an X and an O, and they always made these 45-degree angles. Now, the thing with the point and figure, so we can do the same thing. We can say, hey, the box size is 1. Let's make it 2. So every box is worth 2 points. And we want to reverse once it goes 2 points. So that is similar to the Renko. We can see that it's built right now. We can easily identify, in my opinion, a support level, resistance levels, potential resistance level. I think it's pretty cool to see that. Now, what this represents I was talking to Hogue about this earlier, where he sent me some pictures of screenshots of the TPO charts that he likes to see on the market profile. It's very close. But to better reference that, we need to make this a 30-minute chart because that's what TPO charts are. They're 30-minute charts. So let's go and remove our support resistance levels. Let's go back down to our settings and make them change on a box size of 1 and a reversal of 1. It's going to give you a more accurate look. Again, I'm going to stretch this out so we don't see the contract rollover. And this is what it looks like here. Now, if we pull up a TPO chart, it's pretty close to this. And this is the whole overnight and everything. So the TPO actually started in the bottom over here because we're looking at a 30-minute chart. Again, these are just things that you can use. They're just ideas. And hopefully they'll be able to help you. Imagine sticking something like this with your regular candle chart. Imagine putting something like the Fibonacci along with the Renko. Hey, am I going to hold on to this trend a little bit longer on my same time frame? Because those Renkos are stacking up. I haven't seen a reversal, and the Fibonacci is telling me to stay in a certain direction because they're the closes are still the same and they haven't changed color on the direction. So it may help you hold on to the trades longer. Will it? I don't know, and you can use it to your advantage. One last thing you have to be careful of, I should be careful, but you need to take into consideration. Let's go back to the line break. Let's go back to 5 minutes. Now this is ES. You want to take into consideration the settings on these when you use them with different instruments. For example, let's put the Ultra Bonds on. What does that look like? That's not too bad. What if I put oil on? That's not too bad either. What if I put the RBOB on? That's still pretty good too, but we may want to change them. There was one that I put on, I think it was it silver or potential, where it didn't look quite right. We do the same thing for the point figure. Does it look right? Well, there's silver, 5 minute. Yeah, see, this is looking kind of messy. That's not exactly what we want to see for silver. How does it look on oil? So we need to make adjustments. That doesn't look too good on oil either, so we may need to make an adjustment and switch this over to our ATR. Aha, that is looking a little bit better. It gives me a better view of what I would need to use for oil should you be trading oil. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. It's just a quick tutorial. I really wanted to go through that. This is all in, all in the spirit of educating yourself. And it takes some time on the weekends to go through these and just find out what is going on with these charts. I see a lot of times, a lot of questions come in. It's like, how do I add a new window to my chart? Well, if you played around with it, you'd notice that you can just one click and you can pick however many you want to see. I don't know how to link my charts. Well, right in the center of the screen, it says add a chart link. Okay. And we have Topstep X in 5 minutes or less tutorial that were put together. I do have a few more to make. I'm just in a different office. It's a little echoey. We want to make them sounding better, which I will be doing here in about the next week or so to catch up with everything like the hotkeys and like these chart things and adding, new contracts, new instruments or duplicate instruments. So there's CL if we wanted to add this oil and gas, right? So if we want to put natural gas on along with oil, there it is. Maybe we have some confluence in there. Maybe we can see something different. Put that back here. Change the oil to the other, natural gas to the other panel. Pin to scale to the left. And there we have it. Now we can adjust each one according to what we would like to see. So now we have a combination of, hey, what is oil doing against gas? That might want to tell us something. The ES against the gold, okay? Gold against silver, ES against NQ. Whatever you want to do, just wanted to put this out there, share it with everybody, and I don't know, ask some questions if you have it. And JD, what do you think? Any comments here? We got probably a minute or two to clear anything up.
Not so many questions. A lot of great comments, though. There was one particular question. I just lost it, but someone was curious what it would look like if you put a Renko chart on top of a Fibonacci chart with a couple different markets, but we don't have to really run into that too much right now. But I guess the base point is that all these charts that you have access to on Topstep X, they're highly customizable. So we do, we highly recommend going in there and playing around with them and trying to figure out what really works best for you. Again, we say this all the time, but what works good for me might not translate so well to you. So go in there and test a few things out, play around with it. It's there for you to use. So thanks again, Coach Robert. That was awesome. We are going to clip that segment as a one-off video. I mentioned that in the chat. we'll put that on a YouTube video or our YouTube channel as a standalone video, so you guys can go back and reference it whenever you want. That was some great information, Robert. Thank you so much for taking the reins on that and volunteering to do that. That was absolutely perfect. With that,
Absolutely.
With that, we're going to take a short break. Stick around. We've got Trading Mindset with Sean Sawyer. Sean Sawyer is back. He was here a couple months ago. He's going to be talking with Hogue and myself. You got another hour of me coming at you. So, again, short break. We'll be right back with Trading Mindset with Sean Sawyer. See you in a minute. Hello, friends and traders. Welcome to a very special segment, the Trader's Mindset. We've got a great guest here. Sean Sawyer is back joining us, along with John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD. Sean Sawyer, we met before a couple months ago. He is a Topstep trader. He's been with Topstep for a couple years. He's been trading for close to a decade in general. He's also a licensed psychotherapist. He works with a group called Sound Performance Psychology, where he's worked with traders, athletes, executives, musicians, all kinds of different people, all walks of life. But Sean is here to talk to us about trading today. Sean, what's up, my man? How's it been going since the last time we saw you?
It's been going pretty good. I appreciate you guys having me back. Round 3. I'm flattered.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, we really like you, Sean. I think you're really good, and you know, we do have a lot of psychologists on here, and I think you really bring a lot to the table with this. And I've really enjoyed the first 2, and I know I'm going to enjoy this one. And like I told you in the green room, when you buy your book, I'm definitely going to buy it. He said that book's going to come out between 1 and 30 years from now, but I'll be waiting.
Correct.
Correct. Sean, I think you're a great guy, and I'm looking forward to this. So, JD, what are we going to talk about first?
Yeah, we've got a bit of an agenda. So let's just start off with Sean sent a couple of bullet points over earlier today. We're going to go through them one by one, I think. We're going to start off with the rise in retail trading since the COVID pandemic. What this influx of new traders has done to the sort of landscape of trading in general. We went from an old world sort of industry with a high barrier to entry to just this inflow of new traders joining these prop trading firms like Topstep and just saturating the market with new ideas. Just jump in there. I'm losing.
And new problems.
And new problems. Yeah.
Well, and new problems, and I think you know, I just don't know the numbers, but I even before COVID, whenever trading was popular enough that E-Trade started doing those commercials with the baby. Remember those? Yes. I don't know. They're really popular. Yes. Okay. A little baby trading on his computer. Yeah, calling in, making trades and stuff. You know, whenever retail trading got popular enough that they started marketing that way, which I'm not sure when that was. But I know from my start in trading just a few years before COVID and after, then after it became wild. But the point is, in my opinion, the world of trading psychology has some adjusting to do, because now the people who have access to trade, everyone has access to trading. It's low cost. You don't have to have a bunch of money. You don't have to have the personality type to be a trader. Like you two, you guys, there's something about your personalities that you could be around. You could handle the pit. You clearly don't have social anxiety. Probably not that high on the anxiety in general, maybe, but there's certain traits and there's certain financial access that was needed to trade that isn't needed anymore, and that introduces a new set of issues. Like I would guarantee you there's a lot more people with anxiety that are trading than they used to, and that anxiety is going to affect their trading. There's a lot of people that have trouble setting limits or saying no or having good boundaries. That's just a normal part of the human condition. But most of them probably weren't traders, and now they can be, because that stuff would prevent you. Correct me if I'm, you guys know the business better, but that would be a big hindrance to keeping up with the competition, even amongst your peers, or the dynamics in a work setting. Like you can't be a wallflower, right? And now that anyone has access, in my opinion, we're seeing there's a lot more people sometimes with straight up mental health issues, because anxiety and depression are very common, but in general, just personalities that wouldn't fit and or that wouldn't maybe have made it historically, and now because they are trading psychology needs to deal with a broader swath of issues and in my opinion, get a little deeper with it and offer some different ways to access it, because one-on-one is expensive. It's not, and I don't like the fact that that's a barrier to getting good trade psychology help. I mean, I don't know what it costs to see, and we don't need to get into that, but to see, some of the really famous folks, but it's not even cheap to see me one-on-one. So I think there needs to be alternatives, classes, Discords, things that can give this swath of retail traders access to good trading psychology help.
Well, it's a good thing we offer it here. I've personally never sat down with a trading psychologist, except for possibly Hogue and some of our one-on-one meetings in Lake Lawn, for instance, over a bottle of bourbon.
I'm not a trading psychologist, but all I do is bring my experience with the trading psychologists I've worked with. When I first started working for a prop firm, they had 2 trading psychologists on the payroll, so I had an opportunity to talk to these guys almost on a daily basis, going through trades and having that opportunity. And I'm just like everybody else, Sean, JD. I was a bowl of spaghetti. There was a big mess in my head that I had to get through to get to a point where I could even think about becoming consistently profitable. So I had that benefit. I had the benefit of talking to a trading psychologist quite a bit when I left the trading pit and started working on screen. Even before I started taking live trades on screen, there were things that I needed to sort of unlearn in the trading pit and relearn on screen, because I wasn't going to be able to see when orders were coming in. I wasn't going to be able to see when my direct competitors in the trading pit were too long or too short. So it offered up a whole bunch of new psychological and technical issues. And I think I love what you're saying, Sean, that that we need better access for people that don't have a lot of money to get to trading psychology. And I've been looking at your blog a little bit today, and this is really good. I know there's a lot of trading psychologists that do blogs and that kind of thing. Do you have any ideas or a plan on how to reach out to and help more people? I do. So I do free consultations, and they tend to get filled up a bit after I appear here, which is great. I'm sure. And I give people a series of options, ranging from working with me one-on-one to just pointing them in a direction. I had a call on Friday with someone here, shout out to her, who I happen to know from the past. And, we just had a 30-minute conversation, and she was, so far, that was enough for a little bit of an adjustment, that she's very satisfied with that. But on those calls, I have one-on-one services. I have a class it's much cheaper, and I've been beta testing an online community, a Discord. Hate to say the D word, but it just has such a negative association. But I beta tested a Discord for 9 months for free with a bunch of my former clients or current clients, and it really created something special. It's unique, it's small, and it's not for everybody. We're a bunch of trading psych nerds, and it's there's no shot callers, there's no plays. We're not talking about strategy. We're not arguing about strategies. It's just trade psych. I do group coaching twice a week, for 90 minutes a shot. One of them structured and based on my blog post that week, and one of them is just more like an open Q&A, so people can get individual help. There's actually a small record of all that on my website too. You can kind of get a glimpse of what that would be, but that's very inexpensive. And that's I think that's one of the ways to make it accessible for serious people that really want to do well with psych and want to be around a bunch of people that are not in there BSing about how much they're killing it when they're really not, because I think we all know that goes on. That are just down to earth, real people, real traders, like a good community. That's what I'm doing about it. That's what I think is good. And personally, my blog's I think it's pretty good for help with trade psych. And there's also a free section on the website with a bunch of mindfulness exercises that I led from that workshop that are public, the recording and like in the breakdown of it, and there's a very meticulous record of everything. So it's kind of like writing a book live is how I describe it sometimes. It's kind of like we're working on a trading psych manual live together as a community.
Awesome.
As a trader,
Awesome.
yeah. As a trader yourself, do you find benefits speaking to all these traders that you're trying to help? Do some of these things apply to you and to your trading? What are some of the better takeaways that you get from dealing with clients all day and then going to trade? Do you see popular patterns among traders? Are there certain traits that you maybe might see in yourself after talking to another trader?
Sure.
Can you tell us anything?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, that is a good question. First of all, it's helped my trading a ton because it's on my mind all the time. I mean, you know, I don't have my schedule in front of me, but I probably have 3 or 4 appointments tonight. So it's 3 or 4 hours I'm talking about trade psych. It's also, you know, individual work also gets into kind of regular psychotherapy as well, but it's on my mind. I have a system set up that I teach everybody that I've run the class, I don't know, 20 times. So, you know, it's baked in. I have reminders in the Discord that remind people intermittently, randomly, to engage in certain behaviors throughout the day to keep their mindsets tight, keep their mindset like where it needs to be, or frankly to help them realize their mindset isn't where it needs to be and it's time to stop trading and just call it a day. So because I'm kind of always immersed in it, it has helped a lot. And I like my biggest trade psych foible is by far is euphoria. If I start, you know, doing really well, we have a saying in our room that I can't say in here, but this just came to mind. But I can, if I know this, if I want to screenshot and DM a friend of mine how I'm doing, I got to kill it. I got to call it a day because I always have that thought at the top. I always have that thought at the top. I swear to it's amazing how often when I have that thought and I don't listen to myself and call and cut it, how much less I end up taking than I could have.
The minute I start seeing dollar signs, I know it's over. And I used to use a line from a Grateful Dead song: "When life looks like easy street, there's danger at your door."
You're a deadhead. Excellent.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
All right.
Who's the ultimate deadhead, for sure.
Oh, I did not know that. Excellent. I'll be curious to know the first year you saw a show. But yeah, the Euphoria. Good shows in the 80s. Hershey Park 85, one of my favorite. Sorry, now I'm derailed. Oh yeah, the Euphoria. I've noticed it myself, and I'm a relatively anxiously wired person. Like I couldn't be a professional. I would never have gotten into trading if it wasn't for the retail access. There's no way. I would not. I don't know if I'd fit in well in that world, but it just doesn't fit my personality. I'm too introverted. You know, 10 years ago, this interview, I'd be so anxious. Even a few years ago, I'd be more anxious. So, you know, those things I see when I'm working with clients, I see it in myself and I see these little ways it manifests because, you know, when you're an anxious person, you're trading and, you know, it gets volatile. Your cup's already half full of anxiety. And then you don't have as much room left over to manage the anxiety created by the trade, like created by the context of the market that day. And, you know, it spills over that much faster. And that is true of me too. I have to be very mindful of anxiety. Also, I've realized how much back pain, I've got some herniated discs, how much that can affect my trading. And if I'm in pain, I just don't do it. And I wasn't considering that years ago. I was still just trading in pain, kind of gritting my teeth. I think it helped me avoid the pain, thinking about the pain. But trading
people trade to avoid stuff all the time, and you have to be careful of that. It's a lot more fun to trade than think about the troubles in your life. Think about the argument with your wife you had last night. Think about whatever is going
Which
on.
can affect your trading day.
Huge. All that
Huge.
stuff.
All right. So one of the other bullet points, and I'm really interested in hearing what you have to say about this, is a discussion of shame and its impact on trading. Now, it's not that common a subject that we hear about from trading psychologists, and it's just something that has been very important in my past and maybe in a different way than you're talking about. But can you talk about what that shame does to a trader? And you mentioned earlier that it piles up on itself, and I'm really interested in hearing about this.
Yeah. First of all, shame, and for people that don't know, one thing I've discovered is traders don't like having shame pointed out. I think every time I've brought it up, they're like, and I'm just like, okay, well, I have to kind of round the bend or use different, or even use different language, like embarrassed. I noticed you're embarrassed this a couple times, and you were embarrassed that a couple times, and sort of work it in, because it's just not a thing. People like thinking, oh, I don't have shame. I'm not ashamed. Yeah, you do. This shame, we all have shame, because the upside of shame is that it keeps you from doing horrible things. That's why you're not hurting people or drowning kittens or whatever. Sorry to get dark, but shame stops us from being like wild. So we all have it, but shame's very baked into the culture. I'm sure you've heard your grandma say, "Have you no shame?" Like a shame is a good thing. And we have to be really mindful of it as traders, because it's subtle. But as soon as you feel your shoulders slink, your head come down, or even the sense of like, wanting to hide that shame. Embarrassed is shame, and it impacts trading in a variety of ways, because if you have a bad loss, or excuse me, even a standard loss, like a proper stop, there's stops in a good spot, it's a good small loss. Even if you have that and you carry a lot of shame, you're going to start talking trash to yourself, that little chirp inside your head of negativity will start to squawk, and it gets amplified by shame. That's the thing, is that normal amount of like, oh damn, I wish that would have worked out, turns into like, oh, you're a freaking loser, what's wrong with you, or whatever, wherever you go in the dark corners of your brain. And then
Are you in my brain right now?
You're getting that much closer to tilting. And then there's things
not at all.
there's things like when you're ashamed, you have bad trade, you don't journal it, because you don't want to relive it, because you can't tolerate the shame. You have to like embrace it as a normal thing, and eventually it'll start to go away, but you have to first put your arm around it and be like, hey shame, we're going to do some journaling, and write down what happened, because you start to avoid, as a trader, you start to avoid thinking about it. You kind of pretend and just reset, in this context, or whatever it might be. And avoidance causes all kinds of problems, so it increases that as well. And a lot of people need validation. They need the shot callers to tell them to go in, to go long or short. They're not really learning trading, they're just learning following. A lot of times that's a shame-based issue, because you don't have the confidence or competence to start building the skill set. Because when one thing goes wrong, your shame prevents your behavior. It turtles you. You withdraw, and that's a big problem.
It is.
It
disrupts
the learning process.
It's got to be hard to go back and revisit those painful moments and journaling. And I like the way you said you have to kind of embrace it. It's almost like, and here's another song quote, Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, I feel like the more you embrace it over time, the more you sort of lean into it, the easier it gets. You know,
1,000%.
more emotional maturity comes with knowledge and experience, right? So
You
with
mentioned
this
earlier that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, continue, please.
Oh,
You're on
you
hold.
mentioned earlier, shame is probably why a lot of people, to talk about these tremendous profits that they've earned in Discords and online and all of that stuff, where their reality is probably not that good, right?
There's no way. I mean, the market would collapse if all the success on FinTwit was real. The market would cave in. You know what I mean? It'd be circuit breaking up every freaking day if FinTwit was honest, or FinTwit was really telling the truth, right? Not to whatever.
Now, there was another way that I was kind of facing shame early when I first started making money. You could make a lot of money in a day, and it doesn't seem like it's that hard of work when you're making money, right? We all have down days. We all know how difficult this is, but I found myself feeling guilty or even shameful, like I didn't deserve the amount of money I was making, and I kind of took that as shame. Is that something you find familiar, and you see that a lot?
Yeah. I don't deserve is definite sign of shame. You see it manifest that way, and then you get into that classic self-sabotaging. So you do something to give it back, and then the shame's alleviated. That's one of the major issues with shame. So say I'm in a trade. Say I'm I enter it. I don't even have the market open in front of me right now, but say I enter it at 5,600 or something.
Mm-hmm.
The market goes against me, and it starts to go red. I'm not trading proper. I don't really have a stop in. Maybe I told myself I was going to size in or whatever. Adding to a loser alleviates shame briefly, and that's part of the reason people do that. That's a huge thing too. People want to alleviate shame, so they will add to trades. They'll add to losers. Because then they'll have a big loss. The loser will kick, and then they're like, all right, screw it. They'll switch to a 0 DTE SPX trade or something. Because they got to get it back because their shame is now dictating their behavior. Their shame's ripped them out of the driver's seat, and it's driving. They're the passenger, and it's calling the shots. And that's a huge problem too. Is the bad habits we develop to alleviate shame. No one likes feeling shame, understandably, but I think you can develop the cojones to tolerate that, and that's what it is. Trade psych isn't for people who are soft. It's for people who have the balls to look deeply at themselves. And it's not. And it's a small majority. It's a small group. People who are serious about trade psych. It's not that big of a group. Liking tweets doesn't mean you're taking care of your trade psych. Even just reading a book, I don't think that's enough. And a lot of them aren't addressing certain issues like this, and they need to be. For the reason we first started talking about, just the newer people that have access to trading.
So I feel like you're saying something I've said for a long time. I think everybody says they journal. Very few people do it. So even if you have a book that has actionable items to help you get through some of these psychological issues, are you actually doing it? We can read the book. Reading the book might help a little bit, but if there's actionable items, things that you can do, exercises. I know you've got all those on your blog, and I know that you work with people one-on-one and in groups on these things. But if you're not doing it, it's not going to help. I've read a million books, and I've gone through them, and I've gone through the exercises and all of that stuff, and I still feel like there's more work to do. Is anybody really ever truly fixed?
No, because we all have the human condition. there's stuff's going to make us sad. Stuff's going to make us anxious. You know, as happens, right? I know. I can't believe I haven't sworn on here. I'm impressed with myself. You know, stuff happens. So it's never.
It's okay if you do. Just whisper.
Oh
yeah.
Okay. I can whisper the F-bomb. So
It's already been done today. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, a few times.
That's good to know. Or was so wait, what was your say that question again? I'm sorry.
Is anybody ever truly fixed?
Oh, is everyone ever truly fixed? No, I don't. I think there's always a process to engage in. Like you mentioned my blog, and sorry to be shamelessly pumping the blog, but every blog post at the end of it, there's a
There's a
section.
blog. It's a good thing.
Okay. There's a section called actionable strategies. And everything in there is based on, I've been a psychotherapist for 21 years. I have 35,000 hours of clinical experience. Do this stuff. For God's sakes, do it. I know what I'm talking about. Not to sound whatever, but whatever. And if you're not into reading every blog post, you can click play and listen to it. I read it after I'm done and put a recording at the top. So go in there and start doing this stuff. If the stuff doesn't resonate, go back to the beginning of the blog and start there, because I think the actionable strategies were simpler then, or more basic then. But if you read back to the beginning, and you have to do that stuff daily, you have to check in. I mean, I have my folks checking in on what I call a feel score, 5 times a day. 5 times a day, they're stopping, taking some breaths, assessing, are they too euphoric? Are they too down? And if they are, you don't trade until you get yourself back in a certain range that we have predetermined. And we have a whole bunch of skills I teach people to do that. And all that stuff is mentioned in the blog too. You don't have to, work with me to directly to get that information. But I think it's an ongoing process. And look, you're very psychologically minded. You're very open and vulnerable, in my opinion, in a good, like, that takes strength. And if for all you guys out there listening, I know people really respect Hogue and JD and their experience levels. And if they're experiencing it and they have issues with it sometimes, like, do you think you're not gonna? I mean, just be realistic. It is not weak or soft. It takes balls to admit this type of stuff. People aren't in trade psychs talking about, oh, I got anxious and I screwed up the trade, but they should be, because what would it do? It would start to get rid of the shame that's driving the lies, that's driving the secret, that's keeping you the reason you will never tell someone how many resets you have or whatever it is. That's shame. And all this stuff is interconnected. Shame is the dumping ground for all other, manifestations of psychological issues. It's like I can have anxiety, and then I'm embarrassed I have anxiety, or I'm angry that I have anxiety. I'm sad, and then I'm angry, I'm sad. That's called primary and secondary emotion. That's what really causes the suffering. And then when that happens, you're tilting. Mm-hmm. There's just no way around it. You're not going to be as effective. There's a bunch of stuff physiologically that happens in your brain, called the restricted field of consciousness. And you literally it's the clinical term for tunnel vision. And you're not seeing the big picture. You're losing sight of what's important to you and why you trade and your values. And you're doing things that don't serve your purpose, that don't serve your family, that don't serve your goals. All of a sudden, you're just
can't see the forest for the trees.
It's a monkey. Exactly. And you're trading like a primate, not a Homo sapien.
What was that word again? A restricted field of view?
Restricted field of consciousness.
Consciousness.
It's literally it's when the more upset that we get, doesn't matter what kind of upset it is, anxious, angry, lonely, scared,
shameful,
embarrassed. Yeah, whatever type of psychological pain, when it gets intense, what happens is our field of consciousness restricts, and because the thoughts, for lack of a better way to put it, they become facts. If I'm thinking I'm an idiot because I had a bad trade and I'm feeling really intense about it, I'm an idiot is truth. It's chiseled into a stone tablet next to a burning bush. It is the truth, and you
But
you
it is
believe
false
it.
news.
And it's fake news in reality. But we have to be able to have a part of us that is in touch enough and aware enough and can observe ourselves from a objective place that we can see that happening. And that's the ball. To me, that's the ball game. Once you have that, I call it the observer. The observing adult is what I call it in my courses. When you have that, then you start to have more choices. Because what happens is when your field of consciousness restricts, you don't have choices. You're just on tilt. You're sizing up or down or averaging down or doing something out of desperation. You're embarrassed. You don't want to tell your wife what you've done. You don't want to tell your husband what you've done, whatever it is, and it's just a feces show at that point.
You can say shit.
Good shit show. Just shit show.
So what would you say the end game is with your with some of your clients? At what point can you sit down with a client and say, "All right,
we're done.
Go be free. We're done." You've accomplished all these things, all these goals that we set for you, or that we've set out to do. We've accomplished. We've been doing this for a long time. Not that you're a trading robot or anything like that, but you learn
No.
to take that emotional factor out of your trading as much as I've possibly been able to see you do. What does that student look like, or what does that client look like when he leaves your office and you're fully confident that he's going to be fully confident, sit in front of his screen the next day?
They're psychologically flexible. My profession in general, the goal is to eliminate the need. My goal is to eliminate the need for me in your life. That's what I've been trained to do for 21 years. And that's how I look at the trades. Like there is an exception in the sense of that ongoing community, because I think it is always an ongoing thing to work on yourself, but they're psychologically flexible. And what I do is I check in with them and I read back to them. So when you do a consult with me, I ask you a few questions. I ask them, why you here, what made you reach out, yada yada, and I'll read that back to them. I'll read back some of their answers to my questions from session 1, and we just have a conversation. Where are you at with this stuff? How are you feeling about this stuff today? Is this what you would write to me if you just met me today? And that process, usually we get it figured out, like, I'm done. Or another common one is like, so we'll get through whatever 10 sessions or 20, whatever amount, and it's like, now it's time to go out and trade and be in the world and see how things go, and let me know, be in touch. And sometimes they come back for a little more, and sometimes they're satisfied. I'm not saying every person I've ever worked with is a perfectly mind-setted trader, but that's the way I look at it. And there is one measure that I use, and I'm going to use a couple more measures to try to make that more quantifiable. But there's not a lot of measures specifically for traders, at least not ones that are any good or have much research behind them.
Have you ever had anybody that you were like, I can't help you?
Yeah. One of your Topstep guys called me, did a consult, and in the conversation, he told me he's been trading for 2 months, and I was like, call me in a couple of years. Like, and if any trade psych person takes you on, they're a snake oil salesman, because it's way too soon to do trade psych work.
Need more data.
Yeah, I was like, you don't even know what trading is yet, practically. He was a really nice guy. Really liked him, but that's one example. I've seen enough change in my day. I've met people that came from a horrible trauma background, living in a crack house. They're in my office a week after being out of the crack house, and then 2 years later, they're in college. So I've seen crazy change in human beings. So I don't think that many people like are told like you can't trade. I think there's certain. I think like if you have bipolar disorder, you have to be well managed because mania is a issue. You know, the euphoria we all get as traders that I was talking about earlier. That's a very mild form of mania, and you have to be careful of that. And one thing that bipolar folks know more than anybody is that how dangerous feeling good can be. But I do think that's a complicated issue, and I think that this part is, I will fully admit, is my bias. But I think if you have a history, a complicated history of trauma, you can do it, but there's gonna be more struggle. There's gonna be more triggering. There's gonna be more setbacks because the nature of PTSD, the nature of having a trauma history is that you blame yourself too much for things. You don't necessarily have a positive outlook, or your outlook on the future is not so great. There's a bunch of characteristics. We don't need to get into all that, but I think that makes trading more challenging, but not impossible. I would say extreme bipolar, if it's not manageable, it could be a problem. Things like that, but more so to me, it's you need to understand trading, and don't let any trading psychology person also not mention the best trading psychology intervention is knowing how to trade, is understanding the market, is not system hopping. I mean, that's one of the biggest things. You know, stick with your damn system.
Yeah.
That's another thing shame will drive you to do, is system hop, because you can't tolerate that you suck. You can't tolerate that you lose. Your expectations are, I've been doing this 6 months, I should be a millionaire, and it's ridiculous. And so that shame makes you hop. Now it's time to, idolize that one guy that everyone idolizes, or it's time to jump from that to another system, or, oh, so-and-so, he's going to be the, the savior. And that's not what it's about. And that's not what I'm about either. I'm a pretty good trader. I'm not the greatest. I know a hell of a lot about trading cycle. You just have to accept where you're at, and it's going to move forward from there. You got to be honest with yourself, because BSing yourself in this case is going to cost you a hell of a lot and can ruin your, cause a lot of problems.
Well, I think that segues very nicely into the next bullet point. JD, you were just going to do that, weren't you?
Oh yeah, well, I was going to just keep talking right into it, but yeah, embracing that suck, those emotional pains and urges. How do you know when someone's truly ready to sort of start that transition? How do you know they're just not blowing smoke up their ass and your ass at the same time? I'm sure that's a common theme also, How do you know when someone's truly ready to start making that change?
I think we lie to ourselves enough. Don't lie to your therapist.
That answer, it's a really good question. But let me ask you one more question about your question. When they're ready to do what? Trade on their own? Like be done with.
When they're ready to admit that. When they're ready to start admitting that, all right, I don't have all the answers. I'm not the best trader on the planet. I'm having some problems, and I need to seriously figure out what's wrong with me. Is there a common occurrence or theme that you see?
Yeah. Yeah. There is. Okay, now I got you. So before Trade Psych, I relied on, look, you can see the greatest therapist in the world. If you don't click, it doesn't matter. You got to like the person. Everything becomes irrelevant. If you think they're a prick, if you think they're whatever, you don't respect them, you don't like them, it isn't going to work. So first of all, you rely a lot on your relationship and the way you build a relationship with people as a coach, therapist, whatever. And historically, I usually use my sarcasm and humor to sort of point things out in a funny way, or be like, really? Or repeat that back to them and get them to realize what they're saying is kind of off. I have found that traders are not as flexible with that kind of intervention at first. I think I've lost some people early on in my career here doing that. So what I usually find is I kind of assess in the beginning how flexible they are, and I honestly have found that traders are some of the most inflexible people psychologically. They don't like that shame thing I was mentioning earlier. I won't mention the word shame for a few sessions, even though I might be talking about it in a different way or indirectly. But I'm not going to say the word because it's going to be a turnoff. It's going to be a thing that they'll ruminate on or get stuck on or want to fight or not fight. Yeah, argue about. So I do notice with some traders, maybe the ones that are less psychologically minded or the ones that have been doing it a really long time, and it was hard for them to reach out to me. I will listen to what they've got to say. I will offer what I can, but not quite call them out as hard as I would a regular therapy client that I've had in the past, just because traders tend to be compensators in terms of their coping style. There's three major coping styles. There are avoiders, there are surrenderers, and there are compensators, overcompensators. And traders tend to be in the compensation realm, and which is probably the least flexible psychologically. So you have to embrace that. I have to accept that about them, and I know when they're ready for me to say what I need to say when they spill their guts, because they'll spill their guts at some point. It might be the third session, it might be the 30th or something. If they're, it really depends. And then you see the shift, and then you see almost the enthusiasm for the work, because then they start seeing the results. It's because that shell cracked.
Does that involve some sort of a breakdown? I mean, have you seen people just really just kind of break down and say, all right, I give up, let's do this?
Yeah, sometimes. And I think a lot of times that happens before I meet them. So I don't have to have the intervention, or that process I just explained doesn't need to happen, because they've admitted to themselves that, what they're doing isn't helpful, and they've lost too much money or whatever. So that there is that openness beforehand, but yes, I have seen that breakdown many times, and there's just techniques that you use to kind of get people to really hear themselves, because once they hear themselves, they realize they're bullshitting, they're BSing themselves. They realize they are doing the double smoke blow that you mentioned earlier, or whatever, and you do that with just simple reflective listening, and there's something called motivational interviewing that I use a lot of, and you basically point out how what they're saying doesn't match their values, doesn't match what they love and care about. And once they start to hear that, people start to change.
And then they see it.
Yeah.
Well, I think, we were kind of touching on that last bullet point, and we've only got a few minutes, and then we really want to kind of talk about your website a little bit, and the clear that you've got on there. I really like that. But just
interested to hear more there.
Pardon?
Just saying, interested to hear more about that.
Yeah. So, we haven't really talked about really embracing the sick or embracing the shame, that much. Do you want to touch on that for just a couple of minutes? How we have to learn how to tolerate those emotional pains, ups, downs. I heard another trading psychologist call it "get comfortable being uncomfortable."
Yeah, that's very well put. And the clear thing does fit in with this, so it's a good transition. But I always say embrace the suck, because if you don't embrace the suck, you're going to lose your money. So it's a worthy investment. But basically, you have to get comfortable. whoever said you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable, it's very succinct. But the issue is if you don't, you're going to cost yourself money because you're going to do things to alleviate the discomfort that are problematic. You're going to avoid journaling. You're going to avoid honesty. You're going to keep secrets from your partner or your spouse. You're going to, be averaging down to avoid the shame and stress that you're feeling because the trade's going against you. So you give yourself a little shot of hope by buying some more. Click hope. And if you don't, but if you embrace the suck and you lean into the pain, and the pain means it's time to get out, not time to relieve the pain, but time to get out, and then feel the shame afterwards or feel the disappointment afterwards of the loss, then you're going to make more money. Then you're going to be more profitable. Then you're going to do better. I guess that would be the brief version of embracing the suck.
Yeah,
Stop being a wuss and feel. Stop being a wuss and feel it. You go through the website. One of the coaching sessions is called "How to Stop Being a Wuss," and you just gotta you gotta feel.
I think it's kind of human nature. Nobody wants to admit that they're wrong. So instead of admitting they're wrong, they buy more, and then they buy more. Right. In the pit, we used to call those moron trades. Starts going against you, you put more on.
Yes, exactly. They were, and think about that environment. The shame, trying to cover the mistake. Everyone sees you're screwing up. That had to be really intense for you guys. I can't imagine. And I do work with some people with your backgrounds, and it's interesting.
We saw guys doing that, and we waited for them to finally capitulate and get out of those trades because we knew we were buying the dead low.
Yeah.
Just always seemed to work that way. And I'm putting that website to your blog and your website in the chat once again, and it's Clear Mindset.
Yes.
Clear Mindset.
Mindset.
What does clear mean?
So clear is an acronym for connect, loosen, embody, accept, and respond. And if you let me get the website up, I will read the full. So connect to the present moment, improve your self-awareness with practical techniques. That's a huge part of what I teach, huge part of what I do. Loosen your attachment to thoughts and emotions to cultivate mental clarity and resilience. Loosen the attachment to thoughts is something I think I touched on in the second, I can't remember which one with you guys, but it's when I was talking about how people need to experience their thoughts and emotions for what they are, which is temporary and passing phenomenon, passing through the vessel, the meat sack that is your body. It's going to pass. It's temporary. No emotions ever lasted forever in the history of the world. No thought has lasted forever in the history of the world. You're not going to be the first. So loosen your attachment. Notice the thoughts there, acknowledge it, but change your relationship with it. A lot of most psychology, trait psych out there, it comes from the second wave of behaviorism, and it's more about like fighting or challenging or positive affirming, and positive affirmations are all right, but you do not want to challenge negative thoughts with positive thoughts, in my opinion, and a lot of other researchers' opinion, because it actually makes them worse. It strengthens them. The thing that you fight them with starts to become part of the problem. That's because of a certain linguistic issue that all humans have. Embody your core values and align them with your actions to foster a sense of purpose. Why are you trading? Your why. Sorry, someone just popped on my screen I haven't talked to in forever. What's up, going up?
It's okay.
I think he's in the audience.
Okay. It's do things in your best interest.
Yep.
Yes, serve your purpose and consciously serve your purpose. This is what I talk about with values and what I call the higher psychological time frames. As a scalper, you know what's going on in the daily, in the 4 hour, in the whatever time frames you're into, and you have to be aware of that psychologically too. Why am I trading? If I'm conscious of the fact I'm trying to put my kids through college, and I'm reminded of that 5 times a day systematically with a trades like system. I'm going to take less stupid trades because it's going to bother me more. Because if I see my kid's face, I'm not going to throw up too much money at a 0 DTE because it will bother me more. But we lose sight of that because of the restricted field of consciousness I was talking about earlier. We lose touch with that stuff. So when you embody your core values, the E, it grounds you in the big picture. It's pulling back the 10,000 foot view. What's really going on? You know, am I serving my purpose? So that's the embody. Accept the present moment. Accept all the present moment offers, wanted or not. To find peace or strength. That is the flowery version of embrace the suck. I guess I do have an E in the acronym. I could have done that, but anyways, accepting what happens, accepting if the market's choppy and I'm not talented enough to trade chop yet, then I switch to paper, or if you're in a financial place to you want some skin in the game, just switch to an eval, whatever. But accept where you're at. Accept that you're on tilt. Accept that you're not feeling good enough to trade. Accept that you're trading to avoid some crappy reality in your life you don't want to think about. There's a lot out there we could accept. And the last is the R is respond. Respond with decisive, informed action to transform challenges into growth. And that's where I talk about responding instead of reacting. I don't know if this fits like the Webster's definition, but to me, a response versus a reaction, there's some thought. There's a pause. It's more of a conscious choice when it's a response versus when it's a reaction.
Just do it now.
And when you can have that response because you have connected to the present moment, mindfulness, grounding, because you have loosened your attachment to thoughts and beliefs, cognitive diffusion, because you are embodying your values, accepting what's going on, then you can respond in that way, in an informed way, and make wiser decisions. I mean, a lot of this stuff what it ends up having people do is trade less, and they do better when they trade less. Even the process of learning this, because it takes some time to learn, they actually do it. That's slowing down their trading. Then they find that slowdown of their trading is actually helping them. But that's just a little side note. So that's the clear mindset. Is that it involves all the techniques that I teach people, all the stuff that I use based on my experience as a trauma therapist, a regular therapist, and now in performance psych, because trauma therapy, my background in trauma, it helps a lot with trading, because trading is always a threat. It's a threat against your money. It's a threat against your future. It's a threat to eliminate choices in your life if you lose money. I mean, let's face it, money makes the world go round. It's not about being superficial or whatever, but money makes life easier. It gives you more choices and options, and when you don't have them, that is a threat. And your body and mind, your nervous system respond like a threat when you lose money, and that puts us into fight, flight, or freeze. That makes us revert to old beliefs about ourselves, or I did it again. I'm such a F up, or whatever it is that you're telling yourself. There's a place to go where you can talk about that stuff and not be judged, or not be comparing, measuring against other people I'm just talking about the stereotypical Discord out there, or trading community, or whatever. Because that stuff's really problematic too. And that's part of the surge of things that are different with retail traders. I mean, that dynamic is, you think that's not affecting your trading, you're out of your mind. You don't think those 10 Discords you're in are affecting your trading, you're out of your mind. And they're usually not affecting it in the best way. Sorry out there. I'm going to get blasted on Twitter for this, I bet, but whatever.
Well,
no, that was awesome. In fact, I wish we could keep going longer, but we got to save some time to get ready for the next segment. We've been talking with Sean Sawyer from Sound Performance Psychology. We dropped that link a few times in the chat. If you are ready to start embracing the suck and I guess, tolerating your learning to tolerate your emotional urges and pains, reach out to Sean, Sound Performance Psychology, like we said. Stick around. We've got another great segment coming up. We're going to close it out in Power Hour. We've got Andre, Dolby, Zach, B, and Hogue. Hogue sticking around for another hour. Sean, I can't thank you enough for being here. Just looking through the chat, everybody's just thought that was an incredible segment. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, your wisdom with us. Good luck on your
thank you guys
trading
enough.
journey, personally.
Thank you.
And yeah, we hope to have you back on as soon as possible. This has been great. Yeah, I love these sessions. I'm more of an active listener during these types of episodes.
I love it.
I have a
I
bookload of
appreciate
notes.
it
You know,
very much. Oh, look at that. How's this
Yeah,
going?
high five. Yeah, other way.
There we go.
I see. I've got two. I've got two of myself on the screen. That's the problem. Here we go. Here we go.
There we go. All right. Thanks, Sean.
All right, guys.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all. And stick around. We'll be back with Power Hour in just a minute. Thanks, everyone.
do this. Upper right-hand corner. It's been a minute. Zach B in the house, lower right-hand corner. We got Dolby time, lower left-hand corner. Just saw him on an amazing session with the doctor in the house. Hogue, what's going on, Zach B? Welcome to Power Hour. How's it going?
Good, guys. Good. Trying to stay afloat in these markets. Fighting squares here, right?
Indeed.
All right, then let's do it.
Like that. Let's do this. All right. Well, we got house accounts open. Dolby time will be executing. Hogan the house. Zach's trading the ES. So we're going to be trading the ES as well in the house account. So take a look at it right now. Last trade, 56.90 in the DEES contract. Right before we came on, I asked Hogue, what is delta? And Hogue, what's the delta in the ES right now?
Negative 21,700.
Okay. Interesting.
Congruent with direction, but it's just kind of hanging here. So I don't know. It seems kind of deep to the short side. We'll see.
Yes, we will. Take a look at tilt here. 50-50 ES, 50-50 NQ. Dolby time. In the green room, we were talking about a 5-minute range in the ES. Are you seeing that as well?
Oh, yeah. Actually, say a 30-minute range. I'll raise you. I'll raise you all the way to a 30-minute range in the ES from 56.80 to 57 evens, give or take a couple tickies. But that's about the range I'm looking at. But also, I should get my Dorito glasses on.
Oh, wow.
Dorito is back in play. We're seeing a series of lower highs and higher lows. So you know what that means. Dorito shades are back on for Power Hour, and we are stuck right in the middle of that Dorito. So I'm looking for the edges of the Dorito. If we can get down to 56.80, maybe 5,700, things can definitely start getting interesting. But I would say no trade right now.
Those are Dorito glasses, Dolby. Did you get those from Andre's mom?
No,
Those
Hogue,
Cool
I
Ranch?
did not.
Wait, what are you trying to insinuate there, Hogue? I know what you're saying.
Cool Ranch Doritos.
Yes. I'm kidding. Fun fact. My dad
from Amazon
came and said what's up to us in Wisconsin. And first question he asked me, where's Hogue? Didn't even say hi to his son. Just wanted to meet Hogue right away. He's a big fan of the show and got to meet the star himself and got to meet Dolby time. His son was in just third wheel the entire thing. But that's
It
the
was
story.
very
for another
nice to
time.
meet
Let's
your
get
dad.
It was nice.
Yeah,
Heck of a nice guy.
Part of the show. Let's get into this. Okay, real quick, upper left-hand corner. Let's see, Dolby's taking a swig. So I got you here, Dolby. You see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Twitter and X. Use the hashtag Power Hours. Send us some cool stuff. We'll turn that around to you guys, whether it be swag, memes, battle station setup, whatever you got. Turn that around to you guys here in the next 30, 40 minutes. But Zach B, how's the trading gone today? You taking any trades? And if so, tell us about them.
Yeah, not bad. Let's see if we get switched over my screen here in a minute. I'll take you guys through one win today. Swapped over to combines. Decided to not risk it for the biscuit this morning. Zoom out, get that VWAP back in there. Rollover, switch day. We've got FOMC tomorrow. The same stuff that you heard everybody talking about this morning. Just, in my opinion, better to be a little bit cautious. Kind of anything can happen. Uncharted waters. Would still like to be in the market, capitalizing on any opportunities as they come, but maybe not get it done in an XFA. So this was Combine this morning. This is playing off an Edgeful stat. Been working with those guys. Really cool software there. Provide some statistics. I know that's nothing new for a lot of you guys. This is the 15-minute opening range break. So I got it pulled up on the side so I could be accurate. ES over the last 6 months breaks both sides of the 15-minute opening range throughout the NYSE session. So I like to structure these. If we break one side, I don't take the opening range breakout to the downside or to the upside. I kind of do the opposite. I wait to see if we crack the low like we did today. I'll look to take it long. Now, I don't just arbitrarily, take it long off the bottom. But a day like today where we're a little bit bullish, kind of tapping against the highs in pre-market, we open up, pull back down, kind of chopping around here. We've got VWAP right here. We set the initial, no, at that point we hadn't set initial balance, but we start to break back above VWAP. starting to head back into that range. I'm trading with a 100-tick chart side by side, kind of running that Dakota setup, and took that thing long, just buying into momentum, into buying pressure, back towards the top of 15-minute opening range. Worked out well. After that, I was still looking long as we broke above, cracked initial balance high. I was liking this for longs. Once we started to come back down into the range here, get below this low, and then pull up and fail, I'm not looking short right away. Just kind of no direction here. At this point, afternoon, I'm not, coming into the afternoon, wasn't trading here live or on my YouTube, but back down around this overnight low, and I'm with Dobie here. Choppy, consolidating, 30-minute range, 5-minute range, right in the middle of it right now. I'd like to see this thing crack above these highs or head back down towards these lows with some force to look for a long or short. That's my game plan for this afternoon. Set this back up.
All right, Dolby time. 5700s, upper end of the range in the ES. We're closer to 5700s than we are to 5680s. I guess, we are in the middle. Let's throw a poll up there. What should the poll be? Yeah, what should the poll be here? Dolby time. Thinking
for above below.
I think we should flip
above
a
below.
coin.
Yeah, pretty much.
Heads we buy, tails we sell.
Oh man,
above below.
That's what you do in the middle, right?
Yes.
What you do in the middle? You flip a coin.
Tails I win, heads you lose.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Should we buy or should we sell?
Should we sell? Yes.
Should I stay or should I go?
Found at this moment. Okay, I guess we're gonna just sit this one out.
Oh,
All right.
Wow. Is that a talking 8-ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Diddle in the
And
middle.
it glows.
Yeah, Vince likes buys here. What should the poll be? I'm thinking.
I like buys.
Yes. All right. What
I think
price?
we're trying to get to 5700. I would buy them now with a tight stop. I think we're trying to get to
Is it breaking out?
5700.
Is it breaking out your Dorito yet?
Oh no, we're
long
so
way,
stuck
huh?
in the we're so stuck
Long
in the
ways.
burrito.
God.
We're stuck in the. This
Uh,
is like a
Right.
continuation trade.
Well, we got that delta as well. What should the poll be here? 5700s, buy or sell? ES. What are we thinking?
Ooh.
Well,
We trade
according
mini or
to,
micros?
Oh, minis.
according to according to balance to breakout rules, you sell against the high of the balance, you buy against the low of the balance, and you go with any substantial breakouts outside of the balance. So I can see, looking to maybe sell up against that 5700, and if we get a breakout and we see some momentum, then we go with it. But I just don't think there's anybody playing right now.
Yeah. Volume's looking like that. It's getting a little quiet. Again, we got FOMC tomorrow. Gonna be a wild one. So, all right, we'll just be patient here. Zach, what are your thoughts? We're sitting on our hands right now.
I like this thing long. I can see that. Again, I mean, I don't know that we're going to get a break below and something setting up for me. I'm looking at this long right now. We've kind of got a failure to come lower a third time. Found a little bit of support down near the closes of these 5-minute candles on ES. I could go long on this bad boy, back up, just rotation into this trading range of the day. I'm looking at it long right now, maybe stop down around 56.83, just below these lows. We have to come all the way back down there. I think a lower low might be in store. But
So you would go market in and risk 10 points?
yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. 10, 11 points. I like that.
Okay.
Again, yeah, power hour is tough, man. You get some volatility, get some movements, but it's like you guys have said, it's kind of in a world of its own, and you're looking for moves that are going to play out pretty quickly, right? So it's not something you're going to hold for a few hours because you only have 40 minutes, 30 minutes. So I'm looking at this bad boy market in. I think I might go for that.
Perhaps a long.
But you get a check mark from me for a long, for whatever that's worth.
It's worth something. And yes,
What
we'll
about,
be
what about
targeting
92s?
92s.
If you get market, I'll take 92s. You can get down there.
It's right in the middle, but hey, work
There's a little
57 or yeah. Shout out to
Looking for
SSS. Trade the day selling those 810s. Yes, it was. Let's call on that. Really no trade. Keep in mind, we do have that delta. It was minus 21,000. Congruent with market direction, Hogue. You know, going into FOMC, here comes 92s.
It's actually coming off a little bit now.
Yeah.
20,100.
90s.
Kind of weird because we're kind of coming down. You'd think it would be growing, wouldn't you?
Yeah, good point. Typically, that's what we see.
Well, if you liked it at 92s,
yeah,
we'd love them at 90.
you like them in 90s.
Uh-huh.
Just saying.
You know, as
Yeah,
a
still looking
personal
good.
rule, I mean, I couldn't touch it here. I've got to wait for one of the extremes.
All right, Hogue, let's talk about that. What would the extremes be price-wise?
Well, 95, I'm sorry, 5,700, right? We already talked about that. And then the bottom is a little bit iffy. I'd go 83, kind of
okay.
The bottom of the candle bodies on this 5-minute chart.
Right, A3s.
I think we'll get there eventually. We'll get to
So,
5,700 or 5,680 eventually.
Trying to remember
I'd
how
agree with
Power
that.
Hour went. Yeah, Power Hour. Yes, Power Hour went. It was pretty slow for about the first half hour. And we finally got some movement at the end there, Dolby. If I remember correctly.
Yep. It was slow. We pretty much had to wait for MOC before anything really happened.
Yes.
And, you know, you typically get the Dorito formation in market states that are waiting for news. There's low volume, you know, prices eventually centering around some agreed upon point via higher lows and lower highs. It's fun to range trade with like 2 to 1 or even 1 to 1.
Yep.
If you want something bigger than that, it's pretty much a coin flip. So I also do like waiting for extremes. But if we had to play something, I would try to get to a super small time frame and then see if there's some trend that we can try to get aligned with, like on the 1 minute, and see if, you know, if it keeps on making higher lows, maybe it just keeps on doing that up into 5,700. There's, you know, ways to get cheap risk that way and try to target highs.
All right, 5,700s. That liquidity is pretty fit in the ladder. Here we go. See a little bit of selling here. 83s, perhaps, for a cheap long.
87s, 84s. Any of those like wicks down there, I think would be fun to get long orders into. I think that's what Hogue was saying too.
Yep.
Just a question of, is it going to get down there?
Zach, are you worried sometimes that you kill the volatility when you come on to Power Hour?
Man. You know,
I'm just messing with you.
I've thought about that. Maybe we can get a stat behind that. Zach on Power Hour, market gets real quiet. Yeah, man. No, again, I'd like to ride this thing in some direction, some trend. You know, I don't like to buy the middle of the range and then hope I'm on the wrong side of when volatility comes in. I like to be buying into that momentum, you know, into that volume. Right now, I'm looking long. I see a couple of these start to wick down just a little bit. We kind of got this channel moving up here, right? This uptrend. Right around what I have marked as overnight low. I know everybody's chart's funky, but the low of overnight session on Topstep X chart at least. So if we crack
right
this
here,
again, we crack this to the upside again. I'm looking to take a long stop loss. I'd like to come just a little bit below this. I think if we crack all the way down, I won't survive a wick down if we have to do this, you know, again. But I'd like this thing long. I don't see us making a new low of day. I think we had an opportunity to do that a couple times. This would have been a nice break and retest to just continue lower. Maybe we chopped around a little bit. We had a shot to do it here. Seller's still not taking it down. So I like it
Hey,
long back up towards
Zach,
VWAP.
when you say here, please let us know the price.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, as we cracked, we cracked the low, put the low of session in, 56.77 and a half. Yeah,
Ooh, that'd be a fun
56.77 and a half. Yeah, put a little high in at the 5700s, and then came back down. Failed to go all the way lower on this move. I'm watching this right now. Just trying to decide: do I want to be a buyer as we come lower, anticipating it is another one of these wicks that will be bought right back up, or do I want to take the worst entry, buying into that move to the upside?
All right, starting to see some sellers. 87s last trade. 86s, 85s trade now.
Starting to
All
get
right,
a little spicy here.
Yep. We work anything, Dolby.
Nope.
Yeah,
I don't want to though.
I'm hanging
I
for
mean,
now.
we get down here, and my range spidey sense starts getting starts
Here it
tingling.
is, here it is. Yeah.
I'm like, oh man, this
83s.
is a deal. This is a deal.
Just gonna step in, looking at tilt, nothing there. One more puke for the longs. Like hit the stops here.
Picked up a little bit. A lot of lower highs though.
Yeah,
They're
Hope,
really
what are you
not-
thinking here?
Buyers are
Cheap
not like
short or
coming in
cheap
at
long?
95.
These are the 83s we were looking at.
Yeah, maybe we dip the toe or scale in like we do. Zach, what do you think?
Scale in.
Yeah, I'd like to see us just crack this low right here, 83 and a half.
price?
I think we're
83
right,
hooks.
we're right there. Yeah, right about 83 and a half, 83 and a quarter. I like it for a long, guys. Again, I think if we're wrong, we'll be wrong pretty quick. This thing, the bottom just falls out.
I don't mind being wrong fast and cheap.
Right.
Totally fine. I would take that trade every single time. So we want to
Right.
try to get into 83s. I'd also raise trying to buy 81, 79s, and 78s. And then see if we can just buy the entire bottom range. So we can try to size up.
All right, working 83s then.
Yep, we can work in 83.
Cool. 83, 81, 79.
83 evens.
Yep,
What I
83s
got?
and below that.
81s, 79, 78. So like a point on the way down.
Yeah, Robert, we could run a poll here. House account ES 5683, long or short?
Yeah, I'm long on this, guys. I'm gonna try it from down here. I like the little bit of support found. Again, I'm staring at a 100-tick chart, so we
got it.
We're zoomed in. Stop loss just below the lows. I think if we have to come down, wick below. I don't know that we pull one of these moves where we just crack it and wick right back up. I think we might see some follow through, in which case I might be looking to flip short or a really aggressive sell into that selling pressure. But I'm long on this. See if we can't get a push to the upside.
All right.
I am long from 56.87 and a half. 5.
Zach is long.
He's in.
Did you do anything, Dolby?
Nope, we're looking for
No,
83s.
you're in.
Never got filled. We're bottom fishing here.
Yeah. Bottom feeders. Well, at least Zach's in it.
Hey. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice work.
We're in.
From
We got skin in the game.
87. Cool.
Yeah. Again, I think if I'm wrong, or if we're wrong on this, be wrong pretty quick. I think the move to the downside could be violent if it's going to occur, but I'm thinking rotation back up.
Yeah. Yeah. What would be your upside target? Like 57 evens?
Yeah, that'd be put me around a 1-to-1 on this initial risk. I might look to scale out of some up there if we start to blast off with some force. Take like 3 off up there, right about 57 even, and then shoot for right around VWAP. I got VWAP and NY session anchored VWAP right up there.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Let's look at a right at these
higher
highs.
into the 90s now.
Hogue, would you look to short at 5700s if it got up there?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Got a plan. I've got the poll up here. Almost 200 votes in. How's the count? ES 5683. Long, short, or skip? 50% now say long. Looking really good now. Last trade 56.90. Zach is long. See if we can get a push higher here for
Yeah, that was
Zach.
that's a good entry. That momentum came in at just the right time, which is immediately.
That's when we like it. Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat quoted another edgeful stat that's worth noting. I find some of this stuff pretty interesting. The new low of day is not common for Power Hour.
That's correct.
It's a pretty low percent overall that we just are putting a new low or a new high of day in the last hour of the session. Can give you just something to decide if you want to trade towards, trade against. And in this instance, I'm trading with that. That we are not going to be in one of those situations where we're putting another low in here in the last hour of trading.
Yeah, I believe it's something around 20% of the time it actually does that, Zach. Am I remember that correctly?
Yes, over the last 6 months, less than 20% of the time, actually last year of data, new low of day is only made 19.46% of the time.
Oh, wow.
From 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. So again, it happens. It's not obviously, we're talking 2 out of 10 days that we're getting a new low in the last hour, but that's a pretty strong stat. I think that stuff is statistically significant. Certainly interesting.
80% anytime.
Yeah, no kidding.
Huh?
Yeah. I think you combine some of that stuff with market structure, price action, whatever other tools you want to utilize. It can be helpful to frame trades.
It was actually funny, Zach. Andre from Edgeful was on with us and told us that stat. And lo and behold, we actually did make new lows on the day. I felt so bad for him because, I mean, it's, yes, 8 out of 10 times, 100%. And then lo and behold, the day he's on with us, it actually happened. I'm like, oh, man. But yes.
But he says it's just data. It's nothing he's making up. It's just data.
Right. So here's a couple that I'm paying attention to. I'm watching this push up. I probably wouldn't go stop loss to break even until we cracked above these highs. If we have to, I'll let this winner turn into a loser. Yeah, sorry guys, I got to get better at mentioning those. Yeah, about 95. We start getting above 95. I'd look to go stop loss to break even. Before that, again, I'm letting this turn into a loser if I have to. But yeah, on his stats, we got a couple of them that, played out differently today. The 15-minute opening range stat that I was working off of this morning played out really nicely. Took the long, that worked. Cut it a little bit early, should have held all the way for that 15-minute opening range high to break. There's another one that most guys are aware of just from back testing and trading futures, the initial balance high. It's not common if you break the initial balance high to the upside that you come all the way down and break it to the downside. Typically, it breaks one side. It's the opposite of the 15-minute opening range. There's also a nice stat on the typical extension that you see, right? Again, you'd see some of this stuff in back testing, but I think it's really clear and easy to understand in these nice, easily presentable reports. But we didn't see that play out today. Here you go. We're on one of these oddball days. We broke the upside and we came down and broke the downside. So it's just data. They don't play out with these even 80% stats all the time. We very well may see a new low of day. You'll have days where, we break to the downside on the 15-minute opening range and everybody that trades that as a breakout gets paid and I take the L because we just continue to run down. So again, I like to combine it with some market structure, price action, some volume. I use anchored VWAP, standard VWAP, stuff like that can be helpful. Anything standalone like that, I mean, you're not doing yourself a service there. Use everything if you can that speaks to you without overloading yourself with too much information to your advantage. I think that's
love it, Zach.
That's the way that I'd go about
Man,
it.
you came prepared today. I love it. Yes, 100%. All right. Well, we got about 27 minutes left here in the session. Zach is long. Keep an eye on that trade, and he'll keep an eye on that as well. But we'll throw it to my man, Gabe. I think we have a little update here on VIP. Gabe, what do we got?
We do indeed. Got a nice little top 10 here for you guys coming at you. Now, I want to mention something kind of cool about this for the first overlay. So, really, Coach Ray's stop hunters seem to be doing the best at the moment. When we get into the top 5 as well, you'll see the stop hunters kind of taking over the board. Vince, obviously, Coach Vince's market makers are up there too, but we have Jacob A. Now, Jacob A was previously ranked 18th. He's now 10th. You have Ashley coming up. Ashley was previously 8, dropped down to rank 9. You have Jeremy as well coming at you from a previous rank of 127 to 8th. That's a pretty big jump there by Jeremy. You have Pierce. Pierce was is staying at spot number 7, so nothing changed there. And then you have Ball or Raffle, depending on, pardon me if I butchered that. But he's coming up, dropped down from 5th to 6th. So there's the bottom end of that leaderboard for you guys. And no, I don't know, Eddie in the background there. You got a good little countdown for me? I'm not sure if you're there, brother.
Ooh.
I'm here. What do we
You
need,
got a little
partner?
sound effect you can throw at me, man, just for a little drum roll for this top 5 for the VIP.
Okay, here we go. You need some drums? Okay.
Something for me. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh, we need some drums. Always got the drums.
Yeah, what?
Drums.
Fantastic. Appreciate that. We have the top 5 for the VIP leaderboard. Scott coming in at number 5, previously ranked 6th, went up. Travis hanging in there at rank number 4. You have Andrew. Andrew is maintaining at 3. Pretty much the last few are just sitting at their previous rank. So you have Miguel and then Monique. So once again, Coach Ray's stop hunters coming in and taking up 6 of the 10 spots. And you have Vince's market makers with 3 of the top 10. And then you have Coach Jay's lunatics taken with 1 slot out of the 10 there for Travis. So all in all, loving what we're seeing so far. Obviously, shout out to Jeremy for the biggest jump from 127 to spot number 8. But we'll have another update for you guys tomorrow.
I'm so proud of my guys, Ray and Vince. I've worked with those guys for a long time, and so proud that they're doing so well and their teams are doing so well. Ray also spent a lot of time with Market Stalker D as well. So, hey, high five, Market Stalker D.
Good stuff.
Absolutely. And also, Jacob A had a 3K day in the trading combine yesterday, by the way, to move into that 10th spot from 18. So, you know, people having some pretty consistent days, but yeah, that's it for now. Back to you guys.
Oh, yeah. Seen that movement. All right. Take a look at the ES. Last trade, 56.89 quarter. Going to push up to 91.
Diamond hands over here. Diamond hands, Zach.
Yep.
Yeah, we're choppy here again, guys. I try to talk myself through a bunch of if-then statements the same way most guys do. I'm sticking to my guns. We cracked this high. I'm going stop loss to break even. Before that, you know, I've got an initial invalidation point. If I choke up on all my trades so super aggressively, I'm going to take an enormous amount of stop outs on the way to trades that would have probably played out well. So I'm gonna let this one be the L if it has to.
I mean, your stop,
in pursuit
your entry
of
with
this win.
support. That's sweet. That's a good
Look at
stop.
that.
Sevens. Yep.
Yeah, we'll see if we can hold. I'm pretty active with trade management. You know, I'll come in and cut stuff in, you know, for scratch or for smaller loss or smaller win if I just see more data and it's turning into a different type of trade. I think if you have the confidence to do that and, you know, you journal and your back test, if you're going to apply that discretion, you know, you are pretty tight with yourself on it. You're wrong sometimes and you cut a good trade at break even or small loss before it rockets in your direction. But, you know, in the long run, over the course of 100 trades, if it helps you out, think it's worth doing. So I will do that at a certain point if this just chops for forever.
Yes, especially today. Today's been tough trade, whippy reversals. Yeah. Hogue, what is
Roll over
Delta?
during
Last time,
FOMC week. That's just a
yeah,
recipe for disaster. Rollover week during FOMC week. Tough.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we got switch day here today, so it's a fun one for sure.
Dolby, we're working the 83s. Anything to the
84 to
upside?
78. 84 to 78 is what we're trying to get.
4s.
Yep.
Okay.
We're looking for a stop run on this 30-minute range, basically. We're just going to see if this is going to shoot down, get a bunch of people stopped out, and then shoot back up to like midpoint or maybe 5,700. So we might not get filled at all on this, but I think the cheap trade is very enticing for long time frame traders. So we'll fan out 5 and see what happens.
Hogue, you got a Mag 7 update for us real quick while we watch ES just kind of hanging out in the middle of this range
Yeah.
for 5 minutes.
Got,
Anything popping over there?
Mag 4, NVIDIA still kind of just dragging along the bottom. Apple didn't really do much of anything today. Amazon came, it had a little bit of a break earlier, but it's just been bouncing. Tesla, and just kind of dragging along the bottom as well. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of action here in the Mag 7 at this time, or at least the Mag 4.
Hurry up and wait.
I wish I had something more fun to say.
Hey, let's take what the market gives us. See if we can get a push higher here in the ES. Last trade, 56.92.5. Sorry, Zach. Did you? What's your target here to the upside if we get it?
I've got 3 coming off at 57 even. I'm tempted to say I might adjust that and just take all of it off if we come up to those highs. Kind of feeling like that see profit, take profit type of market that we talk about often. This last week, is just nonsense, right? Structure wise. I mean, maybe it's what guys like, and you cleaned up, you did really well. A week like last week where we just get this expansion, chop around at the open. We finally look like we're starting to make a decision, sell off, crack lows. Right about that time, we find support and get this V-shaped recovery all the way back up and crack the highs. I take L's on those days. I'm selling down around those lows and I'm buying up around those highs because in the long run, capitalizing, on that extension. Market decides which way it's going to go. Buyers are in control. I jump in on that trend. So, making that adjustment to say, all right, I'm either going to sit on my hands, like I was completely flat Monday, Tuesday, watch the market all morning, all afternoon, somewhat reduced risk, ended the week red, but small red, a small fraction of what I'm allowing myself risk per week when I'm extending out, around the personal daily loss limit for the day. Along with that, some of the notes I'm looking at are, the stuff that's wrong is wrong really quick. Should have a pretty dang tight stop loss in there. And the stuff that's right, it's not running. So take that into consideration a little bit. Try not to have, we got some selling turning around here.
Yes,
I try not to carry
very fast.
Yeah. Where are we at time wise? 341. Yeah, we'll see what happens. If this comes back down hard on me, I might be a little bit quicker to click that flatten all button. Save myself a couple bucks to the downside. See if we can crack these highs.
Dan and
but
Chad
yeah,
is in
it's
the same trade you're in.
Nice.
Awesome.
It's a fine balance between over optimization for what happened yesterday and trying to not stay stagnant and adjust to the market that's in front of you. So it's kind of towing that line.
Cheap buy.
Thought we're gonna push there.
Let's see.
With these 90s. Everything else just going sideways. Hogue, Delta, anything? They add
20,900 negative in the S&P is down 1,000 in the NASDAQ. No major changes.
Nope.
Coming off a little
2,900.
bit.
Yep. Tilt not showing much.
No. Nasdaq's not even doing anything. It's in
It's
a
not.
20-point range, which is pretty tight for Nasdaq. I don't know.
That's,
MOC is going to bring a lot of fun though. A lot of action is going to happen during MOC.
That's the
Yes.
that's the question I asked myself during Power Hour. Do I want to hold into MOC? Do I want to restructure any trades that I'm in?
Depends how good your entry is.
That's
If you
right.
really, really like it, probably don't want to give it up.
Yeah, I like to be risk free with a wide take profit during MOC.
hell
Just to
yeah.
try to be on the right side of it. If not, you're taken out. That's the ideal situation to be in. Trade in profit running into it. But
Yep.
Let's
Come
get
and get
3.
us.
Let's shave 3 off here at 5,700, and then we can let it run, Zach. MOC comes in big time buy side. Just take this to the moon.
Let's see what we can do here. Love to see a little crack above these highs. We're just struggling to do it.
About 6 minutes till MOC.
I could see
But
56.80
we'll
as
see.
well.
We'll put our trades on and we'll let the odds play out in our favor. That's all we can do.
Like that. Take a look at 50-50 on the tilt. Yeah. It's showing there. Big day tomorrow. FOMC, big decision coming out. I have no idea what they're going to do, but as always, make sure you stay tuned here at TopstepTV. We'll be streaming that from start to finish. Trade it up, yeah.
Is that a morning thing or is that an afternoon thing?
For FOMC?
Yeah.
1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chicago time. Thank you, Dolby.
That's annoying.
Yeah. Then we'll have
So
the
it's
press conference. And oh boy, buckle up.
So
Last time I
tomorrow's
looked
going to
at
get eaten up too.
Fed Watch tool. Here we go. 65% probability that they are going to cut by 50 basis points. You heard that correctly. 65% probability they're going to cut by 50 basis points tomorrow.
Jeez.
We'll see. Yeah, I know.
It's moving
Just,
lower.
It's crazy.
I mean, we were at nearly 70%.
It's crazy,
67,
man.
I think Jack mentioned 61 earlier this morning.
I know it's
Going
Fed
off
Fund
just a little
futures.
bit.
Yeah, they're trying to maybe perhaps force the Fed's hand. I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Well, they do 50. You're going to be watching this gold be a nice trade here in
Yeah.
gold.
To the upside, right?
Yeah, right.
It's going to take more dollars to purchase gold.
If they don't cut, do we think gold is going to get crushed?
Ooh.
I think everything will if they don't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, equities are in deep doo-doo.
I'll be warming up the tower, and you can fluff up the feathers, and we'll make our way over there.
Hogue, what do you calling? You calling for 25 or 50 points tomorrow?
125. Doesn't it? It
Johnny,
doesn't
you said that
matter.
like a real cowboy.
Yeah.
125.
125. No, I think it'll probably be a quarter. I don't think they want to scare the market.
Right.
Hope's thinking double shot or single shot. That's what he's thinking about. At 15 minutes to market close.
Leave the bottle.
Yeah, I haven't had a drink since last night. What are you talking about?
There you go. Let's see if we can push it here for Zach B. Come on. Saw a 92 trade.
It's just not going to move. It's stuck in the mud.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
we're crazy
You can hold
here,
it through
man.
MOC. You can hold it through MOC. Is this light volume on the ladder? Like this 50s, 100s? Is that light for ES?
Yeah, the spread. Yeah, the algos are all gone. Oh, remember that a couple weeks ago when we were seeing like 4,000 lots just chilling on the bid, 2,000 lots just chilling on the bid?
Yeah. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, the bookends started showing up, the algos.
Mm-hmm.
Things are always changing, aren't they, Andre? Like you
Yes,
always
they
say,
are.
this trading thing's hard, man.
It is.
It sure as hell is. Oh, you've been doing it for longer than I have, man. And just when you think you've seen it all, something happens. I'm trying to think when those big orders were filled. Yeah, 55.40 filled. 1,500 times on the bid. Last one I just saw. It's a nice fill. All right, Zach, we got 2.5 minutes till MOC. Currently, your trade is in the money, about 5 points or so. What are you thinking going into this
Yeah, I
MOC?
think I'm going to hang on to this one. That's my game plan. I'm going to hang on to it. We'll see if we can't get a quick pop up. I think that's reasonable. If we get volatility to the downside, I won't survive any sweep of these lows, but I like this. I like this trade. Only management I'm looking at right now, again, is if we start to push up pretty quickly, I'd like to run stop loss to break even. Just make it risk free. We got to come and wick all the way back down and take me out for scratch. That's okay. But again, at this point, I still would let this one turn into a loser. I get that comment all the time. I trade live on YouTube for free all the time. You know, the Hindsight Capital team comes in, and I've had a trade running in profit. You know, and you never let a trade turn into it. Never let a winner turn into a loser. You could have taken it off there. You could have taken half off there, and you know,
Coulda, shoulda.
again,
yeah,
coulda, woulda, shoulda. Hindsight Capital. So there's always a better way to manage it after the fact. You do the best you can with the data provided, and you know, review that data, review your journal, make adjustments as you see fit. If you're showing that, hey, a lot of stuff moves in profit really close to my take profit and I never close it, you know, maybe you start taking something off, scale out, maybe you go stop loss to break even more aggressively. For me, I know that if I choke up on trades way too quickly, start trading scared that way, I take good trades off and I take break even,
They always
break
come and
even,
get you,
and then
don't
stop
they?
out. Yeah.
Just always come and get you.
I mean, if you had your
Trailing
stop at
stops
break
is an
even
art form.
20 minutes ago, you'd have been stopped out of this trade.
Yeah. Instead of 150 in the money. Now, about 30 seconds to MOC, my time.
Yeah,
Are you
30 seconds. That's
You
what
still
I'm
working?
taking.
Still
my
working
thunder.
3 at 50. Still
No,
working
I'm
3 at 5,700.
I'm full out at 5,700. That's how I'm structuring this one now.
Okay, let's do this. 15 seconds. Eddie,
Get him.
eye on the prize.
Eye on the
Get him for our
prize.
guy.
Here we go.
Get him.
Yeah, one time for Zach.
10 seconds.
Beep, 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 beep.
All right, pop the sucker. Boom.
That sounds like a new beep.
All right, we got our S&Ps, 1,139,000,000 buy side. NASDAQ, 978 million buy side. Dow, 415 million buy side. Mag 7, a complete 307 million buy side. And once again, these fluctuate, and I will be watching them. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. What was NASDAQ?
NASDAQ was 383 million buy side. There's only 30 million on the sell side there right now.
Thank you. We got the one bill on the ES.
Yeah, we're smoking here buy side. It's domination.
Okay.
Rocks the nation.
So I'll break
I
even on
almost
this
said
now, guys.
dominatrix. It's
Nice.
It's dominatrix. Hey.
Zach, you moved to break even?
Break even. Yeah. I can't see it on this tick chart, but that's a little interesting. Sometimes it doesn't show on that tick chart. That wick up that's close enough to my take profit to say I don't want to let it come, within 2 points, and then all the way back down. I'll take the scratch.
Makes
on that.
complete sense. Makes complete
Not going to take
sense.
anything off. It's not a ton of skin in the game, but I'm going to leave the rest on. See if we can't hit that, and if
NQ
not,
creeping higher
I
here.
end up-
NQ might be okay. Here we go. NQ might be leading this higher if we can get some a little bit more legs to the upside here.
For once, the NASDAQ's
range.
leading something higher.
Yep. See if we can get a push here.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Everybody get out and
pushing
push.
higher here. Yep. Into the 670s now. See if we can get the ES trading to 97s perhaps.
5 points
NASDAQ's
away
leading the
from
way.
5,700.
Yep.
So close.
Dolby, do we still like shorts at 5,700s as we approach this? All right, NASDAQ's pushing here. Here we go.
Get out and push.
See the pop.
There's going to be some stops up
Buy them. Buy them.
Yep.
Buy 'em.
I mean, I pulled our
Buy 'em.
longs.
Okay.
Buy
It's
'em.
getting a little heavy up here. It looks like.
Buy 'em.
S&P only 913 million buy side. So we're cooling off here. A little bit.
This is lockdown. So tight.
It was the push. Yeah. Is that going to give it a try again here?
Let's see. You know, I start debating taking a couple off, starting to scale out if we get really, really close. But again, part of it is
Come on,
just
Naz.
building that habit to hold your dang trades.
Come on, Naz. Get to
On top 5 buys here. I got Apple. Apple leading the way here.
We are losing some delta here. We got negative 18,000 now in the S&P. So maybe a little short covering going on here to help us get to this profit target.
Come on.
Only hope.
Go. All right, NASDAQ growing some legs.
You want me to sell
Oh,
one?
this
Will that
range-
help you?
One to the gods.
Yeah, there you go. Sell one for the rally.
Yep.
Come on, NASDAQ.
I feel for everybody that has to trade tomorrow morning because this will be more of the same garbage.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to be a
NASDAQ.
lot of
Give me the 80s.
megaphones and a lot of Doritos up until 1.
Yeah, pre-FOMC is tough, man.
Yeah.
Really tough.
Yeah, the theme for tomorrow morning is hurry up and wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everyone's waiting. This is like what, our second or third Super Bowl of trading events this year. We had NVIDIA earnings. We got
Here we go.
FOMC.
All right, NASDAQ into
Now
the
the big
80s
question
now.
is, what color tie is Jerome going to wear?
I'm going Dr. Seuss. I think that's what he's going to do.
Ooh. Go. One more
Zach, what are your
push.
socials? What are Zach's socials?
Real Deal Futures. Real Deal Futures
Real-
on Instagram. Real Deal Zach on Instagram. Real Deal Zach on Twitter. Real Deal Futures on YouTube. That's the,
there
the
you go.
brand name.
Love it.
I saw somebody ask, "What's Jesus's socials?"
Here, I'll do you one better. Bam! It's in chat.
There we
go,
go,
Dolby
guys.
time.
Yeah.
Find the rest of them.
Yep. I'm live for free almost every day on YouTube, doing what I'm doing
Yeah.
here, guys. Trying to
Bless your
Come on.
heart.
how I trade.
It's a grind. Doing it solo every day.
Yeah, almost every day, man.
How many hours?
Trade. What's that?
How many hours is your stream?
Usually a little over an hour between. I'd say I'm going to average about an hour and a half.
Oh, that's
Hour
good.
to
That's
2
like a
hours.
healthy. That's a healthy amount.
Yeah. Morning's my main session. I do that with guys that I work with one-on-one, and then I run a free community. I put everything out for free, my charts, my analysis, all the fun trading stuff, news. I say, hey guys, we got FOMC. Probably don't want to be heavy into a NASDAQ position. But yeah, the YouTube thing is it's fun. I've been dealing with some of the trolls that come in. I had a guy.
Oh yeah.
I had an interesting one. A guy start with the hate, a whole bunch of BS and kind of contradicting everything you're saying. I give everybody the time of day. I let everybody talk. I think we need to have more of that. Eventually, I kicked him just for getting way too offensive, and came back again with another YouTube account, came back again with a third YouTube account. It was like a record, man. I think he joined 4 times.
Here we go. Come on. Here we go. Here we go.
Got it.
Did you get him?
Nice.
Did you get him?
We got it.
Very nice.
Nope, there it
We got
is.
it.
Right.
We got to win.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Well
job.
done.
There we
That's
go.
awesome.
Yeah, guys, nice to get a win on here. The quick
Yes.
breakdown, right?
Yeah.
Simple enough. I'm full out here. I changed this up from taking 3 and holding to VWAP. We'll see how that decision plays, but it's way too slow. Not enough movement behind this to want to hold for a runner into the last 5 minutes of the session. So full out, really nice to see that happen. Again, stop loss to break even. You could pull that really, really close, but oftentimes you get stopped out. So I'm discretionary with trade management. As we crack these highs, as we came up here, I think it's much less likely to come all the way back up if it has to come all the way back down first. So that's my read on this one in play, but worked out nice.
Absolutely. And
Nice trade.
8 out of 10 days do not make new lows or new highs in power hour.
Nuts.
This was one of
There
those
you go.
days. Nice job, Zach.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Trying to lock up some of these $200 days on the way to the payouts. Working with 5 50K XFAs. Got a 3, I think I'm 3
nice.
or 4 green and 1 or 2 red. But yeah, this market's tough, man. I feel for everybody that's pressing to make progress in funded accounts. I would exercise some caution, man. It's it happens, right? Like it's not like it's a crazy anomaly. The markets are going to do whatever they're going to do, but if you start to identify you're taking a lot of losses or the conditions are just not working well for your specific approach, like maybe you hop on Twitter and Instagram and everybody else is killing it, that doesn't mean you should be sizing up. What are you seeing with your data? What are you, when you journal your trades, because everybody should be journaling their trades, what are you seeing? And if it's loss after loss, you're constantly on the wrong side of the market, there's no shame in sizing down, man. Preserve capital, live to fight another day. I think that's
amen, dude.
I think that's worth noting to everybody out there.
Yeah. Size down, widen the stops.
Yeah.
Trade these markets.
Hop
All
on micros.
Yeah, there you go. 90 seconds left in the session. Oh, man. Monster day coming up tomorrow. Today, tough trade. For those that scratched the day, managed their downside well, good on you. Made a couple bucks, even better. Yeah.
It was a perfect trade for the market that we were given.
We were trying to get 83s there, Dolby. Zach said, nope. I'm gonna take the 87s. Well done.
We're a point away, Dre.
Yeah, hey, you know what? We read it right. That's we read it properly.
Yeah.
Listen,
I like
went
that.
to 84.
I like that idea. I think that was a good thesis. Quick wick down, kind of run some stops, and then continue up. I took it a little bit more aggressively, trying to read this to the upside, but that might have been a much better entry on another day.
Gabe, come on in. We got a couple power hour submissions. Last second, let's squeeze them in. Then Eddie's going to take us out of here. Gabe, hit us. We got closing bell, 25 seconds.
All right, let's see if I can hit it real quick. We got Luna trades coming in, officially obliterated. Dug this XFA out from minus 560 to 251 in the positive while passing combine. Maxing a new one, passed 2 combines today and traded 3 XFAs, but just killing it all around. Great work on that recovery. You got Lost Trader coming into a quick meme. What some of the Topstep crew did during the retreat. Unseen picks. You got MP on the wakeboard and holding up the Topstep X flag. Yeah, JD, Andre with the check marks, me rolling up a little something, Dolby with the massive amounts of shades. It's just all around some fun stuff. Lost Trader there. Good work on that, Trader. Yeah, Ronald, Power Hour, $1,500 on a 50K combine done for the day. Great work there, Ronald. And then Mass Trader Rick killed it in the live session today. But all in all, appreciate you guys submitting. Get you back to this closing bell here. But yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Zach, you're awesome today. Dolby time, Hogue. Let's get after it tomorrow. But for the time being, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, ring the bell. Hey, it is your time. Take us out of here, Eddie.
Hey, you kids, get off my lawn. Okay, hey, it's been a very good day. Actually, a very, very good day here. If you stay with us bell to bell. What we had booked today was probably one of my favorite days here in a while. Good stuff all the way around. Talking about good stuff tomorrow. Yes, we've been waiting for it. Like Christmas Day as a kid, Wednesday, the 18th, we're going to have our FOMC rates. They're going to, I think they're 99.6% sure they're going to do something. But anyway, tomorrow, join us 8 o'clock here at Central Time. Hogue and myself going to open up the show. We got Nick for a tick. Deanna's going to be with us. Sort of miss Deanna. Haven't seen her all week. Also, power players. We got Fatima. Fatima's going to be with us. They'll be an Andre. David Green. We've got also coming up David Green and Coach Dakota for Power Hour. And that's going to end the day. But yes, tomorrow, big numbers tomorrow. Okay, so we're gonna take a look here. 7:30, we've got building permits. Okay, 7:30, housing starts. That's also at 7:30. Scrolling down a little bit, we got crude oil inventories at 9:30 regular time. Also at 11 o'clock here, we got nothing at 11. At 1 o'clock, yes, these are the rates. This is what we've been waiting for. FOMC statement, the FOMC economic projection, and at the FOMC interest rate decision. Boy, they're going to be just hitting us with this stuff. And don't run away after that number comes out, because, of course, we will have a 1:30 Central Time press conference, where they ask him questions and throw rotten tomatoes and eggs at him. So I'm looking forward to that very much so. But anyway, today we're going to end the day here with a big smile, and hopefully that you did learn something. Don't forget, coming up here in just a few minutes, we do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. Remember, it's every day, Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Also, this evening, we've got Slow Market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time with Coach Dakota. 6 o'clock here, Coach Ray in the Discord room. 7 o'clock, Coach Vince in the Discord room. And in the morning, bright and early, 3:30 in the morning, London Open with Deanna. That's 3:30 Central Time. So now it's your time, okay? So let's relax, re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Get some rest and enjoy the rest of your night. And by the way, until we meet again, my name is Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.
Thank you.